Chief of Staff's office. Well done. Very nice. I'm glad to see this.
Hello. Is President Bola Tinubu tone deaf or just clueless about the situation in Nigeria? Does he have a secret master plan to fix the country, or is he just enjoying the trappings of being the president of Nigeria and carrying on with whatever the day brings? Are the people around the president mere yes men, loyal to the president and their pockets, unconcerned about the suffering masses and perceptions of the outside world? Is what Bola Tinubu doing with Nigeria resources different from what he did with Lagos State resources when he was governor for 8 years? Running Lagos State, the so-called fifth largest economy in Africa, for 8 years, did the services Tinubu delivered to the people of Lagos State commensurate with the state's resources at his disposal? The Paul Kagame of Rwanda, with a slightly comparable economy and population size, delivered more to Rwandan people than Tinubu did in Lagos within the same time frame. Will modern Nigeria's young, restless, and highly expectant people be satisfied if Tinubu replicated the same performance level he delivered in Lagos during his current mission in Abuja? It is 4:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 10:30 a.m. in New York City, 5:30 p.m. in Cape Town, South Africa, and 7:30 p.m. in Kinshasa, Democratic Republic of Congo. Wherever in the world you are watching us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. Very few people understand the politics of Nigeria the way Kayode Ogundamisi does. He is, more so, a veteran of the politics of Western Nigeria. 6 months after President Bola Tinubu took control of Nigeria's affairs, Mr. Ogundamisi is back on 90 Minutes to help us analyze the signs and wonders that people of Nigeria and the world are seeing from President Bola Tinubu. Please join me as we welcome to the show Kayode Ogundamisi. Kayode, welcome. Kayode. Oh, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rudolph. It's good evening in England.
It's morning here. It's morning here in New York. Thank you so much for joining us. And you're wearing green, so that's Nigerian colors.
Hopefully, we make it to the World Cup.
Yeah. We're about to start that process again. Yes. Welcome so much. We just want to thank you for coming back. And we spoke to you last before the election.
Yes, before the election, yes.
So now we are 6 months into this administration. So let's start from there. What is your take on how things have turned out?
Well, I think you recall we had that very interesting program where I sort of gave my take and I said the likelihood was that Bola Tinubu was going to emerge the president of the country, that the opposition parties, particularly Peter Obi and Atiku, gifted him the presidency by dividing the votes of the opposition. So where we are now, the Supreme Court has spoken, and I think we can now start looking at President Tinubu and start judging him based on his electoral promises and how he's doing right now. And I think the question that is always good to ask is, are your lives better today than before Tinubu took over office? I think that's always the primary way to go about it when you're asking the common man on the streets of Lagos, Anambra, or Sokoto.
Mm.
And it will be a mixed feelings. It's probably going to be largely that a lot of Nigerians will say, no, their lives are not any better. But you would also get quite a number of Nigerians that will say, yeah, well, things are a bit better on our side. So it will depend on whoever you're speaking to. But the general consensus is that things are tough. Things are tough. Yeah.
Things are tough. Let's see. So the economy is in bad shape for most people. Exchange rates, inflation, everything is up. In fact, there's a statistic that came up and it was talking about even our GDP now, it dropped. But beyond that, because people will say that whoever won the election, whoever is in charge, will face the same kind of problems. But we've seen things like oil subsidy removal. We've seen the budget that just came out. Does that give you any sense of where the presidency is going?
So I like to judge this presidency based on his promises. He gave during the campaign. The then candidate released an 80-page policy document in which he highlighted an 8-point agenda on what he was going to achieve for Nigerians. And the 8 points where he said national security, the economy, agriculture, power, oil and gas, and then transportation and education. So if we break it down across those sectors, first, you rightly said that no matter whoever had emerged as president, they would meet a very tough challenge because the last government had tactically removed oil subsidy. It wasn't budgeted for in the budget that Tinubu was going to take over. So oil subsidy was gone by law, but this president took ownership of the removal of oil subsidy on day one. So that had a shock impact on the economy. Marketers, traders, importers, everyone took advantage of it. Oil, people selling oil and gas, even people who had oil stocks that were bought at a lower price, just thought quick money. And the impact on the economy that is largely based on oil. Where power is completely absent. The country runs on generator, literally. Even NEPA runs on generator. The oil, those who give us electricity, oil, partially you go to the office, they're all running on generators. So taking away the acclaimed removal of oil subsidy was going to have an impact on the people, on the masses of the country. Where you would say the government claim is a reformist government and is taking very hard, difficult decisions that would have negative impact on Nigeria, and they claim in the long term is going to have positive impact on Nigerians. They are not walking the talk. The spendings of government, the attitude and behavior of elected officials is not reflective of the austere nature that Nigerians are going through. You can talk, you want to talk about the Jamboree to Dubai, where you have 1,400 delegates, even though the government claim they only sponsor between 460 to 500 delegates to climate change conference. And you would think for Nigeria, where things are getting really tough for the ordinary masses, even taking 100 people to Dubai would be seen as a waste of fund. If you look at the breakdown of the budget, you see they want to fix the Dodam Barrack in Lagos, the Lagos office of the president. They want to fix the vice president's lodge, and both are going to cost 10 billion naira. And the so-called money they allocated for student loan is less than 5 billion naira. So you ask yourself where are the priorities? So Nigerians would understand if the government were operating in a slim nature, in a very austere nature, And they are also, they say, okay, the government is, the president's son is not flying on a presidential jet. The president is not junketeering. So they can relate, but the behavior of government is completely different from what they claim to be an austere season in the country. In the power sector, I don't know if you saw the ridiculous statement from the Minister of is it energy yesterday, where he said he was going to hand over discos to state governments. You ask yourself, imagine Zamfara or Ekiti or no disrespect to those states, or Osun State or some states that are struggling to even pay salaries. You are handing over such critical sectors to them when you think privatize and make it more effective. So it's quite unfortunate. But although you could also say there are quite some positive movement that you can take, the coming into stream of the Dangote refinery, which is a private sector driven effort. And we are hoping that once they start producing oil locally, maybe that will have some sort of positive impact on the economy. So 6 months into the government, it's difficult to give them anything but 30 out of 100, because you can only judge progress if you call people at home and they are telling you things are better, there's an improvement. But I would hardly see any Nigerian in the diaspora that will call anyone at home now and they will tell you things are easy, except maybe you have friends in government who are beneficiaries of the new jeeps in the National Assembly, or they won the contract for new projects. So, but Rudolph, there's also something I want us to also emphasize on, that as we look at Tinubu, we should always remember that there are state governors that were elected. There are local governments that are meant to operate on the local level. So we must beam our searchlight. So, for example, if the federal government is not doing right, does that stop a state governor from performing? And we've seen very good, a bit of ray of hope in some states. Look at Abia State, that is completely known as the drag down state of Nigeria. And you can see what the new governor is doing now. That there seems to be, for the first time in the history of their state, a resemblance of someone in government who has a vision, at least for today, because with politicians, things can change. And people are also speaking about the governor in Katsina State, sort of progress being made. And you can also give credit to Lagos with the coming into line of transportation system. They have this young commissioner for environment who is walking the talk, looking into the flood situation in Lagos. So we have to look at the government as an holistic in terms of federal, state, local government. And then, I know people don't like me talking about this, the civil society organizations, but I think that's probably a topic for another day. I think we can't see just what are the government doing, what are people in the civil society doing, and what's the quality of the opposition. Rudolph, do we have an opposition in Nigeria as of today? The answer is no, apart from maybe Peter Obi will be tweeting, PDP will be saying something. There's no real organized opposition that you would say they are ready. If there's a need to call an election today, that Nigerians would, they are making that kind of building relationships, across the different ethnic nationalities across the region to sort of provide an alternative vision for the country. If we look at the manufacturing sector, President Tinubu has just recently overturned the policies of Buhari. He told Benin Republic, you can now bring in rice, you can bring in all those foreign imports. He's opening that part of the country, and then you see what are the impact on local producers. So these are macro and microeconomic issues that are big challenges for the country.
Thank you. We are going to get to states and talk about some issues going on there, like on the states. I'm interested in knowing what you think about that.
Yeah.
Let's get back to the federal, because sometimes, if the head is not doing very well, it's very, very difficult to, if you look at our government since 1999, they get they look at the head, and people look at the head before they talk about the states. And
Yeah.
most of the time they drag, even if the state is trying to do well, the head will drag them down. If anyway, let's get to so Tinubu went to this Dubai for the COP 28, and he made a speech there that wasn't well received. One editorial in Mind Journal said that it was a fiasco. What happened?
Well, what were people expecting? They didn't vote for an Obama. They voted for Tinubu, and I said it in our last chat. As a candidate, he was quite incoherent. He didn't seem to be able to gather his thoughts together in a way that he can he can communicate his ideas to the people. As a matter of fact, this is a rather well improved version of what we saw during the campaign period, but I don't even think we should be judging them based on what they say, because even the most eloquent of presidents, could end up not doing anything for the country. One of the best, the most eloquent president in Africa now is that of Ghana, the current president of Ghana. If you hear him speak, but go and ask Ghanaians what they think now. His rating is probably get about 25% approval ratings, but I think they should be judged on, are they delivering on what they promised during their campaign? Tinubu can go to Dubai and say bala bulu bulu bala,
Yeah, it's not just about Kayode, let me push back a little bit.
Yeah.
I know that he has people who can write good speeches for him. It's not about what was written for him to deliver. It was about the delivery. And for international community, people who are listening, who are there, watching him, presidents, leaders, it says something that he could not communicate to them. How do they ignore that and then do business with what do you think that they will ignore?
I rather don't think business decisions are made based on the delivery of this. It would be nice to have a president that can deliver, give a good speech, deliver quite well and everything. But I think if they see that the economy is opened up, that there's security, that if I bring in my business into Nigeria today, I can go to any part of Nigeria and invest, and there'll be no kidnappings in the country. I think business men and women across the world, that is what they look at. They look at the policy. But of course, it's quite unfortunate that it cannot string. It doesn't. There's a high and low of Tinubu in terms of you see him give some speech and you go, oh man, this guy is just the Tinubu of yesterday. You've seen him when he gives speeches and they are quite impressive. But you see him give some speeches and you're thinking, what is this? That's a mess. This is not the kind of person I want to represent me on international platforms. He doesn't have that skill, but I critically just want to insist that we should judge him. Of course, we should be critical of how he gives his speech across the world and the impact on in terms of image, on the country. But critically, the question is, it is not that I'm quite concerned about. I'm quite concerned that in Dubai, 2 government agencies in Nigeria are signing MOUs in Dubai. Those are critical issues that we can hold on to. Why are two Nigerian government agencies going to Dubai to sign memorandum of understanding? The excuse they give is that the Chinese company that they want to do business with insisted on them signing it. They had no time. They had to sign it there. Okay, if that is the case, why are you publicizing it, that you had to fly from Nigeria as 2 government agencies to go to another man's land to sign a memorandum of understanding between 2 government agencies? Those are things that we can hold them on. Things like, why do we have, if you look at the list of the government delegates that went to Dubai, you have NOS, you have a PA to government agencies, people who had no business to do in a climate change conference. How are they spending the scarce resources belonging to the country? I think we can hold their feet to fire on that. And I would say boldly that the Tinubu government has failed in that, in terms of accountability when it comes to demonstrating that they understand how Nigerians feel, the pain Nigerians are feeling.
Why is that? Is it that there's nobody around the president that could tell the president that this is not going to play well for the government?
Rudolph, I spent 8 years saying that, blaming the people around Buhari for everything that went wrong with President Buhari. And I know quite a number of people who supported President Jonathan spent 6+ years blaming the people around President Jonathan as being responsible. But I think we need to change that. The man who ran an election to govern and lead from the front is Tinubu. So the buck stops there, so we cannot continue to say people around him, some sort of...
Okay.
The buck stops in front of Tinubu if things are going wrong. If, for example, he had to tell us on national TV that his son was attending a Federal Executive Council meeting. We didn't know that. He announced that to us, sort of saying, why is my son, it shows that there's no control, it shows that there's something really dysfunctional within that presidency, and it is not too late for them to check it. He issued a release about his chief of staff, that he's had a lot of allegations about his chief of staff, and he's aware about it. He has full confidence in him. So there's a dysfunctionality within that presidency that he needs to lead from the front, because at the end of the day, I saw in one of your stuff, you started counting down on the number of days left.
Yeah, that's what we're doing now.
So time is 4 years in the presidency. Some of my friends who were in the Buhari government for 8 years and they stopped communicating. It flew like this, and they are the ones calling now. It's our phone that is ringing now. So it flies. And before they realize it's 4 years is over. And what are we saying? 4 years? Give it another 2 years, we'll go into an election season. And that's why this government should realize that they don't have enough time. They need to get the ball rolling. And particularly because for the first time, this is a minority government. I don't know if you get what I'm trying to say by being a minority government. The number of votes that make Tinubu the presidency is not greater than the number of votes when you combine the votes of both Atiku and Peter Obi. So they need to win the confidence of Nigerians.
Mm. So a situation like what happened in Dubai, where we saw the number of people that went with the president, and who should be, I've not been around any government to understand how this works. Who is responsible for that decision to have those people, the names on that list? Who do you think is responsible?
So first, the question is, I think when it comes to the federal government, people sponsored by the federal government, I think the chief of staff, I might be wrong about this, the chief of staff, the office of the chief of staff, and I think the SSG, should sort of have the final eye on the ball on that list. And because federal agencies like the ministries, the first question is, who appointed the ministers? It's the presidency, isn't it? Who appointed the heads of those agencies? It's the presidency. Who signed the appointment letter? It's basically the chief of staff, and I think the SSG, so it's the presidency. So they should take ownership for the fallout about the jumbo list that went to Dubai. And I think that the president's spokesperson did say that the president on the last day, I see Aguri said the president had warned that there should be no jumbo trip to Dubai. But it seems someone is listening to this president.
So the chief of staff, let's look at the chief of staff, Femi Gbajabiamila.
Yes.
There are many issues in the news about him, and the president continues to defend him. But what do you think about this budget, the budget and the amount of money that is channeled under his office? How is that? What is that about?
Well, there's been a lot of outcry as to the the amount of money allocated to the office of the chief of staff, even though he has come out, in the name of fairness, he's come out to deny. He said, look, it's not for my personal use. But the question is, you're going to have a supervisory role on over 10 billion naira. One that would be for the refurbishment of the dam barracks in Lagos. I don't know when last any president used the dam barrack in Lagos. And I don't see any reason why the president cannot continue to go home to his very sprawling mansion in Ikoyi, Bodilon, just to save Nigeria some funds. I don't think we're going to have another president from Lagos after him in the next 30 years. So if you ask me, I don't see any reason why the dam barracks cannot actually be handed over to the private sector. We need more revenue for the country. So the budget and the amount of money that was spent on frivolities under this government is shocking, it's embarrassing, and it's not something that any Nigerian should be proud for. I don't know if you remember the issue about the presidential yacht. They're going to spend about 5 billion naira on a presidential yacht, even though they've come to say it's got to do with the Navy and this and that, So there's just so many wastes that I am hoping that by the time we get to another budget cycle, this will be nipped in the bud.
Do you know anybody? Do you talk to privately anybody within the administration?
Yes, I do have friends who are in government. Some of them informally we do chat. Quite a number of them who have become ministers. We give ourselves quite a number of distance. If you know me, when my friends get into government, I just stay far, and I offer my own advice through the social media, through memos and what have you. So I do speak, yes, to quite a number of people in government, and they know my position in terms of how unhappy I am with the way they have not been able to demonstrate the austere nation Nigerians find themselves. When you look at the social media of appointees that are just special, that are special assistants, you see a youth leader showing us videos of him flying first class, staying in 5-star luxurious hotels. The ticket cost Lagos to London, someone was telling me yesterday, was 2 million naira on economic class, and you have a 6th level political appointees flying business class to Dubai. These are, it's just like, biting Nigerians and also just being nonchalant about the feelings of the people of the country.
When Tinubu was governor of Lagos State, how did they run the affairs of Lagos State? Is it different from what we're seeing?
So it is not. Let me put it this way. There was this analysis that someone put out, and I think I sort of agree with it. I don't know if you remember this. They were comparing Tinubu, Peter Obi, and Atiku. And someone said, Atiku will become president, it would meet 10 trillion naira in the coffers. By the time Atiku will finish his presidency, 10 trillion naira will be gone, and Nigeria will be owing about another 10 trillion naira. And Atiku will probably have 90% of that in his pocket, Then they said Peter Obi's case will be that Peter Obi will meet 10 trillion naira. By the time Peter Obi leaves office, you will find 9 trillion naira in the bank saved for Nigeria, and probably just 1 trillion naira to run the government. In terms of development, not a lot would happen. Then, coming to Tinubu, that Tinubu will meet 10 trillion naira. It will grow the 10 trillion naira into 100 trillion naira. It will spend 40 trillion naira on development. You will see signs of development. But that's definitely the balance of 60, the remaining trillions will go to his, to his pocket. So that analysis was used, and I agree to a certain.
What about debt? What about debt? Who will borrow more? That was not. That was
yeah. That was not factored in, but I agree to a certain extent. you would notice in Lagos, there were give it to him, there were quite a number of infrastructure, emphasis on infrastructural development, even though some of it I completely disagree with. I think most of it were elitist, like building that fantasy island, on the Bar Beach. The development were not structured towards poor people, not towards, if you know Lagos very well, once you leave the island, every other person can go to hell, it was centered on the sea axis, things that would the Novo Rich. You had more banana islands, more Lekki kind of thing. But when you go to Agege, Isolo, Mushin, Ekpete, the interlands, it wasn't people oriented. And you see the so, but the thing is, this is the first time a Lagosian, quote and unquote, is going to be the president of Nigeria. And if you know Lagos very well, it's a for show, there's going to be a lot of flamboyance, in terms of they will not care if you like, if they will fly in style. They are going to spend the money. But the problem is they are not going to spend that. That money being spent is not their private money. It's a money that should be used to develop the economy, the health sector, the educational sector, and what have you. And I think the way he operated in Lagos is that everybody is loyal to the governor, and if you don't fall in place, you fall out. You get out of the field, So you're having that within this presidency now, where it's either you're loyal to the president and you are committed to his style of governance, or you just fall out.
Mm-hmm. Now, this is part of the story we've been seeing of all of last week. That I think I'm trying to show the story. Basically, our businesses are closing shop and leaving the country, and the president is saying to them to stay by, to hang in there. We need each other. President Tinubu begs multinational companies not to leave Nigeria. We also know that Nigerians are leaving in large numbers. I think I saw 100 and something thousand people left last year to the UK. Yeah, and a lot more are leaving now. So what does that say? Does that tell us that there's confidence in what the administration is trying to do?
So this is where it's tricky. A lot of people blamed Buhari for protecting the Naira. If you look at the foreign exchange mechanism, Buhari had this approach where he was quite protective of the Naira, but the argument was that you protect the Naira and then you print money to protect the Naira. I'm not an expert in that area, but Tinubu came with these free markets. Let the market decide, and then it affected our foreign. We are we're a consuming nation. We don't produce toothpick. Mm-hmm. And you cannot be a consuming nation country where you are not earning any income, and you throw your currency out there, go and compete. Compete with what? And particularly when you don't have the structure, you don't have a transparent structure. The corruption is from the presidency to the man on the street. So we are all in one way paying the price, So, and this translates to where even investors who make their money in Nigeria, like British Airways, like the airlines, they cannot transfer those funds to their own country. You make $100,000 in $100 million in Nigeria, and the central bank does not have $100 million to give you to transfer to your own country. So it's just a matter of time that you're going to just have to shut down, or you start insisting that people buy your tickets in dollars. And that is what is happening now. In Nigeria, a lot of people buy British Airways. If you go to their website, there's no drop down for a Naira, option. You have to buy either in pounds, dollars, and what have you. So the government is reaping the result of what I'll call is reckless policy of free markets. Just throw it to the market, and throwing it to the market. We both know how no disrespect to our fellow countrymen, but we just have too many people who operate, who take advantage of any policy. People in central bank who would hold on to the dollars and sell it to their agents and make their own money. And that is why you have, I don't know, you just recently came back from Nigeria. You'd probably be shocked at the number of your friends that have, quite as you see a number of your friends that are living in poverty, you'll be shocked at a number of your friends that are civil servants and they say they have properties in Lekki, in Aja, and in places in Ogui, in Enugu, or GRA, or in Apapanike. You'll be shocked and you are thinking to yourself, in the US or in the UK, this is not possible that you're a civil servant, because there are so many soft, porous spots in our economy, that makes any policy that you say free market, easy to sabotage. And the government in itself is also spending that scarce foreign currency on frivolities. So it's not going to be a surprise that companies would leave. Again, if you don't sort the issue of energy, most of these industries rely on heavy use of electricity. How would you run your manufacture, even just plastic? What it takes, the number of megawatts you need to manufacture plastic to produce bottled water. If you have to run on generator, the cost of production is so high, you leave. But on the other side, if you look at a lot of companies, if you want to look at it fairly, quite a number of foreign companies are literally leaving Africa as it is, because the infrastructure degeneration is going across Africa too. It's not just Nigeria, but the one in Nigeria is really pathetic because we should not be in this position. A lot of the negatives following us is actually handmade. Yes, we had the COVID having negative impact, but a lot of it is actually self-inflicted, and that is why it's unfortunate in the case of Nigeria.
Now, you mentioned energy, and there is this new hope that Dangote refinery will come up on stream. What is the hope? That they got delivery of their first crude? We don't know. Some people were writing on social media that they could store it. Nobody is sure that it's been going on for a long time. We don't see the final product. Yes. Also, there is promise that the NNPC, the refinery in Port Harcourt, will be ready this month. We've been having these promises, and people are just skeptical. They are not very impressed. But we also know, because sometimes we don't add these things together. Yeah. We read, and I think I heard from Dangote people that their goal is not really for domestic markets, that their goal is to export. So where are we? What are we missing? Are this all part of the propaganda PR thing, or are we actually getting to something that we help?
So I think first, everyone knows my position on Dangote, my historical position on Dangote. Not just Dangote and his likes, Nigerian billionaires, that they are beneficiaries of our Commonwealth. People who enjoyed ruthless monopoly. A lot of them became billionaires by just a president giving them the right to supply the sole distributor of rice, sugar, salt, flour. Even if you end up just being a lazy man and you have the sole distribution of salt across the country, you would have to be dumb not to become a billionaire. So my position has always been that Nigerian government, particularly Obasanjo's government, made billionaires of people at the expense of the middle class. Killed competition and just sort of gave import license to individuals to sort of, including Globacom, what's his name, Adenuga, and of course Femi Tedola and co, Elumelu and co, if they bring out the list of these billionaires and how much they are owing us, our Commonwealth, you'll be shocked. You'll be surprised. But having said that, credit to a number of them who have transformed that advantage into something structural, and Dangote is one of them. Whether you like him or you hate him, establishing one of the biggest refineries in the world, is something we should be proud of as Black people. This is something Nigeria as a country has struggled to just. Port Harcourt is an element. All our refineries are down, and anyone telling you that thing is going to come on stream, I'm very positive about it.
We are spending billions of
yeah,
dollars.
It's a scam, Rudolph. It's a scam. From the days of Obasanjo, Jonathan, Buhari, and now we're just wasting money. People have been saying just sell it off. In fact, if it means let's just raise up our hands and say we're not going to have refineries and just sell the parts and give it away, it's a scam. As far as I'm concerned. So I hope I am going to be surprised that it will start. Have you seen the video of the repairs they are making, and you compare it to what Dangote is? And you laugh. When I looked at some of the things they are showing, it looks like my former studio about 9-10 years ago. The cables that we have in the studio, and I'm thinking this is what they are spending billions of naira on. So as far as I'm concerned, it will be pleasantly surprising if it starts working. But not just that, can we sustain it? Even if we push it back on stream, knowing who we are, when something falls under the purview of a ministry, can we sustain it? How are we sure that it will not just run for 2 years and then we're going to be back to where let's look for money? Look at Ajaokuta, So I think we got to the stage where we need to raise up our hands and look for industrious people to take over this across the globe, to take over this critical sector. And then we as a country will have maybe a great percentage share in them, So credit to Dangote. And you talked about Dangote supplying finished products abroad, right? But they're going to pay him in dollars, and that money is going to come into Nigeria. So it's still a win-win for the country. And if you look at critical, the security impact, the strategic security impact of that refinery in Lagos, it's a win for the country because, for example, if there's an emergency, globally, and there's a lockdown, if Nigeria needs that, to sort of run its local economy, it's there for us. My regret is that my own state of Ondo State missed on the opportunity because it was meant to be located in Ondo, if you know, between Ondo and Ogun State, and we missed that opportunity, and Lagos got it. So I think it's a plus for the country, but the question should also be asked about the transparency. Some people have said the central bank went into an arrangement where Dangote sort of got some privilege in terms of the amount he had to pay for each dollar, he got locally. So we can ask those questions, but also admitting that something great has happened within our economy.
There's a big question about the NNPC. And the former emir of Kano has been Sanusi asking that question, and we all have several questions. What is NNPC now? What are they doing? Are they a private company? Are they working for what is it?
You've asked that question that I've asked several times. First, I think Lamido got it right when he said, "Why is the president the minister of petroleum?" Right from Buhari up till now, that there's no one to hold accountable. The NNPC is shrouded in secrecy, even though they try to say that they are transparent. The role of the NNPC. First, he made one critical point. We don't even know how many oil we dig out, from under the sea daily. We don't know. Did you see the photo, the video of the ship, that was loading loads of time, and the people just come in, they take it and they go out of the country.
They said they found 4,000 openings throughout that they are using to.
It's a free for all. It's a free for all. So the NNPC, to be honest, and that is why it's critical that if you take the state away, I come from a socialist background, and I'm always a great believer in the state, the people owning corporations. But sometimes you have to be pragmatic. in a state Nigeria where state state control has meant for Nigerian Airways, it means the minister will fly for free. 4 of his family members will fly for free. But you can't do that to Earpiece when the man knows that if he continues to give free ticket, it's going to ruin his business. You can't do that to a private sector. So I think there should be a sort of socialist capitalist alignment in the interest of our country, where critical sectors, I think at this point in time, we should allow honest, industrious Nigerians, to come and take, not just Nigerians, other people from across the world to come and take control, and we will buy a stake. The public can buy shares in this corporation, because the way it is being run now, it's just a matter of time that we are going to have a state collapse.
There's so many things to get to, and there's something you mentioned now. We buying the states buying shares or having it reminded me of what the new Minister for Aviation was talking about, the deal we had with Ethiopian Airlines.
Ethiopian Airlines, yes.
So this is a question I want to ask you. If you look at Emefiele and what he did at the central bank, and look at the Minister of Finance, the former Minister of Aviation, we don't know what the government is doing to recover the money that were stolen by these people.
Yeah.
And we hear through the back channels that money is being recovered. The country is not aware of that. The country is not aware of whether people are going to be punished. So is that the right approach?
No, it's that is. So one of the things that this government is not doing is one of the things that is so obvious about this government is the lack of transparency. And this is where I would just speak directly to them that no matter how bad the news is, just be transparent to Nigerians. Even the arrest of the former EFCC chairman, Bauer. You just arrest someone, lock them up, the person is out on bail, end of the story. We're expected to just let it go. Emefiele is arrested, there's this news, there's an agreement, end of story. Tell me, are you even aware of the charges against the concrete charges? We just say Emefiele is told, he printed money, There's no figure to it. We don't have the details, and I think it's time. Once you're very transparent to the people that this is why you are doing this. These are the outcomes. Look at the Desiani, for example. We know why Desiani was arrested, why she's facing trial in the UK. You go to the CPS website, you see the particular charges and the amount in which she's alleged to have stolen from Nigeria, the amount of gifts it is alleged that she was given by corrupt people. They need to get to the point where they are quite transparent, and that is where you asked about the legal style. This presidency, you're going to have the KBAC style of governance. KBAC style of governance, where there will be a mistake that the president is the KBAC of the nation. He can govern as he wishes. And we're expected to just follow the flow, and I think that needs to change. It needs to change, not tomorrow, immediately.
Yeah. So it's one thing that people are concerned about, whether we are going to have a replica of the Lagos State structure at the national level, and we're beginning to see people complain. Even people from the Southwest are complaining that it looks like it's the Lagos boys that are getting all the advantage, and people in the North are complaining that, so is it that there is no other way, that this is Tinubu and this is what he's used to, or something else?
No. Okay, so there's never, the problem we have with us as a people in Nigeria, sometimes we have what I call collective amnesia, and I will explain that. For as long as Nigeria is structured in such a way where the president decides who gets borehole in my village and your village and in Sokoto, right? For as long as the president is so powerful that state governors have to run to Abuja with their finance commissioner every month to collect fat, right? For as long as our presidency is constitutionally designed to be the winner takes all, anybody that becomes the president, right, will first and foremost become the president of people, people loyalists. And I'll give you an example. It's not strange. When Jonathan was president, people accused him of being an Ijaw president. Because even when ministers were meant to pick in certain states, in Rivers State, the minister from Rivers had Ijaw links, and it's the same with this presidency. People complain under Buhari too, that most people that were appointed were people from the northern part of Nigeria. Critically, people would even say that there are people who had one links or the other to the presidency. And the same thing with this president. And when people say that there are so many Yorubas in this government, and you ask yourself that we need to get to the point where the constitution will be quite clear, apart from the allocating 2 ministers to a state thing, would have to be clear that with those critical sectors, defense, finance, the critical areas, we can say, if you cannot have a minister for defense from this area, if you have it from this area must produce, as we do the president and vice president. So it's not a strange thing in our politics, but it's not progressive in our politics. We need to be able to get the best brains from across our country to be able to govern us as a people and deliver on good governance for our people. So, and if you look at people around this president, there are people they are his friends. They are his friends. There are people who are Cardoso. All if you look at all his appointees, they are his friends. But there are also exceptions to the rule. There is Bosun, a former obedient, who is now a minister. The minister for technology, who was a leader in the NSAS movement. So until we change the structure, where the structure makes it impossible for the president to act like a monarchical king, this is not going to change. I can now assure you that if tomorrow they appoint me as the president of Nigeria, it's going to change. I would hope that I'm going to be different, but you'll be gathered that when you get into that villa and you see the air around the villa, you'll be careful. You'll be thinking, no, I don't want to lose power. If I'm not going to lose power, I'm going to be appointing this and that person, to protect my interests, to sustain my presidency. So the answer to your question is, until we change the structure, until we review the constitution and change the structure to make the presidency less attractive. And what do I mean by less attractive? Less attractive in the sense that I live in the UK. I live in the Midlands. My local councillor is more important to me than the Prime Minister of the UK. That is how the system is structured. That the council, the potholes on my road, the council, I'm able to approach my councillor and the local authority and get something done. Even though the policy from the top affects me, but the impact of the local government is still quite strong. There is absence of local government across the country now. We don't even know who if you pick 10 Nigerians now and ask them who is the chairman of their local government, I can assure you 9 would not know. I don't know the chairman of my local government in Alimosho. So we need to actually look at the structure and admit that it's not working for us as a people.
Okay. Recently, there was this accident. They call it remote. They use the remote. What is it called? The military killed some people in Kaduna.
Yeah.
Drones. Yeah.
Drones. Yes.
I didn't know we had drones operational. So but the reaction to that was interesting. That a lot of people from the north started pointing. They made it an ethnic issue. That the chief of army staff or the commander of the Kaduna 1st Division, that they are non-Muslims, that they were targeting Muslims, and that somehow we are even demanding that they should be removed.
Yeah.
So I have a question. Do you what do you think is going on now? Is it
first, I would like to first send my sympathies to all the victims of the accident in Kaduna. I think it is sad that we lost so many people. I think it's about
120 something.
yeah, even losing one person from accidental discharge on the street is quite painful. Not to talk of dropping munitions on armed people who had nothing to do with terrorism. But I would also want to say that we should always support our military. You know, the men and women of our armed forces across our country who bear arms to defend us as a people, who work under very difficult circumstances. I mean, Rudolph, you won't imagine that soldier that you are seeing fighting Boko Haram, guess how much their salary is? A private in the army earns 50 pounds, the equivalent of 50 pounds a month. That's about 50,000 naira a month. That man carrying a gun to go into the bush to fight terrorists. You know, so we need to first acknowledge that, you know, we have men and women from across our country who swear to defend our country under very difficult circumstances, and mistakes are bound to happen. You know, sadly, it is equally very important to recognize that those who are victims have a right to doubt. It is the duty of the military and the government, particularly the Minister of Defense, to be transparent to them, you know, to make it clear to them, like, this is a mistake. This is a tragedy. You know, no government will go ahead and start blowing up innocent people who are unarmed. And it's interesting, this kind of mistake did happen under Buhari, who was a president from the north. It is likely always going to happen when you have a president coming from another part of the country, that there will be this suspicious, that is this deliberate. Under Jonathan, you know, those kind of questions were raised, you know, but we should always have the confidence that our military, and maybe I'm biased because I am a product of the barrack. My dad was in the army, and I know how difficult it was for him, having fought in the Civil War, and the kind of circumstances, you know, the military across our globe, you know, the circumstances they work in Nigeria is very difficult. But they just need to be transparent. They need to be transparent to tell not us, the victims, you know, tell them what happened, make it very clear to them this was a mistake. And I think once they are convinced, we can learn from those mistakes. Secondly, let us acknowledge, no matter whatever you want to say about the Buhari government, when it comes to providing arms and ammunition for our military, I think both the Air Force and the Army, they did brilliantly well. We're not where we're supposed to be. I think where we lack is the welfare of the men and women and the number of personnel. I mean, the amount of, just imagine the number of policemen we have that are meant to protect people in the country. Take away maybe like 40% that are already allocated to be ADC and personal aids to elected public officials. So I think it's just a matter of the military being very transparent. I don't think the military would just go ahead and target people, you know. So I think it was, I strongly believe it would have been an honest, unfortunate tragedy and a mistake on the part of the Air Force.
All right, thank you.
And before, and this is not just limited to Nigeria, you know, it happens globally. You know, it's unfortunate, but it happens globally. But it's not like something that is one should justify. But there's a need for the government to be transparent.
Yeah, and what do you think about the people who are making it an ethnic issue? There was an opinion written by Farouk Barogi, basically reminding them that when Buhari was president, that such accident happened, and that nobody said that Buhari was killing them because he was.
Yes, I think it's something that you know, our politics is tribalized, and any mistake, it should not be unexpected that there will be elements within our community that would capitalize on it and try to turn it into an ethnic or religious thing. You know, it's not my duty or your duty to right those wrongs. It's for the government to demonstrate that that is not the case. And for as long as you try to cover even the truth up, you raise suspicions. And of course, the only way you can overcome those kind of very devious propaganda is for you to prove that that is not the case, to be fair in your appointments, to be fair when it comes to going after criminals. You cannot be going after criminals in certain parts of the country and not be going after the criminals in other parts of the country. You just have to make sure that you're fair in and demonstrating that you're a fair government.
All right, we are going to take a break. When we come back, we'll talk about demolition of houses in Lagos and other parts of the country. Also, I want to get your view on people, commentators and influential people in the media space like Rufai Oseni, Reno Mokori, and others. So we take a quick break and then we'll be right back.
Christmas is coming, Baba, buy two for me. Oh, la, la, oh, la, la, oh, la, la, yeah, boom. Hello, my dear, when Christmas is already coming, dear, and I know you want to buy a few things for your parents, but because Boji Jackpot, hello, my dear, even though you are not in Jackpot, you're not wondering, who will help mommy in Beijing to, buy all these remaining tomato, beans, egg, yam, rice, noodles, and cocoa. Do not worry. I'm here to introduce to you Help Me Waka. Hey, waka for me. Amen. Now, what this guys are going to do for you is they will help you to deliver anything that you want to your parents, to your husband, to your wife that you have left in Nigeria. Koda, you that are giving Baba Bejo that is doing the work of former, according to former in your collection, your marrying. That's fact. So they can help you to build your house, they help you to buy cement, block, paint, tiles, that is, and so on and so forth. They also do personalized gifts. Look at this. For example, it has my name on it. And it has exciting and personal items. I love flask, you already know that. They won't put clock gun. Remind me, wait, I should not be using another person's clock to run. You understand me now? So anything that you want whatsoever, they are in Nigeria, they are in Ghana, and Cameroon. Don't worry, just go to their website. I'm gonna put a link in my bio. Follow them on Instagram. Gbogbo Ishoro, Gbogbo Aile, Gbogbo Nile, Gbogbo Riro, Gbogbo Bibo, Gbogbo Kiki, Gbogbo Shisha. Any problem or any ills that you are having and you want it to be resolved, help me to waka, we help you to resolve it. You want my joke, I think I will cut and I will not pack all these things. I will pack it, I will wash me eyeball to eyeball, so you can come to my house and come and take it. We'll cut me, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm not welcome.
Yes, I got your call. Who sent this to me?
Your brother from America.
Wow, so excited! I need to go. That you hurry up. I'm so excited.
Ta-da! Surprise! Surprise! How are you guys? Nice to see you. I'm live. With Help Me Waka, I came to your house from your brother in America.
Wow!
Are you happy? Help Me Waka, the people who do what? Run errands for you in Nigeria and in Ghana. Say Ghana. Ghana. Say Ghana.
Ghana.
Nigeria and Ghana. Say Help Me Waka. Say Help Me Waka. Say Help Me Waka.
Help me waka.
Help Me Waka, the people who run errands for you. So we are looking for solutions. I know people like us to go beyond people complaining. We're challenging our people to give us solutions to the problems. Let's talk to this our man here who is busy, very busy on the roadside. Let me sit down. Do you mind if I sit with you?
No problem.
All right. Hey, I've been suffering here. So how are you today?
I'm fine.
What's your name?
My name is Ismail.
Ismail. Okay, my name is Dr. Damages.
Okay, you're welcome.
So yeah, so I came all the way from Okokomioko.
Okay.
To come here. You live in Lekki. This is the first time I'm coming to Lekki. You know, things are just tough. So tell me, how are you doing? How is the business? Is this POS?
Yes.
Wow, I've never seen it before. I know, I hear about it.
Okay.
So this can give money now if I have a card.
Yes.
I don't have a card. That's the
You
problem.
have a card. I will give you money.
Money.
Yes.
Wow. Okay, we'll try it later. See whether this our man got card. So how do you think? How do you think things are going in the country?
This country, so bad.
So bad?
Yes.
What? Why?
Yes.
We have Tinubu now. Why should things be bad?
Yes. This time around, Everything's not good.
Why? Is it the cost of living? What's the problem? Sell your market
no
first. Okay.
There's no money. There's no food. No anything.
No money. No food.
Yes, foreign is too cost.
So what do you want them to do? Because they said they are just starting.
Yes, but the starting of our president now,
Yeah.
it's not good at all because before our president entered the place where the country not be like that.
Yeah.
Yes. So
Okay. What else? What about the governor of the state? Because we talk about president, but this state, Lagos State, how is the governor doing?
Oh yes, we manage our governor. The manager. All of us is the same thing.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Did you hear how much the governor they spend recently for food and for perfume and for all those things?
I don't even hear anything.
You don't hear anything.
Yes.
You know see am for newspaper.
So I know.
People they complain. Say the thing too much.
See.
So waiting how people go stop this government, all these government people from wasting the money for the people.
I don't know how to do it.
If they call you now and say make we do something, you go do something.
Yes. Then call me. Yes, I will go.
You go.
Yes.
Did you vote in the last election?
I know vote.
Okay, but you did Lagos at that
Yes,
time.
I did Lagos.
Okay, why you no vote?
I no vote.
You no get hope,
Yes.
trust
I
for
no
the
get
process.
hope. Yes.
Yeah, for the process.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So
I no get hope.
wow. So this year POS, how do you think they work? How are you making enough to take care of your family?
Yes, no, they're making small money.
Small money to
Yes.
take care of your family.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Right. Welcome back. We've been having a conversation with Kayode, who is joining us from the UK. Kayode, thank you so much for standing by. And for those who are watching at home, we are going to bring you in so that you can have a conversation with him in a few minutes. But let me just touch on a few more. The situation in Ondo State.
Yeah.
What's going on? Where is the governor?
You see, Rudolph, it's such an embarrassment. You know, I'm from Ondo State, and it's quite a shame that first, you know, like I always start, Governor Kayode is human. You know, he can fall ill. We can all fall sick. We're not made out of machine. You know, we don't even know if we are going to be alive tomorrow. That's how mysterious the life of a human is. Like you own today, but you don't own the next day is a gift from God. That is my belief. But when you are elected into public office, you become a public property. You obey the rules. The governor has been out of the state for 9 months. So what I'm saying to you is that in my state, we've not had the governor step his foot on Ondo State since January, February, March, April, since May. So almost 9 months now. So it's unlikely he's going to spend Christmas in Ondo State. So we've had a ghost government for literally the most part of this year. That is one. Secondly, Ondo State has not had a representative in the Federal Executive Council. Not the governor or his deputy has attended any FEC meeting at the federal level. Thirdly, the State Executive Council has not met for at least 6 months. So what you now have is you have a cabal in government, including the son. The son of the governor is a member of the cabinet. You know, when he became governor, he appointed his son, Babajide, as a member of the cabinet. It's a very strategic appointment where the son supervises all commissioners, you know, and everything that goes on in the state. So you have a situation where the state has not seen or heard from the governor in more than 8 months, and they carry files. Since he came back from Germany, they take files to Ibadan, quote and unquote, and they come back and say the governor has approved this and that. So it means money is being spent in the state. purportedly signed by the governor, but we've not heard or seen the governor. You know, it's not just, it doesn't just end there. You now have a situation where the state in itself is on a standstill. Nothing is going on in Ondo State as we speak. The only thing going on is salaries are being paid, no development, no structures. Forget whatever whatever coherent interviews my very good friend Bamidele as Commissioner of Information comes to speak on Arise and Channels TV. The fact is, I know that our conscience will tell her that what is going on in our state is unacceptable, because these are not the things we accepted of Yaradua. You know, the governor itself did not accept it when Yaradua's and the cabal sort of kept Nigeria in limbo, you know, and refused to hand over to Goodluck Jonathan. We all went on the street, you know, so it's quite unfortunate that we have a state in the country where things have gone really bad, where a few cabal in government, you know, are purportedly claiming that we are being governed through proxy by DHL, you know. So it's quite unfortunate, and it's a gross violation of the constitution of the country, because it's clear in the case where the governor is unavailable, you hand over to your deputy as acting governor. The state of assembly should do that, but unfortunately the state assembly members, most of the members of the assembly, are loyal to the governor, and they are benefiting from this unusual practice of governance, you know, where you have a situation where they will tell you the governor has made a decision, but there is no clear-cut way to verify that this is made by the governor.
Is it that there is no hospital in Ondo State where he could stay? Why is he in Ibadan? Oh, we lost Kayode. So when he comes back.
Yes, sorry, you lost me for a minute. I went to change my.
Okay.
I want to change my.
Okay, I was saying, why is he in Ibadan? Why is it not Ondo? Is that there is no hospital in Ondo or no?
So let me put it in context. So the governor left for Germany to go and take care of his health. And when he came back from Germany, where so there was this outcry, you know, when he went to Germany, some silly people, and I put silly or quote and unquote, were started carrying rumor that the governor is incapacitated, he can't walk, he can't talk. And I think that put a lot of pressure on his family members and himself. So they flew him back to Nigeria, and that he was okay. So, but instead of returning to Akure, he ended up in his private house in Ibadan, Oyo State. And since he got into Ibadan, Oyo State, no one has seen him. You know, when I say no one, I mean, we've not seen him on TV, on radio. He's not said anything. So since he returned, the argument of, I'm going to quote the Commissioner for Information now, a very good friend. And what she said is that the governor does not have a suitable place for him to stay in Akure, you know, to take care of his health. So the most conducive place is his private residence in Ibadan, you know. So fair enough. He chose to stay in Ibadan to take care of his health. That's fine. But Ibadan, Nigeria is a federal state. Ondo State is not a fiefdom of Oyo State. You know, it's not acceptable that the state should be governed from Oyo State, you know, particularly when the person you claim is governing the state cannot be seen, you know. So that's what has happened since he returned from Germany. He's not stepped foot on Oyo State. I would not want to go into all the rumors in the state where people are claiming it's for diabolical reasons. It's been told that if he comes to Akure, things are going to happen. But the fact of the matter is he has not returned to Ondo State. Remember, if you know the map of Nigeria very well, Oyo State is not even the neighboring state to Ondo State. There is a state between Ondo and Oyo State, you know, Osun. So you would think, okay, we'll go to the nearest, but the man is in Oyo State, and we're saying it is unacceptable that he needs to come back to recuperate in the state. Okay, if he chooses to now stay in Oyo State, you cannot be governing the state from Oyo. And mind you, there's no official policy in Ondo State that remote control, remote working, that working from home is an official policy of the state. Because if the governor can choose to be working from home from Oyo State, then all the civil servants can choose to be working from home from wherever they stay. You know, anybody can decide to just work from home, but this is unacceptable. But Rudolph, the most annoying part of this is how we're being ridiculed by this the current people that form the government in Ondo State, where they know what the right thing to do, which is to hand over to the deputy governor. No, they carry themselves to the king in Abuja, the president of the country, to come and interfere, to come and, you know, we would say, okay, maybe because they are members of the same political parties, and considering the democratic antecedents of Tinubu, when they got to him, he will say to them, go and respect the constitution of the country. No, he did not do that. He told them, go and maintain the status quo. That is that Akeredolu should continue to govern the country, the state as a ghost from Oyo State, you know, and the deputy should just remain deputy, which is unacceptable. And I'm quite glad that a lot of people are speaking out more in Ondo State. There was a statement by myself and other people about this issue saying that the right thing must be, and we're not giving up on it. You know, they cannot take the state for granted. And the unfortunate thing is that, imagine if this were to be a northern governor, or if this were to be a governor from the southeastern part of Nigeria. The Southwest Yoruba media and the Southwest focused social activists would have been copying United Nations, you know, Joe Biden. There would have been daily protests. But because Akeredolu is one of us, quote and unquote, you know, he can break the law. And this is a governor who had rightly called out Yaradua when he was NBA president, that there is no need to violate the constitution of the country. You know, power is given by the people and by God, you know, and if you don't have the capacity, we are not saying that you should come and start lifting weight, you know, in Ondo State, but it is clear that something is definitely wrong with the governor. He should just take care of himself, you know, and let the state move on. There's a tribal, unfortunately, there's a political angle to it, which I don't want to get involved because I'm not a member of their political party. I don't care who, I don't know the deputy. It was Akeredolu in his wisdom who chose this deputy. You know, this is the second deputy he's going to have. You remember he sacked the first one, you know, and if your second deputy, you don't have the confidence to hand over power to, there's something wrong with your own judgment, you know. My take is, I'm from Akoko, you know, and I feel really embarrassed that the main reason that I'm hearing why they don't want to hand over to this guy is because he's from Arugbo Ijo Ilaje area. You know, it's just that tendency that a minority cannot get into seat of governance, because they think if he gets into the seat of governance, he will get the exposure. And, you know, election is coming up in, I think, less than 2 years' time, and he will be in a flying position to run as governor of the state.
Now, you know, I also schooled in Akure, so I have interest in what's going on in Ondo State. And our friend Showere also is from Ondo State.
Yes.
Now, there's a video of him speaking last week, I believe. I've been looking for it. I can't find it, but I saw it, where he said essentially that Nigeria cannot be reformed. What is going on with Showere and where he is now in his quest to change Nigeria? And do you think it's where most people are going to?
Well, I think Showere is, you know, Showere has been very consistent about his methods, you know, and some of the methods I agree with, some I fundamentally disagree with, but you cannot deny his inbuilt yearning for change in the country. It's fire, you know, that Nigeria needs to be a better country. You know, if he's saying that Nigeria cannot be reformed, I don't think he's isolated in that opinion. King Igbe, the Labour Party senator from FCT, you know, the FCT senator Ireti King Igbe, who was so firebrand during the election campaign, we're going to change, you know, just said it yesterday or day before yesterday that Tinubu, he can't find Nigeria is difficult to change. That he now says that even Tinubu cannot change Nigeria. That she's saying Nigeria cannot be reformed. And I think there's a lot of agreement going on among people that Nigeria cannot be reformed. There is need to quote and unquote a revolution. And this is where I disagree with a lot of people. I think my disagreement is not at the idea of revolution, but the question is when I ask them, what kind of revolution? I never get answers. I mean, what define the revolution? I don't get. And once you cannot give me a clear-cut answer, what rings in my mind is the showrest of this world who were in Syria, the showrest of this world who were in Iraq, in Libya, who were calling for a revolutionary change without defining the kind, the outcome of that revolution. History teaches me that now people are calling for Gaddafi would have been better to be in government. People are saying, what's his name? The one in Iraq, Saddam.
So
the same thing in Syria, that Assad, maybe we should have left Assad because Syria is worse from where it was, before the revolution. So, but if you give me a clear example of how you're going to achieve that revolution, what that revolution is, who takes over power, you have to give me that practical example. Then I'll say it's okay. You know what? Let's go there. How we're going to achieve that revolution. Burkina Faso, do you hear what's happening in Burkina Faso? Journalists who were calling for revolution, but now critical of the government, they are being given arms to go to the forefront. They are being forced to go to the war front to fight for the country, So the question is always beware of. I've learned so much. I've been involved in this kind of things. I've learned so much from the politics of other places and the kind of violent crisis that happens when revolutions are not clearly defined. Again, I should also warn that I have also seen a lot of activists go into government, and I've seen the outcome between their words and their actions. An example is an Akeredolu that we're talking about today. They are compare the Akeredolu, the activists, to Akeredolu, who now sits on power and not wanting to respect the constitution of the country. So I pray and hope that Nigeria will reform slow and steady in a non-violent manner. So I think Showore will be in the best position to answer where he is at now. But I consistently support his activism in terms of Nigeria needs the Showores, to constantly speak truth to power, even when you might disagree with their methods or where they want the country to be in terms of how do we need to achieve good governance. But that is not to say that we do not agree on what they are pointing out has been wrong with the country.
We're going to get our people in, but let me give you two more questions about influencers, public people we know in public, people like JJ Omojua. Do you know him?
Yes, I know Omojua.
Yeah, there's I think a post where I think he was leaving the country. Yeah. I don't know whether he was leaving for good or not, but people were essentially making fun of him. And there is Reno Omokri, who has 2-something million people following him. And the transformation we're seeing in his approach to his commentary. And of course, Rufai Oseni. So let me start with Omojua. What do you know about him, and where is he now with this?
I think people misunderstand him. Omojua has made it clear. Omojua came into national limelight during, I think, Occupy Nigeria. And if you remember, I was still contributing to Sahara Reporters then. I think I was the one that first had an interview with him in Abuja. If people look at that video and look at the Omojua, they will think it's not the same person, And I remember asking him then, I said, come. And he made it clear. He said, I am not an activist. He has never claimed to be an activist. He was just a guy who believed in the cause back then, joined the cause, and from my perspective, he went into business, So I don't think you can judge Omojua. You can use activism as a matter to just try and, judge Omojua. So I think as a young man, he has done well for himself.
Hold on, what does that mean? Done well for himself.
He's done well for himself in the sense that he's been able to establish a firm where he's an employer of labor, compared to somebody you just saw way back. He's an employer of labor. He doesn't, if he supports somebody, he say, this is where I stand, consistently. And I saw the tweet. It was being sarcastic. It wasn't like he relocated to England. He was being sarcastic. He came here, then went back. I didn't see him when he came here. I've not spoken to him, on that level. He just, on Twitter, that generation, they tease themselves a lot, There's a back and forth teasing, particularly when positions change. Maybe if you had consistently you have been supporting a certain political ideology or platform, and you suddenly shift, they tease themselves, really. But I don't think Omojoa would want to be described as, he's constantly said he's not an activist, that he's just somebody who intervenes on issues. The next person you mentioned was
Reno Mockery.
Oh my God. I'm a firm believer that people can, how do you put it? You are allowed to change your positions. It might be benefit of doubt. You can say, what, I used to support this person, but based on insight, I have decided I'm not supporting this person. But personally, I don't take Reno seriously. I think Reno, even when Reno tweets things that I agree with, I feel uncomfortable that I have to agree with someone like Reno because Reno has been consistently toxic, and
when you say that, what do you mean? When you say toxic, what do you mean?
I mean, when people don't want to be held accountable for their own deeds, for their own actions, you hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello, the best way you want to achieve things is to gaslight others. So I would not take Reno. I don't let me put it this way. I'm not in his mind. I will not judge that he has not. The reason why he has changed is because he now feels this is the way he's metamorphosed into something else. But personally, I usually will not take Reno serious. So, for example, if Reno tweets something about me now in a positive light, I'll never touch it. Because I would always believe there's an agenda. There's always an agenda for 3-4 years' time. There's always an agenda for 5, 6, 7 years' time. So Reno doesn't just give an opinion for the sake of opinion. That's how I feel. You said the other person was Rufai.
Rufai Oseni. What do you think about his work?
So we would look at it in two ways. First, I think is needed. I think when I see a lot of people within the APC sort of always come out and bash what's it called, Rufai Oseni, I just laugh because I just say to myself, look, you continuously speak about this guy and you continuously go to appear in his program. If I feel this guy is doing something wrong, I wouldn't just go on his platform. I don't agree with his method of interviews where he's quite combative with his guests, sort of at some point get to the point of undermining them and being. There's a difference between fact-checking people, right, and deliberately getting into sparring conversation and undermining them, belittling them, But majority of the time when you watch the guy, is not further from the truth when he's holding you to account. I don't think people should get angry if he says, I don't believe in what this person is saying. But I think he just needs to cut down on the amount of time in which he undermines guests, sort of belittles them, gets to the personal level where they become extremely uncomfortable on the show. Journalism, the best journalists are the journalists who can tell people to go to hell and they would look forward to the journey. If you get what I mean. So I don't oppose the core of his wanting to hold people to account, but I principally do not really like that method of journalism. I think it can be done. You can hold people to account better, and it becomes less about your person. It becomes about the issue you're trying to highlight. For example, week after week, what trends is Rufai? Every week, what trends is Rufai? It is not the issue Rufai is trying to raise. So if every week the trend is about your person and not about, oh, this man has stolen 400 million, it's not the issue. If you compare it to the UK, to Sky TV, K Bonnet and everything, every time they hold somebody to account, you see that it is that person that is trend. It is the issue, immigration, lack of accountability. The issue becomes the form. But in Nigeria, where the journalist becomes the story.
Is it his fault that people more or less, I think, is it not about the subject he decided to pick on and how he picked on it? Or is it that, is it his fault that he's the one trending, not the subject?
No, I'm not blaming him, but I'm saying that when you look at the conversation, yeah, it takes part of the responsibility. The conversation is not about the subject. It mainly is not always about the subject he raises. It's about he himself, about his style of conversation. It's quite polarizing. People are free to be on opposite sets of conversations. But if you compare it to a lot of, say, for example, other journalists, it will be about the issues. The headline will be about this person has held this to account on this particular issue. So there a lot will need to be done, in terms of focusing on those issues so that you become less of the story, and the conversation you're trying to highlight becomes the story in itself.
All right, one last question before we get our people in. We've been talking about the destruction of houses in Lagos and other parts of the country in the last 2 weeks. I want to know if there is anything missing in the conversation you've seen so far that people had. And is there any way it could have been done better so that these side conversations about the issue wouldn't have been part of it?
Yeah, I think, and I guess you want us to focus more on Lagos. And I want to use Lagos as an example. The current Commissioner for Environment in Lagos, I think, is doing a very brilliant job, of identifying those properties that are built on canals. If you see the flooding situation in Lagos, it's terrible. And Lagos is so unplanned, it's so reckless. I grew up in Agege and then in Ikeja. A lot of the public parks have been converted into homes, and I think it's trying to correct that. And I don't think it's going to see result of that in the next 10 years. It will take consistent removal of structures that are blocking canals. It will take consistent 20 years to right that wrong. That is on one part. But I don't think you need to blame the people building. There's a system failure. How come you are a government and you close your eyes for people to build, and you wait for them to build and you say, yeah, I've been serving them notice, they are not complying, and it moved from the foundation to the next stage and a mansion is in place. So I think people should be paying the price. We should be hearing from the Lagos state government that people are being sacked for not doing their job very well. That will balance the so-called feeling of insensitivity. I think it can be better done. And I think Lagos in itself has not given an opportunity for people to expand. Lagos is expanding towards the sea. Only the private sector is taking care of expanding towards Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, those areas. There's nothing wrong in the government in itself sort of opening up the inner cities. Like there's a city in the UK called Milton Keynes. It was built from just forest. Government opening it up, letting people buy lands, easing people's access to be able to buy properties, buy land and build in the country. So I think the government should also take responsibility for some of the misgivings in terms of the exercise that is happening in Lagos. And I don't believe that this is targeted at an ethnic group. I think it is just clear that this commissioner is doing the job that should have been done many years ago. And if anybody has any documents to prove that they are being targeted, I mean, the courts are there. I've not seen on social media anybody comes with a document to say, look, I got permission to build on this canal. So I think we're just used to anyhowness in our country. And this exercise should have been commenced many years ago, but the government should take responsibility for its own actions, really, in terms of, they are the one who took over Morocco, and they told us the reason they are taking over Morocco was because they just wanted this everywhere to be free. And look at Morocco today. The same government ended up giving multi-billionaires the authority to build mansions and estates on Morocco. The same thing with Banana Island and what have you. So it cannot be one rule for some and then another rule for the other people. It creates suspicion, really.
Kayode, for staying, and let's invite our audience, people who are in the studio. If you want to join us, please turn on your camera. I see people whose cameras are off, and we're not going to let you in until your camera is on. And let's go to you, Ikolola. You are the first question for Kayode.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Kayode. Good evening, Dr. Damages, and good evening
Good evening, sir.
The other panelists. I really didn't have a question because I didn't start with you at the early stages of this interview. Yeah, but I had a conversation with two other persons sometime, and this came to, one said that it just shows that all the problems we are having just shows that Nigerians can't govern themselves. Based on, there was a regular saying that blacks cannot govern themselves. Now, the other one said, no, it's not that. It's not that Nigerians cannot govern themselves, because the first one's argument was, no matter how they divide, they're still going to have that problem because they can't govern themselves. Then the other one said, no, it's not that they cannot govern themselves. It's just that at this moment in time, Nigerians have leaders who are basically retired, And what was his argument? I related to his argument. He said, look at it properly. For an average Nigerian politician, look at a politician in the Netherlands, look at a politician in Germany, look at the politician in the UK, look at the politician in China, and look at the politician in France. In terms of money in the bank, you cannot compare what an average Nigerian has in his bank account to these people. In other words, the Nigerian average politician is well richer. But compare quality of life. You have just mentioned that the Ogun State governor had to go all the way to Germany to get a treatment. The same thing Buhari did. He came to London. The other one who is there now was in France. These people took their time to work on. And now the average Nigerian politician bought himself a SUV. And he was asked, why are you wasting people's money buying SUVs? He said, because the roads are bad. So I'm actually being governed by retards, or just that we cannot actually govern ourselves. Because no matter what, and you pointed out another thing, which is something you see even in every individual, which happened something yesterday. We come, we see something is wrong. We say this thing is wrong. Everybody has said it is wrong. But the funny side of it is that the actual person who comes and says it is wrong also falls that wrong. He even actually joins in establishing that wrong. So it's a very funny situation. So my question is, are we actually, can we really govern ourselves? Because you've also said that it cannot be reformed anymore. So can we govern ourselves? or we are just at this meantime being governed by Peter.
All right, thank you, Kolola. Let me. They say a something I'm showing. I saw that and I found that funny. That you're looking at two pictures. I think the Prime Minister of Netherlands going to work, and the President of Nigeria, and the one on the left, the Prime Minister. They are the people who are that are lending money to Nigeria, while we borrowing money and living expensive lifestyle. Anyway, Kayode, so the question from Ecolola, I want you to maybe take on it and also talk about the size of governance, our governments, this presidential system, and why must we run it the way we're running it? Yeah, take it from
Yeah, I think. Thanks, Mr. Ekolala. I don't think Black people cannot govern themselves. I think we have the ability and the capacity to govern ourselves. And I think Nigerians, this is a country where if we have professionals that have done very well across the globe, there's a Nigerian who is an official of government in the UK, in Canada, and they do very well across the globe, and they do quite well. But it's just that when it gets back to Nigeria, things doesn't seem to work. So the answer to that question is it's not just the leader, it's the system and the people, because these leaders did not come from space. They came from amongst the people. It is the system that says a senator or a governor, when the governor is going after 4 years, it can go with all the vehicles that was bought 4 years ago, and you have to buy another set of 4 vehicles. Senators, we will buy jeeps for them, and once they leave office, we have to buy another. The procurement regulation permits that. So officially, we are permitting corruption. Where public expenditure, the chief executive of a public corporation is expected to go with all the furnitures. Is it in Abia State that the governor met government office and there's just one single desk for him? He had to start governing from his house because the previous governor and the officials had gone away with. So there are no consequences for punishment for actions against the people. So if the system permits, people will take human beings. If the system permits a situation where they can take advantage of majority of the people, but what we need to ask ourselves: how do we reform? How do we tighten the laws in such a way that people will not get away? So, for example, make being a senator unattractive. If you have to go to the Senate as a part-time senator or the National Assembly on a part-time basis, not a lot of people will be killing themselves to become senators. If the governor of a state gets fewer allowances, does not get all the paraphernalia, or the president, fewer people, or if the president does not become so powerful, it will not matter whichever region. You see, people will not be attracted to becoming president or elected officials. So the reason why people want to go into elective, because the highest employer of labor now, technically in the country, is politics. It's the only industry that you go in and you recoup your money once you get into government. It's a system failure, and the people make the system, and the people is not just the leaders, it's the follower. They are the followers. There are some of the things I see amongst our own people. There are some, let me put it this way. There are some friends I have, and they are very loud on social media about how bad Nigeria is, But when they come to the UK, and I've not seen, it's rare for me to see 50-pound notes, to see 50-pound notes, and the bundle of 50 pounds notes and the way they spend 50 pounds, and I'm like, man, you're a public official, and Nigeria is bad, and you're in public office and you're able to get access to this kind of resources. These are resources that should be providing that could have made Nigeria better. So it's not just the man that is president or the man that is government, that is governor. It's also us as a people, So I think it's a collective responsibility. But I agree that if we have leaders who are visionary, who are exemplary, people will follow the examples of those leaders. Like nobody is going to listen to Tinubu now. When Tinubu is flying out every minute of the day, his children are using private jets, his officials, they are displaying ransom wealth, as if the money is bottomless. Nobody's going to listen. But if the leader leads by example, then I agree with you. The follower are probably going to say, you know what, I need to behave like this leader.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Olumide. Olumide, you're next.
Thank you, Rudolph. My regards to everybody else on the panel. Ẹ káàsán Ẹ̀gbọ́n Kayode Ogundamisi.
Ẹ káàsán sir.
Ẹ kú iṣẹ́ ìlú wa náà.
Àwa ni.
Let me say it in English so that people don't think that exactly. I'm giving you orijo.
Before you think you are selling people. Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. How is everything, sir? And thank you for your work and all of your commentaries. But I just want to. I have a couple of issues that I kind of noted down when you were speaking.
Yeah.
And I don't think, because of the timing, I don't think I'll be able to run through all 7 points. But one thing I kind of grasped, some of the things I kind of grasped from what you said was that that government makes that maybe the reason why we're in the situation we are today in Nigeria is that the people who govern Nigeria, the executive, they make majority of their decisions are uninformed. And uninformed decision-making process due to lack of relying on institutions that should be independent of one another and are totally collapsed, or they are kowtowed towards working for or being a yes man to the government of the day. And also, you raise issues about fundamental issues about the Lagos economy. People thinking that maybe the ideology that he brought into Lagos, it will kind of reflect it all over the federation. But I mean, for some of us, we kind of we have the belief that we didn't think that it did anything special in Lagos, as a matter of fact. Especially, you said it yourself that some of the programs they were kind of executing were elitist programs.
Yeah.
And it didn't involve the middle income people or the lower income people, because they are the people who pay majority of the taxes anyway.
Yeah.
So how has it bettered their life? And if we look at if people assume that Lagos did very well and they wanted that to reflect in some of the other states or all over the country, for instance, when APC, if they had that progressive ideology, when they won some of the western states, southwest states, he seconded some of his lieutenants to be governor, Aregbesola in Osun and in Ogun State. But today, we know that they really had no fundamental ideology to develop any economy. Aregbesola basically ran Osun State into bankruptcy. And today in Ogun State, we see what the governor is doing. So these people don't have any progressive ideology. They don't have anything for the people. So I don't think he has anything for Nigeria at large. And then lastly, where I kind of disagree with you, or even if you were reading the comments, I don't know if you're following the comments on the board, that some people think that you kind of have a bias or you're tilted towards APC, or you're giving excuses for the government of the day. I don't want to believe your comment. I mean, I believe you're an unbiased writer, and your comments are supposed to be unbiased and just give critical comments or the day to government to kind of use and keep touch with the people. But if we look at the last election, you said, quoting you, that the opposition parties should probably have aligned, but splitting Obi and Atiku splitting and not aligning kind of gifted Tinubu the presidency. That is one. And then you said we really don't have any opposition in Nigeria today. So I kind of disagree with you in those two respects. And I want to see if you would see reason with me as I make this point now, or you probably want to kind of reframe what you really meant, in the sense that the people did all they could do. the opposition did all they could do. They picked PBCs. The people organized themselves. They voted. They were there to making sure the election counted on that day. But at the end of the day, it was the institution of government that failed them. INEC. The law enforcement agencies that should be keeping an eye and making sure that rules were followed didn't do that. They were tacitly giving support to the government of the day. So in that regard, I tend to disagree with you that the opposition, perhaps if they had allowed a free and fair election that everybody would agree to, maybe Tinubu would not have been president. So what do you think in that regard?
All right.
Yeah. Okay. So, there's I've learned to be quite pragmatic when it comes to the politics of Nigeria. So Nigeria is not where we have the American electoral process or the British electoral process, where the numbers usually count. We might pretend, but the reality is politicians win majority of the time at their area of strength. And you can look at every election in the country, that is what would happen 80% of the time. So an alliance, you cannot take away the regional, the sectional, and the primordial sentiments that goes with election. And I'll break it down. So for example, an alliance between a strong candidate from southeastern Nigeria and a strong candidate from the core north, right, would sort of tilt that election against an alliance between Tinubu as a candidate from the southwest and somebody from Borno State. You have to first take that into consideration in our electoral process. Well, I also agree with you that the election was not perfect. When I say it's not perfect, there are quite clear violations from across, particularly in the southern part of the country. But then you ask yourself, in the southeastern part of the country, Peter Obi won almost 90% of the votes in most parts of the 5 southern states. So his area of strength, he won, So if you admit that that election in the southeastern part of the country where he won almost 99% is free and fair, how do you now not want to accept the efficacy of elections in other parts of the area, in other parts of the country? And if you look at the numbers too, the numbers, whether allocated or the genuine numbers between those two candidates, the facts are there. It speaks so, the facts are so clear for us that if there had been an alliance between Atiku and Peter Obi, particularly that mass movement of the labor movement, the young people, they just needed that vote from certain parts of our country, which is the north, to be able to get the 25% across, the country, and then to be able to get that, what was it called, the majority numbers that you needed to become the president of the country. So we might not want to acknowledge it. Those things really matter. Now, going forward, when I say that the opposition needs to work, going forward, we don't have a country where we can't deny the fact that in certain parts of the country, it is what the Imam says on Friday. It is what the local political leader says that people vote in those parts of the country. But in certain parts of the country, you can have, like in the Southwest, we are very split. We don't usually vote en masse for a candidate, except in certain elections. You can have within a Yoruba family, somebody will vote for Peter Obi, another person will vote for Tinubu, another person will vote for Atiku, or the same thing. But in certain region of our country, votes are made in terms of primordial sentiments, regional interest. If you recognize that as an opposition and going forward in future election, you start building alliances. That is the only way you'll be able to defeat an incumbent.
I agree with what you said, but people like us, if we want to believe what political scientists in Nigeria are saying, or um, people who write write commentaries on issues, and we want to believe those analyses. See, we have been told stories so many times since 1960. We were told that the numbers are largely in the north, and we know from evidence that some of these things are not true. We have been told that this is that. There was a pattern. For the first time, that technology was developed by Nigerians within INEC, we heard. There was a pattern that was going on when the results were being given. They released the result from the eastern part, but like the results showed in the eastern part, they should have allowed the divas and the IF to give us the real results from other parts so that we can factually conclude that this is the way the votes went. But now that they shut it down, all of these analysis that we're giving, I mean, most of us will not believe. People like us who are supposed to be unbiased, regardless of ethnic affiliation or religious affiliation, will say this analysis that you're giving does not hold water because we don't have the real results.
Well, I'm not here to validate or to litigate the election. I can only speak on facts of numbers and electoral experience in the country. You might admit it or you might not admit it, but politicians themselves, acknowledge the realities of the issues I've just highlighted, that you need to penetrate certain segments of the country. You need those numbers. I don't know how you're going to achieve that. But until we are able, let me use as an example. It doesn't mean I'm supporting Peter Obi, give you an example that until there's that effort from that movement to make his election, for example, Peter Obi does not need to campaign anymore in Southeast Nigeria. If there's an election tomorrow and he's a presidential candidate, he would win the Southeast hands down. He would largely win the South hands down. He would compete very well in the Southwest, But whether you admit it or you don't admit it, it needs to penetrate the Northwest, it needs to penetrate it needs to get numbers. So right now, it needs to start building coalition. You might disagree with it, that's fine, but it needs those numbers. And look, this attitude and this belief that elections are won because we want a change, and yes, we hate this, and these people are the enemy. That's not the way elections are won. You need the votes of that person you do not like and you do not agree with. You need the vote of that person.
No, essentially what I'm saying is, how can we allow that one man vote to count and reflect accurately? Like, nobody
agree on that. We agree on that. Look, I'm not disagreeing with you that there's a need that every vote should count, but my role is also to open your eyes to some of the primordial things that also affect election, not just in Nigeria,
But the majority of us believe that Obi did all that work. He reached out to every divide of the society.
Well, I respectfully disagree with that opinion. You're entitled to that sentiment.
If we have chance, you come back, Olumide. Okay, let's get to other people. Kayode, before I go to Prince, Master Prince, there's a question on the comment section. Says, what was your reason for supporting Buhari, even when people were crying that he was going in the wrong direction? I know that we didn't touch on that. We did that in the last interview we had with you in February about your time with Buhari, but maybe you can touch on this before we go on to the next question.
Well, Buhari is resting in Daura now. He's a former president, and people who know me know I've been supporting Buhari right from the ANPP days, and I was very fundamental in forming the CPC. I fundamentally did not support the first attempt at alliance with ACN, which failed, thankfully. And I strongly believed that Buhari, based on his antecedents and particularly is when he was president of the country with Idi Agbon, I just strongly believe that he had answers to the challenges facing Nigeria, which to me were quite fundamental. Corruption is number one on it, the lack of patriotism, the mainly disregard for our laws of the land. So you can support someone to become president, but then you can also, when they become president, you can now evaluate their performance in office. So he became president, he's done his bit. There are areas where the government did well that I'm quite pleased about. There are quite a number of areas that I'm completely disappointed. And I said that in the last program, that in the areas of corruption, I was entirely disappointed. Infrastructure, I was pleasantly surprised, because I wasn't expecting that to happen. The economy, I was like 40 to 60, and I think having seen that government did not perform well to the best of how I expected it to perform, that sort of influenced my decision during this election, the coming election, that I was not going to support, vote for or support the current president. But like I did say, once somebody becomes the president of Nigeria, my role is no longer to just oppose them, it's also to highlight things that they are doing well, while I also point out things they've not done well. And people know that when Buhari was president, I spoke my mind, against the government when I deemed fit. I could oppose them openly, and I will support them when they've done quite well. So, and I'm not a performative analyst. I don't speak my mind for people to like what I say or not like what I say. It's just my own view about how I see the state of the country. Was I disappointed with the government? Yes, to a certain extent, but I would not, because now Buhari has left, I would now deny that I am proud of some of the things they did. There are some things I'm extremely proud. When I go to Lagos and I take that train from Lagos to Ibadan, I feel, oh my God, I didn't expect this to happen. The Dangote thing that we're talking about now, the fact that they provided that atmosphere and environment, but the fact that they provided amenities for our military. But there are some reforms that I thought should have taken place that did not happen. And of course, I'm disappointed in them. There are people who voted for Obama, and campaigned for Obama, and they were disappointed. It doesn't make them complicit in the actions of Obama's presidency, because they are not the president, So that is how it is, Rudolph. I have no regret from supporting that government. I stand by supporting them. I have regrets with their failures, and that's the reality when you take the decision to vote for people when they become president or elected officials.
All right, thank you, Kayode. Mazi Prince, Yanis.
Good morning, Dr. Rudolph, and good morning, Kayode. Good morning, other panelists. Before I, kind of get into the nitty-gritty of what we're talking about, Kayode, first, I am Mazi Prince by name, and first, I happened to study. I studied, math, statistics, computer science as a first degree. And in my second degree, I did psychology, where I am working in currently. If I may ask, are you in Nigeria or you are in the diaspora?
I'm in the diaspora, yeah.
Okay. If you don't mind me asking, is it in UK or in US?
I'm in the UK, yeah.
Okay. So that means you are privileged, or you have, you kind of like watch so many news stations like the BBC, like the CNN, like every other, Sky News and all that stuff, right?
Well, you don't have to be in the UK to have the privilege.
Watch
to
all those. Good.
Yes, so
No. Why I'm saying it is, it makes me understand that you will know more when we talk about the way people go on with their journalism. You understand? Because first, I am starting with what you said about Rufai. Now, the times that I've seen him interview most people from the APC, he had given them chance to explain or to come clean, kind of like speak on facts. But most times when they come, they have him as a target. They start speaking evil. You know, there is always a saying that says, take a message and not the messenger. You understand? If I'm passing a message to you right now, you taking my message, but not me as a person, because I probably am doing my job, but the message that I'm relaying to you is what you're supposed to take. And in that instance, I would say, if you look at the likes of Christian Amampo, if you look at the likes of Chris Paul, if you ever knew him when he was in MSNBC, if you know the likes of Sean Hannity, in as much as I don't watch Fox News, but you see that they all have dynamics to which they interview people. They go about their journalism. Am I right or wrong?
Well, I don't know the point you're trying to
So
let me, you know, you've asked me a question. You give me a chance to respond.
Good.
Let me
Good.
say I am first more qualified to speak about journalism because I hold a postgraduate degree in journalism, a diploma in journalism. I practice journalism, and none of those people you mentioned would see a guest and say to a guest, "You are lying." I don't think Rudolph would ever look at a guest and say to a guest, "You are lying," you know. So, and if you listen to what I said from the beginning, I said people who speak against Rufai should recognize the fact that he needs to hold people to account. I said that. I don't know whether you heard me quite well. That they need to recognize that he needs to hold his guests to account. But I said I completely disagree where it gets to the point where you denigrate your guests. It's against the ethics of journalism. No matter whether you are an Anity, you know, whether you are Christian Amampo, you know, I've never seen Christian Amampo has interviewed dictators, you know, interviewed Iranian president, interviewed Putin, you know, and would land that blow, you know, without making that get to the point where you personalize it. You know, that's my point. And it doesn't mean that I disagree. I mean, I made it clear I don't disagree with him holding people to account, but there's a point where I do not agree with the style of denigrating your guest. So, for example, you're right. You can tell your guests that you don't agree with the facts they have presented and that these are the facts available to you, you know, but you cannot say to your guests that you are this and that. That is the area that I disagree with Rufai. And I did say that it's also the choice of those people, whether APC or PDP. Anybody who does not feel comfortable with his program should not go to his program. I mean, Rudolph's show now, I know the characteristics of a lot of people who follow Rudolph. You know, quite a number of majority of Rudolph's followers will not agree with my take on Nigeria. You know, but it's my duty to put my point of view across to them. You know, I get interviews to platform. Everybody knows my position on IPOB and the quest for Biafra. But I get invited by the ICSN in UK to their platforms. I go there and say my mind. I'm sure that there are things that they would agree with me, that even though at that point they will not agree with me, okay, he's made a point there, you know, but I don't think that I've never been on that platform and somebody will say, you're stupid, you are mad. I'm not saying Rufai said somebody is stupid or mad, but I'm just saying that it needs to get to the point where it will respect his guests and question that fact without necessarily denigrating them. You know, and I'm not saying that Rufai is the guilty party. Some of the guests are also as guilty as he is, you know, because at the end of the day, we want to hear ourselves out. We don't want to just perform, you know, for tweets and likes. It doesn't resolve for the issues.
All right, thank you. Henry, Ernest.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Odo. Good evening, Mr. Kayode.
Good evening.
First of all, let me just round up. Let me just talk one word fast. Like Piers Morgan tells most of the guests you are lying. He says it most of the time. I saw it in TV here too. So when somebody, when you as a journalist, you present your your evidence and you're getting denying it, and you're telling me you're lying. Straightforward. We need to be straightforward when we what we're doing. We have this journalist ethics so-called in Nigeria. That's why the country is still backward today. If we have to stand for the speak for the truth, journalists are working like they work in the Western country, Nigeria could be a better place. Now, most of our leaders travel to Dubai. They go there to snap pictures. Why they could not have this, use this time they went there to spend to take pictures, to ask the government of that country, Saudi Arabia, how they are able to manage their electricity, their oil, their refinery. Why they could not go there to learn something? But it's just when we sit here, we say we're doing well. Nigerians are doing well outside the country. Fine, the system is corrupt. Fine, who's to change the system? We have a lot of sons who call themselves activists. But since Tinubu came in as a elect president, none of them came out to demonstrate about fuel scarcity, hunger. But during Jonathan time, Fanana came out. The Afro, the scriptwriter, they came out to protest. Why are they using indirectly tribalism? Because it's my tribal man, it's my elder, not to come out to protest against the hardship in Nigeria. The hardship Nigerians are facing these days, they never have it for many years. So now, have you one day think about it to apologize to Nigerians for supporting the corrupt system, the downgrades of Nigeria today, from Buhari, for supporting Buhari? Because you support Buhari. About 65,000 people wipe out during Buhari time. You supported him. Have you wanted to think about it to apologize to Nigeria for supporting Buhari? Because I never support Buhari.
All right. Thank you, Henry.
Let me just quickly respond to Henry. One of the beauty of democracy is that you don't tell people who make their democratic choice in an election to vote for a candidate or to support a candidate to apologize. We don't live in a dictatorial community where people would have to apologize for voting people, for electing people into government. You don't. You hold individuals account for their actions. If you find individuals in corrupt practices, they don't even need to apologize. They need to be subjected to the law and prosecuted. I think one of the things you also have to learn as an individual, and you have to accept as an individual, that people have democratic choices, in life, to vote for candidates in elections. And there are people who vote for candidates who regret voting for candidates. There are people who vote for candidates who do not regret to vote for candidates. It's their right. It's a democratic right, in a democracy. And that is why elections are held, and that is why when the next election comes, you mobilize to make sure that your candidate wins. You don't ask people to apologize. It's just like asking people to apologize for existing. Where you caution individuals is when they support the negative actions of the person they voted into government. Say, for example, if you can find evidence of me supporting a Buhari clamping down on the democratic rights of citizens, you can hold me to account on that. You can say, for example, Kayode, I saw you tweet in support of Buhari killing this person or that. Then those individual actions, you can hold me to account, but to tell me to apologize for enforcing my democratic right to an electoral process.
Yeah, but do you write something about it? About your faith? Do you write something about Buhari? Do you write something about for your mistake for supporting Buhari in the public? Do you write something like that in your Twitter handle?
You would have to. It is your duty to go on my Twitter page and
I will check that. I will go down
to check. But what I'm saying is that I do not. What I'm saying is that you should learn to understand that people have a democratic right and democratic choice, and their choices should not be. What should be questioned is their action, their individual actions in the form of that government. Were there particular actions of government that you supported that did not meet with the yearnings of and aspirations of Nigerians? You can take me on that and I would explain if you find that. But to tell me to apologize for supporting a candidate in an election, I mean, it's like giving up my democratic right of choice, And this is where I also say that it's part of the problem with the country where I say we must get to the point where you need the votes of people who would not usually vote for your candidates. So you need to be cutting those people if you really genuinely believe there's a need for a change of direction. You know, Buhari could never have become president if he had not aligned with what's it called, the coalition that they formed for him to become president. You know, and those are the things I'm talking about, that we need to get to the point where we need to recognize the need for alliances if we're going to deliver Nigeria.
Thank you. Thank you, Henry.
Sorry, give me 30 seconds, please. What are you going to say about Tinubu performance in these months now?
I think I've answered that question in this platform.
I didn't hear that.
Henry,
for the last 1.5 hours.
Yes. I know you didn't. Maybe you didn't join from the beginning. Let's go. Step. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Rudolph. Good morning, Kayode.
Good morning, sir. Morning, sir.
Yeah, you've done well. Some of the things you spoke about is to be good for us to understand that some of your statements are entirely your own opinion, which you are entitled to. Let me start with what you said on Rufai. I heard you. I'm also entitled to my own opinion. My own opinion is that Rufai speaks the mind of so many Nigerian youths or Nigerians that want things to change. And I can't fault him on any area. I'm not a journalist, but I watch most of his programs, and I know that there are some guests that doesn't agree with his opinion, or he doesn't agree with the opinion, and the interview ended up on a very good note. So most times the kind of guest that you get determines the outcome of the deliberation. Some of them are combatant from day one, so I don't think I'll fault him on any area. Then on your view on the last election is just somehow it's like an assumption that there was a free and fair election. So because I know that there wasn't anything like free and fair election in the February outing, so some of those your analyses, I really find some hole in them. I've witnessed some elections in Nigeria, and I know that most times those figures are located, and it's not far away from what happened in this last election. It's only one of the candidates is actually the person that the whole thing was skewed against the way Nigerian election is conducted, because he doesn't have any governor in any state that you could say, okay, he's going to rig an election for him and allocate figures to him. And for him to get the number of votes that he got really shows that there is more to that election than anybody can know, if you know the way election happens in Nigeria. I know that is not uncommon when they do voter allocation for them to allocate the third position to somebody that came first, and usually done on purpose. You know, it's just because when they do it, they will always refer to even the one that got third is making noise when the person that got second is not even talking, you know? So do you really think, with what you said, I heard your position on Soure's view about Nigeria, do you really think that it's possible for us to vote ourselves out of the mess in Nigeria today through the ballot? Because somebody like me don't think so. You've talked so much about coalition and building alliances, and that is actually part of the reason why Nigeria is where it is today. At the end of the day, when politicians enter into office through alliances and coalitions and whatever, just to make sure that all the thieves and criminals are the ones that bring them into power. At the end of the day, that brings us to the status quo, and things never change. And that is why when people say what they need is a revolution, it may have different meaning to different people, but I think the whole system needs to The whole system needs to be dismantled. We need to start afresh.
All right. Thank you, Steph. Kayode.
No, really, there's not, I think, let me get your name. Mr. Steve has made it clear he's entitled to his own opinion. I still stand by the pragmatic reality of elections in Nigeria. And he made the point, where there are people who do influence elections. It's not right. It's not wrong. It depends on where you are. You know that in your area of strength, you influence election, and we need to recognize that exists. And it will be good that we're making, and let's recognize that we're making progress. There were times where numbers are allocated, but now we have beavers. We should continue to improve our electoral process. But if you don't, if we are not at that stage where there's that mass movement that will just vote a candidate across the country. I'm not saying it's not going to happen, but we're not there yet. And that's why I insisted there's a need to continue to put in that hard work. You need the votes of people that.
But Mr. Kayode, I want to say that always existed in the past. The North always voted massively for a candidate of their choice. So it has always existed.
Olumide, okay, please, can you allow our guests to always finish, and then we can come back to you if we have time. So go ahead.
Yeah, no, I've noted the comment of Mr. Olumide. We can go to the other question.
Okay. All right. Ovie, you're next.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dameji. Good day to Mr. Kayode.
Good evening.
Yeah, I actually come on when I heard your response about revolution. You are in the position in which a lot of people out there also hold the kind of view that you have about revolution, which says what next? What kind of revolution? Who is going to be leader and all that? I don't know, as a public commentator, I don't know if you are familiar with a study called discipline called cliodynamics. I asked that because I think you are basing your response based on your study of revolutions across the world and all that. So if you really study that into it, you understand the study of cliodynamics, which made popular by a man called Peter Turchin, who wrote a book called End Time. He analyzed data from revolutions, and he ended up saying that when you have a society that has overproduction of the elite, what they mean by overproduction of the elite is a situation whereby you have too many elites, but there's no position for them to occupy, either in government or in private sector. A clerical example is me and you. We end up outside Nigeria because we don't fit into the system. There's nothing for us to do. So we fit into that overproduction of elites. Now, when we have that situation, then you have, with combination of immiseration of the public, of the people, when you have large majority of the people are suffering, you have no choice. You cannot control it. Soon as you have a fraction between that elite, it's bound to be revolution. We can't stop it. So I would rather challenge you, rather for me to criticize you, that with the knowledge that you have about revolution that are unsuccessful, I challenge you to start, instead of criticizing and standing on the fence regarding people who believe that revolution is going to happen, whether we like it or not, it's going to happen anyway. Why don't you use that, your talent, and what you need to start educating people where the direction we should go with our revolution, since we cannot avoid it. I mean, it's just a matter of time that people like me and you will stop running away from the country. Then we just have to face it. And that will lead to that revolution. So why not you put yourself in a position whereby, instead of asking that question, where is the revolution leading to, who is going to lead, and start educating people, especially the younger ones, because it's going to happen, either our lifetime or not. There's nothing we can do about it, especially the way you actually describe the way our elites are living, the way they are portraying our world. Just are very few people. So for how long? It is not going to continue that way forever. So revolution is going to happen, whether we like it or not. But it not depend on us for us to actually direct and lead, and actually teach people, so that we can be at the end of the revolution, we'll come out victoriously, rather than saying, how is it going to happen? Who is going to lead? This and that. Of course, we don't know it all. That's why we call it revolution, right? So, so why not use your position to educate people that say, come on, yeah, as I said, it's going to happen. Educate us to what we should avoid. What do you learn from studying the Arab Spring? Teach us. What do you learn from American Revolution? Teach us. What do you learn from the British Revolution? Teach us. Because as I said, it's going to happen. So,
all right, thank you, Obi. Kayode.
Yeah, thank you, Mazi. So I think you got me wrong. Look, I didn't say I oppose the idea of revolution, but I say I don't support what I don't know anything about. Like, what is a revolution? Revolution for me is when I go to that airport and I don't give bribe. The attitudinal change, you know, where I am employed, right, and I am not taking more than, you know, my brother is not a minister and I'm collecting contracts from him illegally. That's a revolutionary change. If I am not a partaker in the corrupt system, that's a revolution. You know, but the revolution you're defining, when I say I don't understand it, I mean, look, system change, system collapse, what next? Like, if I can get an answer, okay, we say revolution, we march on the street, right? If we march on the street...
No, sorry to interject. Yeah. But you did not take that route of revolution by rejecting contract, saying no to all these things. You decided to run away, just like me and you. Right? We cannot. What I'm saying is that I run away, you run away. The possibility that the next person is not going to run away is there, and he's going to stay and fight, and that's revolution.
Well, I think if you I don't mean to hype myself, but until people, like, if you can do 2% of my sacrifice to Nigeria, you know, I think you would understand where I'm coming from. And
I know you. That's why I'm telling you to educate us. Can I educate us? Because I know what you are doing. Educate us instead of opposing us.
Can I finish? So Mazi, look. And I'm probably one of the few people that don't like talking about what I have done in the past, because what I've done in the past is a duty for my country. It's a privilege, right? You are not the one with a mark on your back, right? From the military. You are not the one as a young boy who carried stuff on the street that could have blown himself up for the sake for people like you to be able to speak today. If you get what I'm saying. You have not the one who went into the bush, you know, for many years, you know, for things that today when I look back on, I just go, oh my God, I can't believe how I survived that. You know, you're not the one who look back and you've seen people like Bagauda, Kauto lose their lives. So it's a privilege. But I am also somebody who decides to learn from that history, that today I look at young men and women in our country who do not have the opportunity that I have, who were carried away by this revolution, let us change things. And what happened? They lost their lives. And the same people we want, that we wanted to change, are the one ruling the country up till today. You know, there are just so many things I can't lay out there in the open. But what I'm saying is that if you don't learn from the mistake, you know, the left, the Nigerian revolutionary left, you know, like, if you've not defined it for me, you know, define what next, right? If chaos is going to, look, we're already in a chaotic situation as it is now. But just imagine being in a situation where the people of Syria were after the Syrian revolution, quote and unquote, after the Libyan revolution, quote and unquote, after the South Sudan, in the case of South Sudan, where South Sudan had to get away and break away from Sudan, and what is happening in South Sudan now. So, like you said it rightly, until you demonstrate to me that you've learned from that and you put a roadmap in place, I am not going to get in a situation where I will be encouraging people and just buzzword revolutionary change without a defined roadmap on what that revolutionary change. So what I would encourage people is that in whatever position you find yourself in the country, do right by our people, do right for our country. You know, that is that is the area of disagreement. And and you said something. I've never condemned people who say they want a revolution. Good luck if you want revolution, but just make sure that you are out there to manage the consequences. But a revolution for me and reform, as far as I'm concerned, in terms of people doing good by themselves, doing good by the country, is the most important thing. And you made a question. You said something that I don't know about you running away, but I never ran away from my country. And I'll because this is a public record. So, for example, all through the military dictatorship, right? I stayed and fought on the streets. You know, you might disagree. I stayed and fought on the street, you know, and the records are there. All through military dictatorship, you know. I never left until after we had a civilian administration. And it's a personal choice. Migration is a personal choice. But I've never detached myself from my country. And you see, it takes a lot. There's no way, even you might leave Nigeria, you know, but if you don't, if you leave Nigeria physically, Nigeria never leaves you, unless if you are just somebody who is cold, who thinks, you know, I've left there, good luck to them, you know. So this issue of running away from the country, I think people should be respected for their personal decision wherever they want. And look, all the people that are gathered here today, quite a number of the people that are gathered here today are not living in Nigeria, but they are concerned about the future of the country because they have people in the country, they have family members, and they need to be committed to the country. So let us agree to disagree that until you define what that revolution is. I am not in a position to educate people on revolution, but to encourage people that there's a need for good governance and that there's a need for a change in the system, you know. And I expect that what people need to hold this current government to account for, they've not, which is the electoral promises.
All right, thank you, Omazi Obie. Kayode, before we go to the next person, put his CM, let me give you this question from the comment section. The current administration budgeted 200 million naira to feed animals in Aso Rock. Do they have zoo in Aso Rock? That's from EJ in Germany.
I think, EJ, you mean that's one of the things we've said about this government, that their spending has been really embarrassing to the country. It is uncalled for, not just the feeding of animal. We said it, you know, rebuilding or spending 5 billion naira, you know, on vice president's accommodation, saying that you want to spend 5 billion naira on the Dam Barracks in Lagos. The last time the Dam Barracks was used was during the military, during Babangida's administration. And we all, whether we disagree on other things, we have an area of agreement that this government has not demonstrated the paucity of fund that is eating our country. And a lot of this money they are spending are borrowed funds. It's not like the money is there, you know, it's like they are spending this money for their own lifestyle, and that should be condemned even by the supporters of the government.
All right, thank you. CM, you're next.
Okay. Good evening. Good evening, Rudolph. Good evening, Rudolph. I have listened to you probably from the beginning, but Kayode, please permit me to disagree with you on your analysis of what led to Tinubu becoming president. It's not because
please
of
go ahead,
sir. Yes, what happened was, maybe you are hearing, we hear it for the first time today. The IREV was switched off so that there will not be a real-time upload of the election results like it was done on the House of Senate and House of Reps. Remember, people were giving green, thumbprint, then you bring them. So this was what happened. Deliberately, those that worked for INEC, one of my cousins did, I don't know whether I'm coming out fine, they were told specifically that they should not upload presidential election. They weren't given the password. So all through the 36 states, presidential election result was not uploaded. That's why they have to manipulate.
All right, CM, we can hear you very well. I think your system is bad again. You're frozen.
That's why the we uploaded on IREC, INEF. That's why there was no result. So I'm sorry, maybe I'm not coming out clearly, but it's a shame. I don't know what is happening. So it is not a case of Tinubu. Maybe P2B did not penetrate the north. P2B did more than any other person. P2B won the result clear, just like Abiola did in 1990.
The network is bad.
All right, your network is bad, CM. Let's see the part of your question that Kayode got, and then
Michael, 1866, that they killed Saduana, and because of that, Igbo man cannot rule Nigeria. So we know all these things, but I know it may be history to you, but it's not your fault. So that's why I'm trying to put it down. It's not because Tinubu worked hard, not at all. Rather, they want to give it to a Southerner so that Tinubu will hold it in keep for the Fulani. After a number of years in the South, they will take it back. P2B won the result. The North voted for P2B, but they did not. They switched up the IRF such that the election will not be result will not be uploaded, and by so doing, they went behind and they manipulated the presidential election was uploaded. House of Reps and House of Senate, they were all uploaded. Now, the question I want to ask you is this: have you found time to go and visit your friend Adeyinka grandson in prison? Because of, you know Adeyinka grandson, you know what he stands for. Have you had time to go and visit Adeyinka grandson, who you wanted to recruit to help you to work for Buhari in 2015? He refused. Have you?
All right, thank you.
Narrative that
we're not making. We're
not, British Metropolitan Police saw it and then jailed him. So have you found time to go and visit him in prison? That is the question. If you haven't, tell us. If you have, or if you are planning to go, tell him one of Moibo is greeting him in prison. Adeyinka grandson. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, CM. Kayode.
Rudolph, you know one thing they say in life, like I'll say it in Yoruba. Yoruba, there's a proverb in Yoruba, only Yoruba salofun.
We don't understand Yoruba, please.
No,
you can't stop me from speaking my language. Don't worry, I'm going to interpret it, Yoruba salofun ogun, like oto, there's a way to tomafin, You see, the truth is sort of slow, it's marathon. You get what I'm saying? But falsehood, it's 100 meters dash. So, what's the name of the last speaker?
CM.
So, you see, it's this propaganda that has been very unhelpful to people in the opposition. And that is why it's always very counterproductive, where the best way to pass your message is to lie, sell untruth and whatever about the person. You might disagree with me, but Rudolph, I just want you to do something. Because you can share a screen. If you go on Google and put Kayode Ogundamisi report Adeyinka grandson, and just tell me what you might find there, and it's important, because I've been painted as this Igbo irredentist who sort of hates everything about Ndi Igbo. And I want to make it clear here, I am fundamentally against Biafra. But I have no problem with Biafra,
It's not Biafra. Biafra. That's wrong.
I would define both. I am fundamentally against Biafra, but I'm not against Biafra. And I define Biafra as people who take advantage of the genuine aspiration of the people of the Southeast and their right of self-determination for their own selfish interest. But Biafra as people who genuinely believe, in the agitation of the southeastern Nigeria and the need to secede. And people have a right to self-determination. I've continuously said that Nigeria, and I've written articles about it, But this attempt, this lie, this untruth that has been spread that Adeyinka grandson as sort of, I was the first person who highlighted Adeyinka's consistent propaganda in the UK and drew the attention of the British government. You know, I not only wrote a petition against, it was very painful that I wrote a petition against somebody who comes from my tribe. I recognized it was important to highlight his misdeeds to the British government. You know, so his road to being held accountable for his actions were due to my own action and actions of some other people in the society. So this attempt to try and say I'm in sight of court with Adeyinka is false. I don't know if Rudolph found anything.
Yeah,
you know?
I found it. I'm trying to put it up.
You know,
I wanted to mention that I actually said it on this program.
So the facts speaks for themselves, you know, and you can go to these are public documents. You can see my press releases are way back at that time. You can see quite a number of things. So let's just leave that aside, you know, that we can always disagree to agree. I highlighted the fact that I am in opposition to what is happening in Southeast Nigeria with regards to this issue of sit at home and the methods in which there is a need for to get Biafra. And I've always said it that anything that would lead to the point where there will be a complete breakdown of law and order, you know, in any part of the country, I would oppose it. I openly oppose it, you know, and there's no regret in those actions. And no matter what your views are, I think the people who are suffering from the breakdown of law and order are our Igbos brothers and sisters in southeastern Nigeria, and that is important that we get it right. I'm not opposed to the campaign, but the methods are the things I can do. Because, and I'm speaking historically, that there was a time we were in this situation in southwest Nigeria, and it would have led to a complete breakdown in law and order if we are not put a break to that method.
All right, thank you, Kayode. And let's go to John Abba. John Abba, welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Rudy, for having me, and thank you, Kayode, for coming on Dr. Rudy's show. You and Dr. Rudy have some similarity, calm and cool, but very determined, and I appreciate your determination and the work you do. I share your common philosophy of life, and I don't have so much question for you. I just come to say thank you for what you do, and the grace should be available to you and for you to carry on. You are one in a million of Nigerians, and very brave. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, John Abba. Pansat, Ernest.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Mr. Kayode Ogundamisi.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, Rudolph and fellow panelists, and greetings to everybody else who's listening via all devices. Mr. Kayode, I've followed your work when you were prominent on Sahara Reporters. I like to say that you're a colleague of Rudolph, who's ordinarily a gentleman, and he protects everybody, but especially those from Sahara Reporters.
Yeah.
Now, it's quite a delicate thing to figure you out. You've stated some things that you've done in the past to advance our country, and a lot of those are true. You worked hard on the ground years ago. But then there was a fork during the Buhari. It was stunning what you did there, your activity during the Buhari administration. There's no way that you can patch that up with adjectives. Like you have the right to have your own opinion. Yeah, but when you have an opinion, that opinion can be criticized. Yeah. You are not a saint. You're not a devil, but you're not a saint. Now, when you talked about the pride we should have with the Dangote refinery, you let me first ask you: do you know how much the Nigerian government invested in that refinery? Just give me a magnitude amount. That's all. Just because I'm not done with my question. Do you know how much was invested by the Buhari administration in that refinery? How much was it?
I don't have the figures, but I did say in my comment that people need to scrutinize the way the role of the central bank, in the establishment of that refinery. I don't know if you've joined us then. And I did say the way there have been controversies about the dollar to naira conversion and how advantage was given to Dangote. And I did mention about how we give undeserved monopoly to the few in our society at the detriment of the middle class and other competitors. So I'm not sure the point, but I don't have the figures about how whatever. I know that the government does have a percentage in the.
Okay, I believe you, but I have to tell you now. If I said it's $8 billion, you wouldn't dispute it right now because you don't know how much it is, right?
No, I don't know how much it is. Yeah.
So if I said $8 billion, you will accept it.
No, I would hear you out. Then I can always cross-check. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay, so let me just say that $8 billion is a lot of money for any country, even the United States.
Yeah,
it's a huge amount of money. It's probably like 1/3 of our budget for Nigeria for 230 million people. So there is no way somebody like yourself, an activist, somebody who knows everything pretty much.
Well, we lost him.
Yeah, we lost Pansa. We'll get back to him when he comes back. Let me ask you this, Kayode. You were talking about what you did in the past and how you transformed. It could be easy for someone to say that maybe when you were younger, you were for actions that would be like revolutionary in their nature, and now that you maybe because you are older, you are pulling back. Could it be a case where it's just a natural thing that happens? Or is it that somebody might say that you become part of the establishment? There was this story about the Rolling Stone. When they were young, they were against getting night shift and everything. But when they became old and they were given night shift, they said, they said, why are you accepting it now? They said, there is no establishment anymore. And the British media told them that they became the establishment, so they didn't see it anymore. Is it that you became maybe close to power or people in power that you find the younger people who are still talking about revolution and destroy everything and rebuild, that they are no longer you're cautious more than they are? And
Rudolph, it's these areas where I always find it difficult to talk about. First, as young people, our blood is quite hot, and that is why I say to people, when you see young people saying let's break down the system, don't condemn them. We were like that, But what I learned over time, right from my activism to self-determination activism up till now, is that beneficiaries of chaos always end up winning. And it's quite difficult. It's quite a very touchy topic for me because I've lost friends. Not just that I've lost friends. As Secretary General of the OPC, I buried young people. I physically had to go to homes and bury a lot of young people. And when you look at the dreams that were sold to those young people on the part of the leadership, right? And you see all the leaders survived. And you see those young people are not, and you see those leadership are back to where we started from. They are beneficiaries of the system. So when you see other people making those kind of mistakes, you say to them, hey, take a caution, be cautious. At the end of the day, these people will end up, winning. They would end up benefiting from the system, and you will pay for it. I don't want. I wish somebody, I'll mention the name, and people who were in the movement would understand. I wish somebody like, there's a person that was close to me, Tony. I wish he had the opportunity, of the insight that I have now. He would not have had his head cut off, put in a calabash, and presented to his parents. And he died thinking he was fighting a cause that would deliver Nigeria. So don't blame me if when I'm abroad, I don't ask people to go and face soldiers on the streets. If I'm not the general leading the battle on the ground, I am not calling on anybody to go into battle. So don't blame me if I caution people when a demagogue speaks so well and saying, yes, everybody go, but that demagogue's family are in the UK or in the US. Because at the end of the day, the ruling elite will never target the demagogue because they know the implication of killing the demagogue, but they will kill hundreds and thousands of young, innocent people. So that area of caution is based on experience. It's not because anybody has bought me. Look, I'm the most fulfilled person because I took that honorable decision, way back to live and work hard. Since I left university, I've always worked. I've always been employed. I have never, and I say it boldly, I have never received a dime of any federal government funds. If I have, I would have been exposed first by the Jonathan government. When I was very critical of the government I supported, they would have exposed me. This current government that I speak my mind, they would expose me, So, but I'm not in the position, I'm not campaigning for election. I have no plan to run for public office. I'm more than happy and fulfilled at my hard work. I just want a society where people can work, they can be cleaners, they can send their children to holiday, just as the way as members of parliament would send their children to holiday. But people should not make some of the mistakes we made, in which we agitated, and the beneficiaries of that agitation, was the same people we were fighting against. Look, just who is the Minister of Defense today? The Minister of Defense today was an Abacha person. Who are the major people, the frontliners across the federation, even in Southeast Nigeria? What role did what's the name, the former governor of Abia State,
Ojizo
Kalu, what role did he play during the military? But they are beneficiary. Where are the activists who fought? Either they are in their grave, or some of them are so wretched within the Nigerian community that they can't even, their main concern is how to survive. So that's why I always caution people that as you fight and advocate, use your common sense. Don't let anybody use your head to break the kola nut, and at the end of the day, they'll be the one to benefit from it. I'm not saying don't revolt. I'm not saying don't fight. I'm not saying don't carry arms. I would say don't carry arms. I'm not, do whatever you want to do, but always know that it is important that you learn from the mistakes some of us made. And I've had this conversation with Showore that in the students' movement, what did we do? We opposed the military, but we never prepared to take over power or take over government. And at the end of the day, it is the same people that we opposed, that are running the country today.
All right, thank you, Kayode. Let's go to, I think, Ikola, yeah, go ahead. Just a follow-up, just a question, make it 1 minute, because I want to go to people who are here to speak.
Okay, I wanted to take my permission to leave, and I wanted to thank Mr. Kayode for coming in. But I also made an observation from all the questions and answers that has been given, because for me, I believe in the freedom of choice. And I also believe that the reason why we learn and why we get educated is to be able, because a leader is not necessarily that you're taking a position. A leader is when you are looked up to, so because you're enlightened to direct others. And I think Mr. Kayode should be someone in that position. And I've also had someone here ask him, why won't he apologize for supporting Buhari government, who actually practically might not have met the expectation? And I think that question is in order because Mr. Kayode also said that when you are in the public face. You are no longer yourself.
You don't need to correct that, please. You don't need to say what you want to say. Leave that question out of it. You don't need to speak for
No, it's my question, sir. Unfortunately,
No.
maybe it's you that said it. I don't, but it's my question. So it's if you are enlightened, so you should be able, your voice and opinion is now in the public domain, and you're answerable to it. Because I would say, if I know Mr. Kayode would know that Buhari was a man who was the PTF minister, and Buhari was the man in these heydays that people are clamoring that he did well, was one of the men that loaded Ghanaians in the back of lorry and shipped them out, and people were having babies at the back of lorries. So if you are an enlightened man, no doubt about it, you knew all these things and you supported that kind of person to still be president, and you're being asked to apologize for that mistake. I don't think it's too much of a question to ask. But like, I also agree, we should have a freedom of choice. So it's just my observation in the whole thing. And I hope Mr. Kawade would not be offended by my own view of the whole thing. So
no, not at all. No, not at all. I'm not offended, and I think we have a fundamental disagreement here, and it's fair. It's not unexpected. Like I say, you don't tell people to apologize for making a democratic choice to vote for someone or supporting for someone, but people, you can hold them to standard if they support certain actions of the government that are unfair. If, for example, I say I support Buhari's clamp down on this, hold me to account for that. But I'm not saying you can't ask me the question, but I'm just saying that it's a fundamental of a democracy that people should have a right to choose, to pick a candidate. Asking them, you must apologize for voting this person. I don't think it's a fair question. It's people can ask the question, but people have a right to say, you know what, I can't apologize for my choice. But do I regret some of the action? I've said it many times here. I regret some of the actions. I regret some of the policies. There are some of the policies I was critical even when Buhari was in government. All you need is just go on Google. There are a lot of policies I was critical, and there are a lot of policies I commend the government for. And I think that is a fair thing to do. But to ask me to apologize for fundamentally expressing my fundamental right to vote and support candidates is to actually tell me to erase all the years of fighting for a democratic government in Nigeria. And you'll be surprised that it is as a result of the experience of that 8 years of Buhari, that I was careful in this current election. And I made it clear, Rudolph, it was on your show too, that when you asked me, am I going to support Tinubu for this election? I said no. And you asked me for my reasons, and I gave my reasons why I was not going to support Tinubu for this current election. But it will not stop me if I see anything that Tinubu is doing right to speak out and say they are doing things right. But if I see things that they are doing wrong, I'm not on anybody's payroll. I'm free to condemn those inactions too.
All right, thank you.
So with that, please, I would like to say.
All right, thank you. Okay. All right, let's go to Exera. Exera, yeah.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Sorry, I'm at a place of work, but I just had to chip in because I heard the conversation. It was exciting. Good evening, Mr. Kayode Ogundamisi.
Good evening.
I've been seeing your stories for a long while, and thank God we have you here today. Most of the questions I wanted to ask, some people have asked something similar, but I don't know. I just wanted to get your opinion about some issues. Like when Obasanjo said that we, the youths of Nigeria, should not accept what is happening now. What do you interpret that to mean? And when Dati said that democracy is not for people who sit idle, that you must go and take it, how do you interpret that? And then lastly, do you know a guy called David Huden? What is your perception about his style of journalism? Thank you very much.
I think both people know I'm not a fan of General Obasanjo, neither am I a member or supporter of the Labour Party. So Dati would never would usually not be my cup of tea, but both statements are right, but I will put it in the context, and the context is that young people should not just agitate. They should agitate with the ambition of being in power, because with power you're nothing. With power, without power, without power, you're nothing. Without power, you're just an agitator. It's only when you have power that you can allocate resources. You can do good for your society. So, and I said, learn from our mistake where we saw ourselves as change agents, but we did not see ourselves as people capable of leading our country. Our contemporaries, people that we were in the West African students movement, those in Burkina Faso took over leadership. Those in Ghana, they took over leadership, But those of us in Nigeria, we remain agitators till today. That is why you see somebody who is an activist 30 years ago is still on the street till today. So the context that young people should agitate with the intention, with intentional progression of wanting to participate in the political process, change the political process, and I think a shining light, you might not disagree with them, is in the obedient movement, is the fact that there are young people who congregated and they were able to push an election where a candidate you never even expected to get 1,000 votes became a contender in the last election.
All right, thank you. You wanted to talk about David?
Yes, David Huden.
Oh, David, yeah, I think, David, you see, every society deserves a disruptor. If you don't have disruptors in societies, you can't make progress. So there are some actions of David you might not like, but is disrupting the system. And every society has disruptors, and it's just meant for people to take them on where they've gone wrong. If they've put out falsehood, you counter them. But otherwise, this is what we did with Sahara reporters. Anything goes. So when you have people who can say anything goes, you let them be. You might not agree with their style, but every society would have a David Ndei, you would have a Showore, you would have an Husseini, but it does not mean they are also not beyond reproach, or they cannot be criticized with about their methods.
But sorry, you didn't. What exactly about his style do you not like?
No, like I don't have he has not gotten to the point where I would say he's done something that I have an opinion on, like the issue about going to Zimbabwe. Was it Zimbabwe, or there's a country he visited, and the facts he presented to the public were completely different from the facts the country put ahead. Some of the facts, he said he has a Ghanaian passport. The Ghanaian government has come to say he does not have a Ghanaian passport. He has a Ghanaian refugee status. So what I'm saying is that we need to leave the example of what, say for example, if we ask people in government to be transparent, we need to leave an example of how we want them to be. So I wouldn't want to knock the young man down. You would agree with a lot of the things he's doing, that they are necessary for the system to be disrupted. But you have to highlight that they need to also be ready to be held accountable, just as you're asking me to be held accountable on this platform. Nobody is sort of above being held accountable. So there are some of the facts he has presented on social media that has been contradicted, and there are some of those facts that you cannot dispute. You cannot but agree that, okay, these are facts that you can't speak against.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Righteous Man. Righteous Man, you're next. Unmute yourself, Righteous Man. All right, we can hear him. He's in Nigeria. He's in the dark. I can't unmute him either. Okay, Olumide.
Thank you, Rodolph. So, Pres Ogundamisi. So I want to. You made a statement. You said young people must agitate with the goal of power in mind in order to make the changes they want. Which is one moment, which I totally agree with. But what people like me are saying is, you see the ballots as a critical way to achieving this goal. So what we're saying is that essentially everything boils down to a free and fair election, credible election. But for example, if things continue this way with the current government, and in 2027 the people want to vote change, they want to vote a new idea to come and implement programs and use the resources for the benefit of the people.
Yeah.
How is that a free ballot, ability to choose who you want? How is it going to be guaranteed? I think that is the question we should be having right now. Is the Supreme Court has affirmed him, but we want a situation where now we're saying, look, senators, some of these people that are in power today, in every corridor of power, Senate, House of Rep, and all the rest of them, most of them were not really voted by the people. If we are saying that naturally, if they allow the ballots to count, some of these people will be a thing of the past. They will naturally be eased off. Godfatherism will be eased off. People will be able to elect people who can help use their resources to their benefit. Not people because all this at the end of the day is about resource control. Because these people want to continue to gain access to the people's resources and share it among themselves.
Olumide, thank you.
So we're talking about how to achieve that free ballot.
So Kayode,
I think we don't have a perfect system, and I'm very hopeful that we would we're not where we're supposed to be. And I still say young people should take part in the election and electoral process. And I think one of our challenges is not learning from, say, for example, one of the issues that came out during this litigation of this last election is the issue of why should someone be in office when the case is still going on, in court. We have a chance. There are Labour Party members elected into a sizable number of Labour Party legislators. I would expect that at the floor of the House, there will be a bill to be introduced saying, going forward, we should go through a constitutional process where until a case is determined in court, nobody should be sworn in. So if it means elongating the term of the president by another 3 months to give room for when electoral disputes are concluded before you can swear in the president. So you don't have somebody becoming president and using the power of incumbency, quote and unquote, to influence judicial process. So the problem we have is not learning enough from the mistakes of every electoral process. And once we get that, we'll get the UK system is not as perfect as people think it is. Neither is the American system, but they learn from every electoral cycle. And I think that is the way forward, rather than saying, just collapse the system, when there are no alternatives to collapsing the system.
All right, thank you. We're rounding up because we've done 3 hours.
Before you go, Rudolph, I am, and this is why we need to be careful. So there was, I don't know if the gentleman is still on, is still with us. So there's this fact presented to us that the federal government invested 9 billion.
Oh yeah, I'm actually coming back to him. He's in
9 billion pounds, and I've checked all over the place. And this is one of the things why we need to be careful. Look, as much as we want to oppose government, as much as we want to correct government, when we go into results of throwing informations out there that are not completely, true, it sort of diminishes our ability to hold government to account. So I've searched all over the place now. I cannot find one single area where it says the federal government of Nigeria invested 9 billion pounds in Dangote refinery. What I am critical of is the fact that they gave Dangote an undue advantage in the forex exchange process, you know. So except Rudolph was able to find those facts somewhere else, you know.
Okay, I'm right here. I'm gonna post. I'll post a link in the private section, and then Rudolph can research it. But I have to tell you something. I'm happy that you said that. I gave you a chance. I said, "Have you?" I mean, you don't doubt it, which means you didn't know, for one, right? Now, in this particular article, it has it for $2 point something billion. Now, I didn't use pounds when I spoke before.
Sorry, dollars, $9 billion.
I used dollars. Yeah, that's okay. So now I posted the article so you could glance it while I speak a little bit off the cuff, and then you could respond when I have a question for you.
Okay.
Because I find it stunning that you don't know how much our government invested, that magnitude of money in a refinery that you're proud of. Because there's nothing here that you have said, I don't know. You have an opinion on everything. And you're quite active. I looked at your social media with Twitter, the X. And you got your fingers on everything, right? And like I said earlier, you played a positive role in the past prior to Buhari coming into office. And we're very proud of you. So when you changed under the Buhari, you know, the Buhari, you supporting Buhari is not a frivolous, casual thing. It's not. It's nothing you could say, hey, look, when he did some things right, I supported him. When he did some things wrong, I was against him, like you're doing in this present administration. Well, that's you stand to be criticized heavily for it. And anybody who's criticizing you would elucidate the reasons why they're criticizing you. You have to be man enough to take it in and say, you know what? I chose to change, and I should be criticized for doing what I'm doing now.
No, but I've not objected to any criticism throughout our conversation.
I know, but
I've just not, sorry to interrupt. I've just not considered to what you want me to say. You know, I take
but it's not a choice.
criticism.
It's not for you to hold on, sir. It's not for you. Nobody's waiting for your reaction to that criticism. Whether you accept it or you reject it, it's not the point. That's not why somebody's criticized. It has to land. If somebody's landing a punch like the previous speakers, including my brother here, Olumide, and others, have landed a punch, right? The country does not belong to you. You don't determine. Let me just land. It doesn't belong. That's right.
Look,
you're the guest. You're the guest. So you're the one on the hot seat. Let me land, please.
I'm not averse to your opinion on me, and your opinion on me is an opinion on me, and my response to it is that you can't force me.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. That's a way you look at criticism. You're looking at criticism.
Pansat, we have time. Let him finish responding to you, then you can continue with your question. Go ahead, Kayode.
No, I just look, when you asked me about, you said Nigerian government invested $9 billion. And I'm sorry if I said pounds, you know, $9 billion. You first asked me, do I know how much was invested? I said, I don't know. You know, then you proceed to say they invested $9 billion in Dangote refineries. You know, I said, I would have to cross-check that fact. You know,
please, I don't have that much time. I understand what you say. That's not our quarrel. It's not if you said pounds and I said dollars, right? I said in my statement that if I said it's $8 billion, you wouldn't disagree because you don't know. That was to establish that you don't know. But now I've posted how much it is. It's still billions of dollars, right? Now, with my rule of thumb, the way I deal with northern Nigerians, right, who are the power, the gravity of power is over there. I have a rule of thumb of multiplying things by 4, right, when it's supposed to favor them. So I find that, hold on. What I'm trying to say to you is that you're looking at criticism as something that you could hide under. Sometimes I say, well, that's your opinion. You could criticize me. I don't have to accept it. But that's not the point. Like I said, you are somebody that we had a lot of hope on. A lot of our youngsters, I mean, our activists, they come into categories. Those that who really genuinely, such as FFK, yourself, who genuinely wanted to make the country better, but at some point you find out that the Nigerian public do not appreciate anything, right? We don't appreciate what you guys did. So at some point then you sell out. Somebody like FFK is a courageous guy that we want on our side. And he fought. At some point, it's not like Showore who could then last long. You know, Showore, he cannot be corrupt. He's not corruptible. But with what he's gone through and the response from Nigerians for his safety, for his freedom, it's inadequate. So he could at some point say, you know what, these people are not worth it, and sell out. He hasn't done that. So now, if you come here in front of the Nigerian people, you have to be humble. I don't care what you've done. Maybe you marched on the streets, but remember, you're not dealing with me right here now speaking to you. You're dealing with entire Nigerians watching this show. So you have to be humble and then listen to the following, right? If you have a candidate such as Peter Obi, I don't care if you're apolitical, if you're partisan, you have a candidate such as Peter Obi. Granted, he may not be infallible, inerrant, right? But it's a clean-cut chasm between Peter Obi and the other candidates in that election. If you then obfuscate and try to argue by logic that you, as a partisan, you have the right to choose Tinubu or to abstain from the election. Well, you're making a lot of statements right there. There's no way I'm going to take you seriously. There is no way. We have a candidate in an election that is probably better than Nelson Mandela, better than Obama, who is concerned. He has empathy. He has humility, right? He's fair. He's a true patriot. He's a patriotic Nigerian. Please. So what you're saying, okay, now he's been in office. You can't say, would some people give the excuse on that show where, hey, look, how can we just trust Showore? He hasn't been a governor. He should go run and be in the local. Now, okay, so that's a criticism that lands. But you don't have anything like that on that Peter Obi. None. He went about this doing exactly what you would want when you were a good guy. Yeah,
Mr. Pansat, because I appreciate the impact of the loss of election by Peter Obi on you, and I can understand.
No.
You know, I just want to.
Allow me. You have time to answer the question. I mean, this.
Okay, Pansat.
This host will never stop you from talking when you're talking. But in my case, he's gonna want to stop me.
Yeah,
so give me the time to.
All right, go ahead, sir.
Two more minutes.
Yeah, but for example, Kayode, even that's a look for you to say that to me. I don't care. Look, I'm a patriotic Nigerian. I want Nigeria to do very well. But to say maybe, like you did it a lot under Buhari, you say that people, they were, what is the word they used to say about people who were against Buhari? They say they were, not crying, but something like that, right? To say that the loss of election of Peter Obi impacts me or is why I'm talking as if I'm doing it because of tribe or whatever, that's not true. It is a clean moral dichotomy between those two. I don't know, many people don't have that sense, but I thought you would. There is no way there's even a parity between those two camps. This is somebody who was accessible. He was with the press. He went all over the place in the airports, everywhere. He answered questions, right? And he has a clean background, and he governed for 8 years, paying mind the resources of his state, saving money, doing everything, investing, winning awards. And then you have somebody who's a drug convicted peddler, albeit in a civil manner that he forfeited the money and ran home. Here in the United States, for example, Kayode, let me just tell you, you in Britain, you've never, ever in your life voted for a president in your life or a head of state. You don't even know what the hell that is, right? You've never done it. You don't have a democracy in the United Kingdom. It's a bloody monarchy. So when we're here, which America doesn't have respect anymore, right? I'm here in the United States, the cradle of democracy. And I'm trying to talk to you and say to you, look, when you face me, you're facing the public, the Nigerian people. Don't look at me as somebody you could just dismiss. It's the people that we want to put it on you right now to repent from your evil. It's nothing logic is going to solve. You had a clean-cut chance for Nigeria to do very well.
All right.
Not only did you support Buhari, who killed so many people, it's not benign. What he did is not benign. He killed so many people. You supported that.
Thank you, Pansat.
So,
Yeah.
to say, Rudolph, please, you know I was interrupted earlier. I came back. Just give me the courtesy.
Answer is enough now. Accept it, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So please, I appreciate you being here. Like I said, I had a lot of respect for you, and I want you to repent and go back to when you were a patriot who looked at true and false and called it the way it was. You cannot say, hey, look, I did my work. I was a good guy for a year or two. From now on, I can do whatever I want because I can always cite back when I was a good guy. Okay, I went through your Twitter, and you were very clean cut in your condemnation of Israel and their activities over there. You're very clear on that, and so many other issues that are hot issues. So when it comes to this administration, you are one of the people that should come out here and say that election was so wrong that we spent 400 billion naira and they switched off that machine. Please.
All right. Thank you, Pansat. Thank you so much, Kayode.
Good job, Pansat. Good job.
Yeah, what I can say is with Mr. Pansat is that we definitely don't have an area of alignment or agreement. You know, I did not support Mr. Peter Obi. It's my electoral, my democratic right to choose. I didn't vote in the last election. I can feel the impact of me not supporting Peter Obi in his submissions. I respect that, but it is what it is. In elections, candidates present themselves. People have a right to choose or not to choose a candidate. You know, nobody has the monopoly of who is patriotic or who is not patriotic. I mean, that is the matter of who is patriotic or who is not patriotic is a matter of conscience as far as I'm concerned. You know, so I just think there's no point just litigating that. We would agree to disagree. I do not find Mr. Obi as a candidate that was electable during that election to the point where I would go and vote for him. I've only voted in one election, presidential election in the country, and that was the 2019 election.
Or anywhere else. You never voted in Nigeria or anywhere else. You've only voted for a head of state once in your life. That's what you're saying.
Well, I vote regularly in the UK, no matter what. Well, look,
but
I don't want to make it. You said I should respect your.
No need for half truths, though. So, I mean, it's a half truth.
Oh, the only person that has presented a half truth is there's a large difference between a $9 million and a 2.5 billion shares in the Dangote refinery.
2.9 billion, not $9 billion.
Yeah, 2.5. 9 and 9 billion, they are quite far from each other.
You have to add that rule of thumb, like I told you. Nigeria is not known for the exactitude when it comes to numbers.
Just agree let's agree to disagree on this issue so that we can take other questions, because we will not. You can't force me to support Peter Obi, and I cannot force you not to support Peter Obi. You know, and
but
it does not
criticize you for supporting Buhari, right?
It does not mean
I criticize you
for the next election.
Buhari. What about Buhari? Forget about.
I've told you that I told you that I said it over and over again that my right to support a candidate should not be requested as an apology. You know, you can't tell people in an election to apologize for voting for a candidate in an election. It is anti-democratic.
I agree with that.
You can tell people,
the combination of voting for Buhari. Hold on 1 minute. The combination of voting for Buhari and being against Peter Obi I mean, it tells who you are.
Well, it's your opinion. There are people who will sit on the other side of the table and completely flip your argument, and that's why we have that's why we are free in a democracy to agree and disagree. To constantly support a candidate or not to support a candidate. So I don't think there's any reason where we should put a gun on each other's head to force ourselves to agree on each other's position. It is not to say that if I find Mr. Obi appealing in future elections and I would vote or not vote for him. But in the last election, I didn't find him get to the point where I could campaign and support him. And if you're disappointed in that, that's fine by you, And in the election
I'm not. I agree with that last statement. Listen, what I'm saying, Kayode, listen to what I'm not really against. Yeah, what I'm saying is that I'm not criticizing you for not supporting Peter Obi, right? I'm not. What I'm saying though, when a critic such as myself now come to look at your actions and your activity, right? And I look at the 4 candidates, it's a judgment call. For example, we all respect Showore. He didn't support Peter Obi. As a matter of fact, he ran against Peter Obi. It depends on the reason why the reason you're elucidating, right? You said about Buhari, why you said Buhari built some infrastructures. That's why you supported him, right? This is a military thug that committed a coup d'etat, right? You have been an activist fighting for the country. So they bring this geriatric patient who was a military dictator, a jackboot thug, right? And he's running against Jonathan, who's a civilian, who's a Democrat, right? He may not be Jeffersonian, right? But you chose Buhari over Jonathan. Okay, so that's one. Somebody can make that mistake. That's okay. But then you have another chance where you have Peter Obi with another patient, a criminal, right? And and you're just saying, hey, look, it's my choice. I could choose whoever I want out of these 4 people. Peter Obi. You didn't even support Showore, right? So now you come here as a guest, and you don't expect us to be angry.
But I've not told you not to be angry. I've acknowledged your anger. I've acknowledged your anger, yeah. I've acknowledged it again and again, and I can see it in your tone, in your temperament, that you are angry, that I didn't support Peter Obi, and that's your judgment call, and I've got no problem with that. But I'm saying that you cannot point a gun on my head to force me to agree with your opinion or support your candidate. And this attitude is the same attitude why people will not support your candidate, because the jackboot mentality that you have to put gun on people's head to support a candidate is not going to work. You have to convince people to take your position. You can't. It pushes people back when you think you can railroad them into agreeing to your opinion or support your candidate. I mean, we have to get to the point where we can agree to disagree on certain issues, and on certain issues we say that, look, we agree on this, and it doesn't make us enemies. But I'm saying that on that point, I am okay with you to be disappointed, but it's my choice that I voted for Buhari, and you can call me out for voting Buhari and not voting for Jonathan, but you can't question my right to choose a candidate in a democratic election. That's what elections are. It's a place where you make a choice based on the circumstances at that point in time. And in this election, I chose not to support or vote for Tinubu for my own reasons, but it doesn't automatically mean I have to support Peter Obi in the election.
All right, thank you.
What about Showore? What about Showore?
That's enough. Let's move on. We'll come back to you if we have time. We have other people who are here. So, Okija, I'll skip you, Steph. We've said something before. Let's go to Okija. I will come back to you. But also, let me just mention that the same thing with Mazi Prince. I will skip you guys. Let me go to people who are here to say something. There's someone, Elvis. If you want to join us, please put on a shirt or something. Okija, go ahead.
Hi, Kayode, welcome back again.
Thank you, bro.
Before I ask my question, Pansat, America is not, United States is not a kernel of democracy. Igbos, they had democracy before America. They had democracy before the Greeks. So don't repeat that again.
That's how
Kayode,
you guys cause trouble for all of us, right? You want these people to kill us.
Kayode, you triggered me with when you mentioned gun, and there was the last time you came here, I asked you a question. There was something you reposted on Twitter X about some guy, he had a gun. They said he was a P2B supporter, and he was, shooting people if they didn't support P2B. And you just reaffirmed that right now. And also, last time you came here, I asked you, why did you post that? You said, oh, but what you know about P2B now, it's not him. Then I was expecting you to go back to your post, to delete that post, or to write something like Facebook or Twitter. When somebody writes something that is incorrect, the AI, whatever the system, they put something like this is not true. This is you didn't go back. You left that. The thing is still there. Why?
Okay,
Why
Mr.
if you found that P2B was not that, the kind of person that the person portrayed, the person with a gun, shooting people, because they more support him. You said it wasn't that P2B you knew then, when you were saying this. Was not the P2B, you thought.
Mr. Okija, if you reference that tweet, send it to Rudolph to send it to me, then I'll look into that. I'm not sure of what the tweet is about, or the context of the tweet, but I can assure you, if you send it to Rudolph at some point, you can send it to me, and I'll look at those tweets. We tweet voraciously, like almost on daily basis.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you remember it last time? I think you were here in January, February. February. Yeah. You were here, and I asked you. You remembered it? Okay, but I will go back and
please send it to me.
Rudolph. Yes. All right. Thank you.
All right. Righteous man, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Dr. Rudolph, good evening.
Yeah, good evening. All right, so you are up. Any question for Kayode?
In the next 5 minutes, I will do that. I'm just driving in.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Mazi Prince, let me come back to you.
Okay. Mr. Kayode, I know I didn't get to ask my statistical question earlier. However, events have kind of like overtaken that. So let me go to this. Were you able to follow the COP28?
Oh, yes, I did.
Okay. Were you able to kind of like listen to the speech from Tinubu?
No, I did not, but we discussed the conversation. Rudolph raised it, and I think we talked about it, yes.
Okay, so basically from my understanding, most of the stuff he was talking about was he was accusing China and US for being the most polluting the climate or whatever it is. However, he agreed he was gonna work with them, but then it was kind of like he was tilting towards funding, money. That's what he's saying, talking about money. However, let me bring it forward. Did you get to listen to what the response from John Kerry?
No, I did not.
Okay, so John Kerry came back and gave it to Nigeria. As a matter of fact, he stated that is so unfortunate that the people that are outspoken are people who have criminal backgrounds. And you and I know when when such thing is said, you already know who he's referring to. So it's kind of like what I'm saying this is I try not to, like you say, you have every right to support who you want to support. That's fine. I got nothing against that. Okija talking about Igbos being the main democracy. Okija, I disagree with you. I don't agree with that. The thing is this. knowing fully well that you fought the military, how come that you know more about Tinubu and you never made effort to even try? I'm not saying support him, but at the same time, make effort to do some writing, do some revelation, just like every other journalist that did. I never saw anything from you, in terms of Tinubu. Is it because he's your tribesman? Is that what I could attribute it to?
What I would encourage you to do is to, once we finish this conversation, is to go online and type my name and type Tinubu. And maybe when next we meet, you're going to have a different opinion.
Okay, I'll do that.
I think that is what you should do.
Okay.
I think one of my most famous articles, I don't know whether Rudolph is going to get it, is I wrote a very critical article about godfatherism in Lagos, and that was an article that when I wrote, a lot of people came out against my person, and why are you writing? Just 1 minute, I'm trying to see if I can, and I was quite clear about that. So, and I don't think, I don't think I would demonstrate my patriotism based on the number of times I abused Tinubu. But my positions about Tinubu was quite clear before the election, and way long before that election, I've asked critical questions about this president, and I don't think there's a need to, I think the article is titled The Baba Sokwe Political Ideology and the Myth of Yoruba Omoluabi Ethos. You can check it out, So I've been quite critical, but, I'm not going to be critical for entertainment purposes, when the issues are germane, and they speak to the core of my value, I speak out, when the issue of the Labour Party candidate in Lagos, this issue of whether he's Yoruba enough or not Yoruba enough, when it was germane to me, I spoke out, I wrote about it, but I'm not a performative citizen. I speak, to issues that at that point in time I find to the core of my values. So I don't know how to answer your question. I'm not a member of Tinubu's government. I didn't support his candidacy. But I will support and I will pray for his success as the president of Nigeria, because if he's successful, Nigeria is successful. But each time, if he does anything wrong, it's our duty and responsibility to speak out, on those wrongs. So I'll just encourage you to just go read those articles, and then maybe you would have a change of opinion.
All right, we're rounding up.
Sorry, Dr. Debegis, please. Kayode, on August 31, you posted a picture of Peter Obi in a Chinese military uniform, general uniform, August 31. Yes. Why did you post that picture?
Oh, if you're used to Twitter, we banter each other a lot, and people not only banter about public officials, they banter about even themselves on Twitter. We were just discussing about Omojua coming to the UK, saying he's relocating, and these are banters. They are not. We can't be too sensitive, too oversensitive about these things. If you look at the photograph, it's a banter. It's there. People take a mick about each other, and I don't think it's something that would determine. It's something so important enough that we should be having a back and forth about. People make it's we all have banters. I've made banters about Tinubu himself when he carried people over 450 people to Dubai. So we can't be overtly too sensitive about that.
All right, thank you. And Amaze Prince.
But before you go, it's important the link you were talking about. If you send that, I'm really interested in looking into that.
Okay. From Maze Prince, I would like to see. I didn't watch the video of reaction by John Kerry. I would really want to know. Is unlike him, or unlike any American diplomats, to come out forum to be saying something about some people criminal. But I want to hear that. So it's something that I'm interested in. If you don't,
Yeah, Google it. You will say, yeah, definitely.
All right, let's go to Righteous Man. Righteous Man, go ahead.
Yeah, Dr. Rudolph, good evening.
Yeah, how are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. The panelists, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah, is that Adeyinka grandson, the one in Britain?
Who is Adeyinka? You mean Adeyinka as our guest today?
Yeah.
All right. So
Name
it's
is
not
there. You can see the name there yourself.
Let me go to somebody else. When you settle down and see follow you.
I think you just read the comments and
yeah.
Are you being sarcastic or you've not been following all?
He's not been following, obviously. Comrade
Name,
welcome to the show.
Rudolph, you can see the name there himself. You can see the name there.
Yeah. Comrade Elvis, welcome to the show. Can you unmute yourself, Elvis? All right.
If you pass Righteous Man, Ronald, I be saying my turn.
No, because he's been here for, I guess he's been here for more than 3 hours now, 3 hours 40 minutes. So we have to. So let me just
Okay. Rudolph said you're gonna get back to me. I just have one last question for.
Okay, I will take 3 more questions and that's it.
Okay. It's just a quick question.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to ask our guest one simple question. I'm not, when they want to justify the outcome of elections in Nigeria, the usual word they use or phrase they use is they say no election is perfect. So I want to ask you: do you believe that the beavers was purposefully turned off during the last February election?
To be honest, I think I would answer your question directly. I don't believe so, but I believe the malfunctioning of that beavers has affected the credibility of that election a great deal. Because if electorates are already suspicious about the process, and it was during a presidential election period that you had that such so-called error, it's sort of impugns on the confidence of the electorate on that election. So I don't have the facts to say they purposely turn it down to sabotage the election.
Okay. If that is your view, do you think it was not the right thing to do for the government to have ordered an inquiry, independent inquiry into what happened to that beavers on that day of election? And why don't you also think that the president-elect or the current president had that moral duty when he was still president-elect to also condemn the turning off of the beavers on that election day? Thank you.
Steph. Which kind of inquiry? You won't give them money chop again.
So first,
Dr. Rudolph, I cannot come in, Dr. Rudolph.
No, hold on. Let the guests answer the first.
So first, I think the current INEC chairman, I think there's a need for this government, particularly since the president comes from quote and unquote a pro-democracy background, to review the whole INEC machinery. And I think you're right that we need to learn lessons on what went wrong during this election. I don't know what the law says, despite the Supreme Court ruling, it's still within, and I think it's the role of the National Assembly, that is composed of all political parties, all parties in our country, to have a review of the electoral process and how we can improve on things that we got wrong during the last election. We need to win back the confidence of people. We can't win the confidence of everyone or majority of the people on the electoral process.
All right, thank you. So, Righteous Man, you're next. Go ahead.
Yeah, please, Mr. Dekunle, I'm very sorry because I was driving all this while. So,
Yes.
you know Lagos.
Adekunle. Who is
Kayode.
Adekunle?
The name I was seeing on the, you say?
Kayode.
Kayode. Okay. Okay. Sorry, sir. I'm very,
It's
very
okay.
sorry.
It's okay,
I
bro.
apologize because those people in the comment section, they can confuse. I was driving and I was just trying to listen, and Lagos very rowdy and noisy, So, but I was following the comment section. They were calling you grandson Adekunle, Adewale. So I'm sorry, sir. I please
No
accept
problem, because I completely understand.
Yeah. So just two questions, sir. The Reverend Minister of God, in the person of Bishop Kuka, made some remarks today that Nigeria is irredeemable. And for that reason, he is encouraging the Nigerian youth, whoever that has the opportunity of leaving Nigeria, to please find his way. So, sir, this man is a man that is respected all over Nigeria and the world, and is a proponent of one Nigeria. Him coming out to make such a statement today, what do you have to say about that? Then number two, my second question. Looking at Nigeria today with with a possibility of, from what we have today, the structure of political parties in Nigeria, it seems to me personally that we are already in one party system, because those whom we thought would have been a viable opposition party, they have gone to sleep because of money that have exchanged hand. Now, what do you think should be the proper thing for the generality of the common people in Nigeria to do, so that in 2027, Nigeria decide will be for real, not just for theory? Thank you, sir.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Righteous Man. And I think this is actually the most important question. All the questions are important, but this is really, really quite germane. First, the issue about Reverend Kuka. I think Reverend Kuka speaks volume, a lot of what I think a lot of people say in their private homes. I tell people, look, if you have the opportunity, you leave the country. And when there is a level of high poverty in the land, this is what happens. So I can't fault Mr. Kuka's advice. I always, at the benefit of insight, always say to my own people that if you have something sustainable to do in Nigeria, don't japa. But I'm not saying this is a general advice to everybody, but I just look at the situation and conditions that is happening all around the world, and we all live in the diaspora. And I always say to people, if you have something sustainable, do not come and enslave yourself unless you have maybe a working visa or a better opportunity and what have you. Well, migration is a choice for individuals to make. You'll be surprised that even as bad as Nigeria is, you ask yourself, how come there are loads, when the planes are going into Nigeria, there are a lot of foreigners coming in. The planes are always filled with people, and there are people who make money out of the so-called confusion and downward trend that the country is going through. So it's a personal choice. It's worrying if somebody in the status of Kuka is now saying it openly, and I think government should listen to it. On the issue of one-party state, I think you've made a very important point. And I said it before now. I said we do not have an opposition in Nigeria. Or if we do have an opposition in Nigeria, they are not doing enough to prepare themselves. You see, as opposition, you have to present yourself as government in waiting. And you have to present it in such a way that people will see you as an alternative. And it's a law. And opposition should not be loud only when there's an election. It's going to be continuous. And what is bad is that the current opposition are very tribal. And when I say tribal, I don't mean tribes. I mean, they are just restricting themselves to their own supporters. This is the time they need to make inroad into even people who would usually support the current party. I don't know if what I'm saying makes sense, because those are the people you need to win elections. So, for example, if there had been some bit of problem between majority, mainly Igbo electorates and Yoruba electorates in Lagos, an opposition will look at an opportunity to unite, and look at that differences. How can we sort of marry these people together in such a way that if we want to get into 2027, these two groups will know that, okay, you know what, for us to come together, or somebody from the middle belt or from the north, that for the interest of Nigeria, we need to vote a certain way. That is a lot of hard work that goes beyond social media. It goes from the ward level to the zonal level and to the national level. This is the hard work that political parties, grassroots political parties, are not willing to do in Nigeria. And that is why you have, there's radical parties in Nigeria for a long time. We had the Labour Party before now. We had the, what's it called? There's been a lot of, well, I've forgotten their name now. There's been a lot of revolutionary parties that were registered by INEC, way back, and they just fizzled out. So, but there's a lot of hard work that needs to be done. The problem with the current opposition is that they are not presenting themselves as a government in waiting. They are just very reactive to issue. Hey, Tinubu has gone to Dubai. He has wasted money. We issue press release. You relax. And our parties are also centralized around individuals. They are not institutionalized. People should start. When I talk about young people going into politics, go into your ward level. In Lagos, I'm in Alimosho. If I go to Alimosho to contest election, I will lose woefully. You'll be surprised that the person who determines who wins Alimosho is somebody who is in that local area, who has spent time knowing who lives in flat A, flat B, street A, street B, who has contributed to that this. So our elite needs to take over and go onto the streets and get familiarized to be able to properly deliver a change. So right now, the political parties are not very well structured enough to challenge the ruling party. And that's not to say that things cannot change before 2027. I would like to see a sort of grand coalition, that would happen to present a formidable challenge.
All right. Thank
Nico,
you.
can I ask one question, please?
Hold on. I'll come to you. We have to let him go. And but let me ask you a question, Kayode. There's this picture I'm looking at. I just saw it. Where hold on, where the former Emir of Kano went to visit the people, victims of the Kaduna military accident. With El Rufai. Right, I can't seem to pull it up. But
too many adverts.
What does that say about the government? I really want to know, is it that nobody thought that it should be necessary for them to visit these victims, or what is going on?
I think the vice president did visit Rudolph.
Oh, the vice president, Shetima?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did visit I think the vice president. You can Google it. The vice president was there. We can check Google right now. The vice president did visit Kaduna. I think it's quite unfortunate what happened in Kaduna, and yeah.
Okay, because I was thinking that they were taking the spotlight from.
No, he did. He did visit the.
Okay.
You can just Google Shetima in Kaduna.
Yeah, I have a lot of advert everywhere. I don't know what's going on. Okay, let me go to you, Henry. Henry, go ahead. I'll figure it out.
Mr. Kayode, I think I have a problem. You fought against the military. Likewise myself too. June 12th there in Benin City, we did a lot there. You say you fought a lot against the military. I was just surprised. You seem to have the ability, the guts to vote Buhari in. So are you supporting coup, moderate? Are you supporting this kind of people? Why do you didn't feel guilty for doing such things? You're an activist. You fought against the military. You were, according to your statement, you were harassed, beaten, whatever. But you still have the mind to support military. Somebody like Buhari, compared to Peter Obi. I have a problem with that. Thank you.
Yeah, Buhari did not compete against Peter Obi, 1. 2, Obasanjo was a retired military general. He contested an election in Nigeria. People voted for him. So I don't think we're going to agree on that. So I think it's going to be a waste of both our times to continue to litigate on that.
No, you didn't get it right. You are not
It's your opinion, yeah.
You vote against the military, but you still support Buhari. Is that not somehow?
He contested an election, and I voted in the election, and I voted for a candidate in a democratic election. So the constitution allows retired military generals to contest. We can amend our constitution to say retired military personnel should not contest elections in Nigeria, and then that would be the choice of Nigerian people to make.
All right.
Dr. Rudolph,
yeah.
Thank you. Please, can you put me in the background? Let me listen from the background.
All right. One more, your question, and that will be, I will let you speak.
Yes, my final question, and I will listen from the background too. Yes, Mr. Ogundamisi, you've been evading a lot of questions. I think you're being very smart so that nobody is going to pin you down to any particular answer in this age of the internet. And I think you have your own choice of the way you want to answer questions. But now I want to read deeper into you. I want you to tell me, with the situation of the country like this, if you, for instance, have the opportunity to change 5 things in Nigeria, what are those things you will change that are critical to you? There's a lot of agitations everywhere about this, that, resource control, a lot of problems in the country. What exactly are the 5 things you will first of all change if you had the opportunity to be president for one day?
So the first thing is, one, I'm never going to contest to be president of Nigeria. I don't envy whoever decides to do that. Secondly, I would like to use the example of this president. One of the critical things I agree with this president when he was in the pro-democracy movement is that he was very vocal on the issue of the structure of Nigeria, that Nigeria needs restructuring. Unfortunately, as a president, he's going a different direction. Any Nigerian president, and remember, it's not a president that can make such huge change. It will be the president and the National Assembly until we recognize that the Nigerian structure as it is today is not sustainable. And what do I mean by that? Our political structure is too expensive. We can't afford it. This upper house and lower house. We need to recognize that it's not affordable. Secondly, the structure in which the building blocks that make up the country, those who produce, right, do not get their resources. They have to take it to Abuja, and then Abuja will decide what they get. It's not working. And that is why everybody wants to become the president of the country, because they can go there, and the Niger Delta basically feeds the whole country, And if you go to the Niger Delta, what do they get for what they contribute to the country? So we need to seriously have that conversation of restructuring the country to bring power closer to the people, strengthen the local authority, the regional government, and make the federal government a ceremonial place where the president is just the president who will be sharing the confederating unit. We need to start having that conversation. If we don't have those conversations, you continue to have this agitation about secession and what have you. And if you notice, people talk about secession in the absence of being able to have access to resource to control their resources, or where there's poverty. Where there's good governance, people will never talk about Biafra or Dudua or Arewa. But that issue of looking at the structure of Nigeria, we can never escape from it. If you ask me as a president, those are the conversations. I might not have the power to change, but I'll be putting it out there, to the National Assembly, that we need to start reconsidering that this structure that was bequeathed on us by, the military government, particularly under Agui Nrosi, is not working. The unitary system of government, disguised as federal system of government, is not working for us, And that is not to say we want Nigeria to divide or to split and scatter. but we're saying that there's power too much concentrated on the center. The second thing is the issue of corruption. We have to acknowledge that corruption has eaten into the blood of the system of not just people in government, but followers too. I'm not saying all Nigerians are corrupt, but if you look at our society, almost every segment, if you visit home, almost every segment, everybody acknowledges that you have to cut corners to make it. So we need to actually ask ourselves the question like, is it sustainable to continue to run a country under such a system? The third thing is that it has not been done well by every government is the ability to unite us as a people. And there are some nuances that you can throw out there. And I was the first that was critical about the appointment of President Tinubu, that the issue of a lot of Yoruba people holding strategic positions does not work or go well for our people. And it's the same thing, the accusations that were made against Buhari, that we from the Southwest are sort of replicating those kind of arguments. So I won't be surprised. So when people are in opposition, they say the right thing, and when they get into government, they do the opposite. The last one I would also want to mention is that, you see, over the years, we've always focused, and I said it to Rudolph, we concentrate on the center. It's good to concentrate on the center. But what about the state governors? What about the local government chairmen? They get away with murder because we are all concentrated on Jonathan, on Buhari, on Obasanjo, or Tinubu. So, for example, in a state like Abia State or Ondo State, governors are getting away with, literally getting away with, but I'm not talking about the current governor of Abia State, So because even those confederating governors will divert the attention of the citizen to the federal level so that they can continue to steal. Is it the federal government that is stopping your state, our state, from creating an enabling environment for people to establish business, for people to be able to provide education or good health care for the people? Do they have to wait for the federal government? What stops Southeast Nigeria, for example, to have a coalition where, like Ariara Market, becomes something where each state will contribute and change it and turn it into an international market? In the Southwest, what stops the Southwest governors from forming a regional corporation where you can collectively say tie a road from Lagos to Ibadan, Ibadan will tie to Ondo to Ekiti, and you create a network? What stops the North from doing those regional cooperations, to develop those regions? We're not having those conversations because even look at it today, we spent, out of 4 hours, we probably spent 3.5 hours discussing Tinubu and the federal government, which is right. But there are state governors, that are getting away with murder, literally. Then, finally, this is quite controversial. The national question, I say this all the time. I'm a very proud Yoruba man, and I say that I'm first and foremost a Yoruba man, and I have to be a good Yoruba man to be a good Nigerian, This attitude of trying to stop people from identifying who they are, we can't force it. We should leave people to identify and be proud of who they are to make a better Nigerian, because what it makes is that the diversity enriches us, But this forced unity where you have to first kill the subunit, and force the Nigerianness on them is not working. Let people, look at Lagos. Lagos is a shining example. When you go online, you think Igbo people and Yoruba people are enemies. That is what you see online. But go to Ajawo Estate, that's where I vote sometimes. Go to Alimosho, in my community, in my street, the man nearest to me, is an Igbo man. Those conversations, we can have those abuses online, but people, I use Lagos as a shining example. The common people are quite intrigued about each other. I don't know if you saw the video posted by some youth corpers in Abia State, when they were talking about protecting about light in Abia State, Yoruba youth corpers in Abia State. So it means that this issue of enmity amongst the tribe is promoted by the ruling elite because it serves their purpose. So as individuals, we will need to try and...
I do agree with you on those points, sir. I do agree with you on those points.
We need to read between the lines and look at what works for us. Because, for example, poverty does not have tribal marks, It doesn't have the tribal mark of an Ijebu or an Igala man. The poverty, when people say that Southeast is disenfranchised, I agree. But you need to go to Akoko, where I come from. You'll be shocked. You know, the so-called area that so-called have benefited from Nigeria, if you go to and you see the underdevelopment in Akoko, you'll be surprised. And that's why I laugh at a lot of some of our people in the South when they say we are advanced and more developed than the North. And I say, look, you are sitting on a time bomb that you don't realize. What did Obasanjo's 8-year presidency benefit the Southwest? You just need to look at the road from Ikeja to Ota, or the road to his own village. You know, that to tell you that when these people get elected on the platform of their tribe, it benefits their friends. You know, look at Tinubu's cabinet, Cardoso, they are all his friends. So we need to have those conversations, and then we need to also learn to agree to disagree. You can't have 200 million people and they all always agree on issues. There will be times when we would agree, you know, to disagree on some issues.
Thank you so much, Kayode. And
thank you very much. Please, Rudolph, put me behind the scene. I want to do some other thing, but I'll be listening.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Kayode. I will just allow Electricity if you have any question for him before we let him go. If not, I will set it.
Actually, the man I've been talking since. So if I it made reference to the National Assembly coming together to amend the Constitution. If I'm correct, sir, did I quote you right, sir?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay. Given to the composition of the present individuals that are there, and the people who are the people meaning you and I, Nigerians, who are supposed to hold their legislators accountable, and we are not doing it. How is that possible?
Thank you, sir. You see, I pull it, you see, where in a society where you have a weak, corrupt civil society, I know Rudolph would not like me saying this. You know, where you have a civil society that is a reflection of the ruling elite, you should not expect anything better. But in areas where civil society have had advocacy, a consistent advocacy, things like that. And I'll give you an example. Where the Nigerian civil society had been consistent in advocacy, they've made success, despite the fact that this composition are there. And one example is the not too young to run bill. I don't know if everybody recalls that bill. You know, that is, it was a major constitutional change that was required because that bill needed to go through all the state house of assemblies and get to third majority of the state house of assembly, and then get majority of both the Senate and the House of Reps, and then the presidential accent. And you have these young people able to lobby every state and make the change and get the not too young to run bill passed, where it lowers the age of electoral officers across board. So it means that if we are determined, if civil society is determined, they can get things done. If people are not just collecting millions of dollars from foreign donors and using it to build houses in Lekki and Ajah under the guise of advocacy, you know, and they channel it to lobbying the lawmakers, channel it to influencing change, things can be done. You know, I don't generally believe that all hope is lost. I am a firm believer that Nigeria will survive all of us. That's a reality. But while we're still alive, what can be done to make sure it doesn't get to the point where we're using AK-47 to chase each other? And from my experience, and I'm speaking strongly as an experienced person, when society gets to the rule of AK-47, the generals are not people who speak English. You know, the generals are people who sort of have a lot of the arms. People like us will be sergeants in that kind of revolution. So we can make those impact. The civil society are not doing enough. Rather, everybody is online now, statistics and data. They need to go back to the street and start lobbying. And yeah, the composition of the National Assembly is nothing to write home about, but I believe it's a marathon, and we can always, we should not give up on we can't give up. It's our country. We can't really give up. We just have to hope for the best, really.
All right, Kayode, thank you so much for joining us today, and we always appreciate you. And hopefully, when next we call you, you will join us again.
Oh, definitely.
All right, thank you. So we take a break, and when we come back, we do a recap, and then we move on.
But hello, Dr. Ogundamisi.
Yes, sir.
But I seriously want you to.
I'm not a doctor. Before they say I've started calling myself doctor.
I apologize, Mr. Ogundamisi. So, yes, so I seriously want you to give a rethink to this position that if we want a country that will work for all of us, perhaps, I mean, I'm beginning to have a rethink myself to say that maybe the reason why some of us are shouting for our own state, Yoruba nation, Biafra nation, maybe all this will end if the Nigerian people truly get a chance to actually tasting the efficient, I mean the real essence of good governance.
Yeah.
If this crop of corrupt politicians are voted out, maybe through a free and fair election, how can we have a free and fair? How can we allow the beavers work? How can we have a free and fair election? I think it's very.
All right. All right. Thank you, Olumide, and thank you, everybody. Let's take a break, and we'll be right back.
Onye ọma zoro bio akwa nwa zoro bio Max ịbịa bunye gokwanụ m n'ofube n'azụ ụlaga n'ịbịa zugo mmanwụ ụlaga do n'ịbịa zugo akwa nwa nwilochi yo biko rapụ zoro ka ọ nabazi ya Onyo mazoro biko Aboma wazoro ndasari Ibya unye nigwana Ulagado ni ibya zigogwenu Ulagado ni ibya zigo Abama wilo chilo Biko rafu zoro Onawazi Mazi wekoma Odogu no kwere zinaka Onyoma niga dele mo Mazi ni bazi kama Ibu go with melody Odogu na chala noka Ezi wane mliga dele mo Olagado ni pesigo noe Olagado ni pesigo Amama mwilo chilo Bikora muzoro Anabazi Te Onyama zoro Mama wazara nesari Ibya muyanu kwana mo ofube naru Ulaga doni biazugo Nazaboy Mo ulaga doni biazugo Mama wilo chilo Mikora fuzoro Hanabazi Ice Odogu kenano mikechofo Ama kwa mnika kugodia Waligwe kwelo Ikechobo bele bege Hey, you want?
Ebu kampune kene Omogo ndị nsọ Chukwu emeka lumo ike Chukwu negaji Esi nwanne m ekene ịlapụlụ ife niile na-eme wee bịa ka gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne Wisdom ga-adị ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu isili maxi ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ wee sị gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na ịchọlụ na ngeme Wisdom onume ekene gị agbamanwụ iyo iyo biko lapụ na-abasị ya Zoro, 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 Zoro. Zoro, 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 Zoro. Deduru joy na bugwa Hausa Sokoto Ujembe mwilo Anu solo nwe ma n'ọfịa n'ara Onye nwụrụ zurike
Christmas is coming, Baba, buy two for me. Oh, la, la, oh, la, la, oh, la, la, yeah, boom. Hello, my dear, you know, when Christmas is already coming, there, and I know you want to buy a few things for your parents, but because Oti jackpot, hello, my dear, even though you are not in jackpot, Oti love far, you're not wondering who will help mommy Beji to, buy all these evening tomato, beans, egg, yam, rice, noodles, and cocoa. Do not worry. I'm here to introduce to you Help Me Waka. Hey, waka, waka for me. Amen. Now, what these guys are going to do for you is they will help you to deliver anything that you want to your parents, to your husband, to your wife that you have left in Nigeria. Kodaga, you that are giving Baba Beji that is doing the work of former, according to former in your college, you're marrying. That's fact. So they can help you to build your house. They help you to buy cement, block, paint, tiles, that is, and so on and so forth. They also do personalized gifts. Look at this. For example, it has my name on it. And it has exciting and personal items. I love class. You already know that. They're going to put clock gun to remind me, wait, I should not be using another person's clock to run. You understand me now? So anything that you want whatsoever, they are in Nigeria, they are in Ghana, and Cameroon. Don't worry, just go to their website. I'm going to put a link in my bio. Follow them on Instagram. Gbogbo Ishoro, Gbogbo Aile, Gbogbo Nile, Gbogbo Riro, Gbogbo Bibo, Gbogbo Kiki, Gbogbo Shisha. Any problem or any ills that you are having and you want it to be resolved, help me to waka. We help you to resolve it. You want to joke with me? Think I will cut and I'll not pack all these things. I will pack it. I will wash me eyeballs to ice balls. So you can come to my house and come and
You're welcome.
I'm not welcome.
Yes, I got your call. Who sent this to me?
Your brother.
wow, so excited! Hurry up! I'm so excited!
Ta-da! Surprise! Surprise! How are you guys? Nice to see you. I'm live. With Help Me Waka, I came to your house from your brother in America.
Wow!
Are you happy? Help Me Waka, the people who do what? Run errands for you in Nigeria and in Ghana. Say Ghana. Ghana. Say Ghana.
Ghana.
Nigeria and Ghana. Say Help Me Waka. Say Say help me waka. Say help me waka.
Help me, Waka.
Help me waka. The people who run errands for you. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. This by the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for staying with us. And we hope the guest we had was very entertaining and encouraging. And probably we had a wonderful exchange of ideas, which is what we go for when we bring people on the show. And next week, we are going to bring another interesting guest for you. But in the meantime, I just want us to briefly, I will have to leave in another 3 minutes, but I want to hear feedback from the people who are watching and the people who are in the studio on today's guest. And go ahead. Let me come to you, Olumide. Olumide.
Yes, Rodolph.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. So my own take, I mean, he kind of spoke on different divergent views. I mean, on different views. But my own worry is that when people that we're supposed to be listening to for their opinion and trust their opinion on major issues happening in the country begin to analyze and give critical analysis based on a false result or false election. This is what has been happening since 1960. How can we get change when people make critical analysis on false premises, on false evidence? We don't know what the true numbers are in the north. They tell us there are more. We don't know. We didn't see the Beavers results. You understand? We didn't see the numbers that were supposed to come out in some other parts of the country. They only released the results from maybe the south, some part of the southeast, and they are saying, oh, it scored 90% in the southeast. But why didn't you release the ones in the other parts of the country so that we can make an wholesale analysis, unbiased analysis of what the true situation is? And then you begin to purport, oh, it's too sectional. It didn't campaign, it didn't have a coalition, this coalition, that coalition. You understand? This man campaigned, this man pulled what they call the obedient movement, pulled his coalition from different parts of the country. You understand? We see Goro from the north, from the Hausa man, Dr. Goro. You understand? We see the Afenifere faction supporting him, some Igbo faction supporting him, even though some supported. So what else do you want him to do? All we were asking for, all the people asked for was a free and fair balloting process. This is what has corrupted the whole system from the local government level to the state government level to the federal level. You understand? I think the people need to begin to take an approach to look at all the processes, because the way this democracy is operating is not working for anybody. Because federal government touching our lives is one part of a whole part. What about the state government level? They control resources too, they control allocation, they control revenue. Are they truly allowing the local government function? There are so many things that the local government have powers to do independently on their own for their communities that can touch lives. You understand? Instead of allowing Agberos to be local government chairmen, perhaps if they allow educated, informed people, you know, who are ready, who have schooled through this Nigerian system and who are ready to give back with their ideas, you understand, and make things work for people at the local, from the local government to the state to the national level, things will begin to work. I don't know why the state governors are sitting down on local government revenues and not allowing them to truly, you understand, from the councillorship to everything. They want to control everything so that they can control the revenue and the resources, which is the crux of the matter. Like these 3 off-cycle elections that went by now, I mean, it is so sad that the people were now allowed to choose their governor. It is so sad that they didn't allow Beavers work again. They had to resort to biro and pencil, despite spending millions and billions. When is this all going to? I mean, for me, this is the starting point for true democracy. People should be able to elect, but even if they don't want to prosecute those who have stolen money, obviously, or you don't, but allow people to choose people who want to come in and do things for them. If this man campaigns and they campaign and they argue, they debate on ideas, at the end of the day, let the people's will reflect. You understand? We don't want people, they are forcing themselves because they still want to continue to control the revenue, steal the resources of the people with no consequences. This is all, everything all mixed up.
All right. Thank you, Olumide. I hear you, and hopefully we will continue to bring guests here that will shed more light into some of these questions. Okija.
All right. Yes, I didn't follow him, from the beginning, but the part I started, I think, he has he made every effort, to distance himself. I think he was kind of aloof, on what is happening in Nigeria or what happened during the election. From the way I gauge, his utterances, and from his Twitter post, I think, the same thing. I mean, maybe when he fought, he fought it, willingly, with all his heart. But I think, I'm not going to say that I was aware of him when he was fighting for democracy. But from what other people have said and from what he said, maybe, he was really, an activist, committed one, and fought hard. But the person I see now, he is not, yeah, it changes, family changes someone. And again, when you are younger, you tend to see the world, like, black and white, either good or bad. But as you get older, you try to see the colors, that it's just, it's not that easy. There are nuances and things like that. So I think, probably, he has tempered right now, and he's not like that activist he used to be. And going through his Twitter posts, it was like, he was just, he just posting things. I don't know, like, like that election, that February election was a consequential election in Nigerian history. I believe that anyone who was committed to Nigeria, anyone who wanted to see Nigeria work, would have been taking a position. It wasn't an election to be neutral, but it seems, he was neutral. He didn't support P2B, he didn't support Showere, his friend. And like, I mean, Showere or P2B, they couldn't be worse than Buhari, whom he supported. So I don't know. But just like I said, like, and that's maybe he has his reasons, for doing. And like I called him out what he said, what he posted about P2B, and he didn't have. He didn't think twice, he didn't think about trying to retract it or whatever. And also the comment, he said about, I know I'm of the opinion that that we have to go to the root, to the grassroots, take care of our local government, take care of our state. But it's not that easy for, for some of us. I mean, when I mean some of us, I mean, like, people, because Igbo people were mostly, like, business and also industrialists. you find out that, like the way Nigeria is structured, you really need to, for business people, you have to import from abroad. Even if you're an industrialist, you still have to buy some of your raw materials from outside Nigeria. And then you have the port in Lagos. And then, it's not favorable for Igbo business people. Like like growing up in the East, we had a lot of industries, but some of them, trying to get their resources from, outside, they drag, from Port Lagos, coming back to East, it increases the cost. Even right now, the cement you get from Delta, Bua, who's in Delta, and Dangote, who's in other places. When you get cement to the East, it's more expensive. When you get crude oil, petrol, diesel and stuff from Lagos, from other refineries, like people who have tank farm in Lagos.
Hello, my smiley one Nigeria bro from Benue.
So when you get those things from Lagos to East, the cost is, is high. So he is telling us, we have to go back, but it's not easy for people who want to invest in the East, because there is added cost. In Lagos, so will always be cheaper for them. So it's not so, even as much as we want to go back to to our locals and make things happen there, we somehow need federal government. We are the mercy of federal government to make some things work, make the ports work, ports in the the old southeastern part of Nigeria, to make those ports work, so that we could do our business, do things. There's in this world right now, there's nothing you can do. Manufacturing is complicated. Sometimes even Chinese that build factories in Mexico, they bring some of those things, a lot of all those things from China, and they bring them to Mexico, and then they use and then they couple them there. So sometimes they have some local content. So somehow I would say that, being somebody of Igbo extraction, I would say that it will not be easy for us to achieve that dream the way we want it. We can always try do other things, but the way we want to have it happen for us, it's not gonna be easy until the federal government either they remove their hold on us, or they let us go.
All right. Thank you, Okija. Righteous man.
Yeah, Dr. Rudolph, I am so worried. I'm telling you, I'm so worried, and we're in a very bad time, very, very alarming time. I've been very cold this evening. When I was abroad, the guy, my driver who usually comes to pick me up, very good guy from Anambra State, from Mpo. I've been seeing missed calls, so I decided to call back, and the story was, oh, come on, it was kidnapped. Somebody came back from abroad. His in-law introduced him because he's a very good driver. And then he started driving the man and his wife. Without knowing, one of these days, he didn't know that they were monitoring them. He said a car double-crossed them, and they were on army uniform, So in Lagos here, I'm not talking of East or the North. Here, in Alemosho, and when they double-crossed him, they forced the door open and start beating him. That he's driving, he doesn't want to stop. They have been flashing him. They have been giving him signs to stop. So he wants to prove he's an expert. And they beat hell out of him and picked the man and the wife and took them away and kidnapped the husband and wife that just returned from abroad. I'm talking of Lagos. And then the next day, the family of the man that was kidnapped went to Area F, Ikeja, and picked up, they brought policemen, and they picked him up, and the in-law that introduced him to the guy. And so when he got to the station, he said the beating he received is just God, the grace of God has survived him. He would have been a dead man. And the police were telling him that him and the in-law that brought him to drive this man and his wife, they should pray. If this husband and wife, any of them dies in the hand of kidnappers, definitely they are going. There is no way, because it's a very very big crime now in Nigeria constitutionally. So he said just 2 days ago, the police called him out and said they are taking them to court, that the man had been released. The man paid a whooping amount of 12 million, 6 million per head, for him and his wife. And so they said they will prepare them to go to court. But yesterday, a few days ago, the man came to the station and told them that these two guys are very innocent. The driver and his in-law that brought the driver, that police should let them go, that they are innocent. These people are kidnappers. Maybe information was given to them that so and so person is coming. So my sincere advice to you guys that are in diaspora, when you are coming to Nigeria, please be very security conscious. Know who you tells where you are, where you're going, when you are coming, and when you are going back, because you don't read though. You don't read. It's so appalling right here now. Rudolph, one thing that I have discovered in my little experience about this country is that those who were political campaigners or democracy campaigners during the military regime were actually doing that for their personal political ambition and interest. Because if you look at majority of the people we have today in governance in Nigeria, there were those who were campaigning for democracy. And then you begin to ask a question. If these people were actually campaigning for democracy, and now we have whatever that resembles democracy, which they have championed, and they're in governance, and the military era, economically, socially, security-wise, seems to be better than what we're having today. So what kind of people were actually championing the cause of democracy in Nigeria? You will agree with me that is self-positioning, because every one of them today that is a politician, they are not ruling for the people. They are governing for their self-interest and their family interest. And that is one thing I think our guest here, why he is no longer what he used to be, he may have fallen into the line of these people that are in governance today. He is unfortunate that he's not a politician in Nigeria today, but he's escaped to abroad. But why he's doing what he's doing, supporting somebody who truncated democracy in Nigeria, supporting somebody who brought hardship in the life of Nigerians in this modern age and time. And now you saw genuine Democrats like Peter Obi, who never handled a gun, who never executed any contract from the government. You saw somebody like Showore, you never supported them, and you went and pitched your tent with those who have looted this country, who have made us to become a laughingstock in the Committee of Nations. Is something that we have to just look back. Whenever we see anybody saying, I'm a Democrat, I campaign, I champion democracy, we have to take a second look before we conclude on that person. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I see Dan, I see Janaba, but I have to take my leave to take care of something. I really appreciate everybody, those that watched at home and those that joined us in the panel. Next Sunday, we are going to have another fascinating guest. And thank you, everybody. I will hand it over to Electricity, who will guide you until Forefather comes in. And so thank you, everybody, and all the best.
Thank you, Rudy.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me go to Okija now. Okija, I left a chat. A note there for you in the private chat, but I will make it a public for the other panelists to also weigh in on. In your when you were speaking, you referenced the federal government to release its hold on the Igbos. I stand to be corrected. Am I correct in quoting you?
Yes, I said something else.
Could you please further clarify that as to what that hold is, please?
Yeah, I mean, the politics of there is politics of anything that will help Southeast, politics of delaying it, making it to work. Some people fear, they've said during the Biafran War, the Igbo engineers, like Professor Sam Oji of Enugu, they help, the weapons used by Biafra, the Obunigu and stuff like that. Then after the war, I don't know, these things, they were supposed to be, like organized, and then Nigeria used it. But I want to say, I don't know, probably it's a public knowledge, but I don't know, maybe some people don't know it. But when it suited Babangida, when what's his name, Delegua was killed, the bomb that was killed, we used to kill Delegua, was built by Samoji. And he didn't know that it was, they were sort of manufacture a bomb, it's a bomb that was, used to. They used, but they could have used, his experience and other guys and use it to advance Nigeria. But anyway, what I'm saying, like in terms of port, okay, see how much it dragged. Like for instance, the second Niger bridge. It dragged on for a long time. Why wouldn't we have a second Niger bridge? Why wouldn't we have there's supposed to be like fifth Niger bridge? If you go to a lot of countries, even Massachusetts where I live, Charles River, they had many bridges, within a small distance. Even in China, I go to China, you see bridges all over rivers. Okay, so when we one of the politics they have about Igbo people, they said, like last week, someone said something about if you build port for them, they're going to use it to manufacture arms. But that's the mentality in Nigeria, because if I've talked to people, the mentality is that if you give Igbo people something that is good, that they will use the advantage to secede from secede. That's the thing. Why couldn't you develop ports or near port or Warri port or other ports, develop them so that the people will use them instead of having people always concentrate, in Lagos. That's a whole, like what is going on right now, the demolition of houses in Lagos. Some people say, they demolish other people's houses. Yes, just like in the US, when Justice Department, they come against police department for, targeting black people, they will arrest some white people, say, we are arresting everybody. We are targeting everybody, not only black people. But, from what I wanted to ask the guest if he was there. Tunde Bakare said something about he went to a meeting and they were talking about what they were going to do to Igbos. Could you imagine a meeting where Tunde Bakare was invited? Could you imagine the caliber of people that were there? They were talking about what they would do to Igbos. And then, what he told them, I don't know if you have seen the video. If you haven't seen the video, I'll forward it to you guys. And then, Tinubu's wife, what she said. And then...
please forward it. We want to see that one.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, he went he went to a meeting and they were talking about they're buying houses in Lagos, we're gonna do this. So Bakare told him, why did anybody force you to sell to him? And then so they kept quiet, they left the meeting. Anyway, and you heard what
here is the question to the floor. Does the federal government have a hold or holding any region back from developing?
They're holding us back.
That is the question to the floor.
Yeah, because there are certain things that are in the purview of the federal government they have to do. For instance, right now, if I want to, I'm a manufacturer in the Southeast, okay, I want to move my sell to overseas. I need a port that is close to me. Actually, let me tell you this story. When I came to US, newly, like in 1996 or 1996, and I had someone from Enugu. He was involved in the coal industry. So he asked me to help him, get, buyers of coal. So, and I got buyers of coal. This guy was dragging just for them to, the rail line that was taking coal from Enugu to Calabar, Calabar, Port Harcourt. It wasn't working. This guy was running around, he spent so much money trying to get someone to approve it to make it work. It didn't work. So the coal, the coal is gone. I mean, the coal is there, but the industry is dead. You know, the project is not running anymore. So these are some of the things, you know, they are doing. If the coal was there, for instance, we could use it to generate electricity. Okay, whereas a power plant in Ebola in Enugu that's from the river. I think I forgot the name they call it. It's not working anymore. You know, so
Okay.
these things are, you know, like we're not telling them, you know, to just, you know, give us money. Just, you know, like things the federal government is supposed to do, like the power. If I'm happy right now, they've said that the state can do power, but then it was in the federal government. The state cannot do port. Okay, you know, the Chinese or like on a port. I read a report. A Chinese government, they said they're gonna widen it. You know, I mean, they're gonna dredge it. A Chinese company said they're gonna dredge it. You know, make it here so that, you know, ship, you know, bigger ship will come in. You know, but the federal government, they don't want to, you know, like the project.
Okay,
So these are the things I'm talking about. With those things they can do. I know, like, you know, if you make environment, you know, conducive for people to do business, you know, give them what they need, or people will just, you know, do their business. Businesses have Onitsha used to be a manufacturing area, and it has to. Odutola was in Onitsha. Odutola, a Yoruba man, he had his tire company was in Onitsha.
Okay.
But all this they closed because the cost of, you know, manufacturing in the east was high.
Electricity.
I will come back to hold on 1 second. I'll come back to you. We'll go to Steph to Jonaba to Lumide, then Righteous Man. The question is this: does the federal government have a hold or stopping any region from developing their region? Please, your argument must be based on fact, because yes, the system is not working, and people are aggrieved, and they want to disintegrate the country. They want to go different way. But does the federal government, and if so, what are the state government doing in that regard? The floor is yours, Mrs. Steph. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay. Thank you, Electricity, and John Abba, the rest of the panelists. I think it's a kind of an open-ended question, in the sense that yes, they are holding the regions, but at the other hand, do we actually have a regional arrangement in Nigeria? I don't think we do. But if you want to look at it from the point of view of when there was regional government in Nigeria, then I will say that if you compare that period to what we have now, then you now begin to look at your question from the perspective of the clamor for restructuring and true federalism. Then in that sense, I would say, okay, yes, because it's a general consensus that if we restructure along religious, along regions, along regions or regional lines, that is going to foster more development. Why? Because there's going to be this competition among the regions as seen in the past. And the federal government would then divulge most of its powers to the regions. Why presently it seems as if they are holding back the regions, or we'll say the states, because we don't have regional arrangement presently, is that everything depends on the federal government in terms of revenue sharing and stuff like that, which made the federal government to be the fat cow.
From my end, I can't hear you.
You can't hear me? Sorry about that.
Mr. Steph.
Is it better now?
Hold on 1 second, Mr. Steph. Listen to my question very well, please. I know you're talking about regional government. You have governors, you have legislators in all states representing the people. And we want to change the system. The question is this: how is the federal government stopping present states from developing their region? That is the question. And what are the state
that's
governors
that's the
and
question.
the
That's why I said
legislators are doing?
that's why I said that the question you're asking, how are they stopping the regions? There is no region presently.
Okay,
In the private
let
chat,
me
I have
rephrase.
a
How are
link
they
in the chat.
stopping the states from developing?
Fine.
I rephrase.
They are not stopping the states from developing. The
Thank you
problem
for
is that the states have not really lived up to its expectation. The problem we're having with the federal is also the same problem we're having with the states. The states have not lived up to the expectations. And every state gets its own share from the federal government, which everybody is of the consensus that it should be the other way around. States should pay to the federal. But with what we have now, every state gets its own share. But to a very large extent, they've not been able to live up to its expectations. I know there are, in so many ways, the federal government can help the states, but the states are not really living up to its expectations. It's not utilizing its own potentials to generate its own revenue. And most of the states are not even being creative. Okay, take for instance, when Donald Duke was the governor of Cross River State, he did lots of things to develop the tourism potential of the states. I know that in 2000 and was it 2002? Either 2002, 2001, I visited the Obudu Cattle Ranch, and it was an amazing experience. For anybody that had been to that place, you will not even feel like you're in Nigeria. Just what you experience when you go outside the country. Have tourist guides or something like that took us around, gave us the history of the place and lots of that. But what have happened down the line? The subsequent the governors that came didn't really even build on that. Imagine what would have been the tourism potential of the state had it been the subsisting governors have built on it. And some the stories are much in some of the states. So we know most times we could argue that the federal government, gets a bigger share of the resources. It has much to itself. But the question is the states actually living to its potential? There are limitations to what the states can do under the present arrangement, but I don't think most of the states can actually account for whatever the potential is presently.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you answering that question. Olumide Righteous Man, can you give me just 2 seconds, please? I'll come back to you. Okija, I'm going to ask you a rhetoric question. Can the state government or government sue the federal government? It's a rhetoric question, but I don't mind you answering it.
Of course, they can sue the federal government, but what happens? What will happen? What will happen?
Hold on. There's a follow-up question.
Okay, for instance, Nana, Anambra State. Anambra is an oil-producing state. Anambra is an oil-producing state, but Anambra is not.
Okija, you're not listening to me. You're talking to yourself. You're still not listening. Okija, hold on 1 second. You're going to talk, okay? I had to mute you so that you listen to me. You answered the question. So you said earlier that the federal government is holding you guys down not to progress. Steph disagree with that, but disagreement is welcome. Why haven't the state government, knowing fully well, based on your claim that they are holding you guys down, why haven't the state government, the states that you came from, sue the federal government? That is the question to you. You can now speak. Thank you.
Okay, now nothing will come out of suing the federal government. For instance, Tinubu, I will give it to him. when he was governor, and this guy took Obasanjo was not giving him state allocation. He sued them. What came out of it? So it doesn't make any sense. What some governors do, they try to negotiate with them. They try to talk sense into them. For instance, I was just saying Anambra is an oil producing state, but Anambra State is not a member of Niger Delta or did NDDC. Anambra in terms of onshore, Anambra produces more oil than Akwa Ibom. Okay, so what would the Anambra State, they be talking about? Do you know how long it took for Anambra State actually to start that oil for companies to come, start drilling that oil? Do you know how long it took? Anambra State was designated a strategic reserve long time ago, and we keep pressing strategic reserve. We need the money. We need the money. We need the money. And it took, do you know how long it took before they started? An Indian company came, and because it was actually by mistake, they were exploring in Delta State, and they mistakenly, because of when you do seismology or whatever, all those, you see all the things laying in the ground. So they saw also the Anambra part in the bottom part, and they went there. Actually, when they were doing that, they were collecting the oil. Everybody was paying to Delta State. Anambra State, instead of fighting, you sue. Nothing will come out of it. You just have to bend, beg them. I mean, federal government is like a demigod in Nigeria. So that's it. I mean, I don't have to tell you all these things. Yeah. Someone will pull up, saying something in the port, tracking the port. When you have on airport, when you have on airport, small ship, vessel can come there. But in Lagos, you have 500 container ship coming there. You can't compare the two of them. You need to have give equal access to a Chinese company. Like I said, they want to dredge the port, widen it, and deepen it so that big ships can come in there. But for government, they don't want to make the project work. So, and then I don't know. Somehow I blame individual as well. But then again. Okay. Let me give you another example. Orient Petroleum operates in Anambra State. Orient Petroleum is owned individual oil company owned by some Anambra people, including Chief Emeka Anyoko, former Secretary General of Commonwealth. The Anambra State people, they've been coming. Okay, we want to, since federal government declared it a strategic reserve, we want to take it over. We want to be producing oil there. They did the cost. I remember then, I followed the project. They did the cost. Then they said it was going to cost about $13 to get a barrel of crude oil from Anambra, but then onshore it was costing about $2 or $3. So for a lot of companies they don't want to go. So Anambra Indigene said, okay, we'll do it. They applied. Nothing happened until Obasanjo, because of its close relationship with Emeka Anyoko, that was why he approved the project. So Orient Petrol, they started. So these are the things, like some guy, you guys probably, I've listened to these things. It's the things that happen. You sue them, nothing.
Thank you very much. You guys heard the question I put on the floor. Olumide Jonaba Righteousma. Okay, Jonaba is a pastor, so she exercises more patience than every other person. I'll go to Olumide, then I'll go to Righteousma, then I'll take Jonaba. Olumide, the floor is yours.
Okay,
Olumide, please focus on the question. I will really appreciate you focus on the question.
Thank you, Electricity, for the question. And so before I go ahead to really answer the question in detail, I want to please implore anybody with a legal background they can join the panel for the purpose of clarity to kind of help weigh in this situation. So I'm on a website, Nairaland. I just want to I want to define what we're trying to talk about here. Exclusive power refers to the powers of the federal government alone. For examples of exclusive power, federal power, are those regarding matters of defense, foreign affairs, overseas, trade. There are 68 items in this list. And two of the items that I want to focus on are policing and maritime shipping navigation on tidal waves, and also federal road, especially those deemed as federal road trunks, to make it 3. So, and then the concurrent list is defined as are those which are shared by the federal and state government, Both may act or intervene, but the federal government overrides the state if there's a conflict. Residual powers are those that are left to or designated to the state. In other words, everything that is left over. Example, residual powers are those regarding civil law, urban planning, property issues, I think, which the state can legislate on. And those are the concurrent list too. But they can still be overruled by the federal government. So not to talk of the exclusive list, which is the exclusive rights of the federal government. So some of these things will require a political resolution. Because if we go to court, depending on how the state assemblies back their policies or their actions by the laws, they may win, they may lose if the federal government tries to stand in their way. But some of these things, I say, can be resolved by political solutions. The federal government is like a father. A father will listen to his children when they come with concerns. Before you give your child something, you will ask, what do you want to use it for? You ask all the necessary questions. If you think your child merits it, you give it to the child. If you think they don't, you understand? But if your child fairly thinks it deserves it and you don't give it to that child, especially when that child is matured, the child may eventually rebel and move, and we know what can, when it rebels, what can lead, the outcomes of rebellion, what it can lead to. So I'm just trying to kind of put that in kind of context for the sake of argument. Now, what I'm saying is that now we are now co-equal partners in this federalism called Nigeria. Every section of the country are co-equal partners. We should treat each other as equals and listen to each other. The eastern part of the country is saying that they want a seaport of their own for ease of economy, for ease of, maybe for a long time Lagos has been the main seaport, but for through federalism to occur, we need to be able to listen to them. They may not have the finances to do this seaport. Maybe purposefully the federal government has been stalling the creation of this seaport for political, not just for political reasons, maybe for financial, pecuniary reasons. Oh, maybe if we allow them their own seaport, revenue in the southwest will decrease and we won't have enough money to share to do this, to take care of our own people. Maybe the north will think that, oh, if the east have their own seaport, they may want to bring in arms, tear the country apart. Maybe there will be less money to distribute because the east will not have a kind of revenue. See, we have to move away from all that. A true federalism will give opportunity to its people, regardless of their differences. The federal is still the federal. That idea that they will import arms doesn't factor. It's a wrong premise, because we still have our institutions at work. We have the Secret Service. We have police that will work, that will give information if all these things occur, that will stop these kind of things occurring. And even if people are thinking of seceding, you have to listen to their cry and their yearnings to stop this and allow the system to play fairly. When you allow a free and fair election, it is the people who have freely elected a leader that would tell the renegade among themselves, no, we are not going that route. And we are not going that route. We are not going that route. Because this system has given us this opportunity to make these changes that we want to. But if you're pushing back, you're pushing back. What the money, when you tell them, go and, okay, the system has allowed you to create your seaport, they've never stopped you, go and create your seaport. But in law, has that truly happened?
Okay,
the government still holds the legislative. One more minute. And then most importantly, the money to create that seaport, to do the dredging, to give it, have you created that revenue? Bearing in mind that what we do is trickle down economics. We pull money in the center and we share it. Have you put that budget that money in the budget for them to achieve that aim?
Olumide, are you suggesting that the state government do not generate revenue?
So if the state government...
Can you answer the question? Are you suggesting that state government...
They may not be viable enough to be able to do that seaport. If government is... Wait, listen. The answer is that they may not be viable enough to generate that money to do that seaport. Yes.
they may not be viable to generate.
Yes, I don't know what their state of the books are, but do you have information to that?
Do you have the statistics? Do you have the figures?
Do you have information to the contrary? Do you have information to the contrary?
I am telling you that the state government can generate enough money within themselves and come together and build a seaport. And if the federal government challenge them, then they can go to court. Righteous man, the floor is yours. Then we go to John Abba, then Chim, and Niger, whoever.
Yeah. My brother Olumide, God bless you. You are a true Nigerian. You are one who speaks with honesty in your heart, not siding. I'm just happy to have somebody like Olumide as one of those who speaks in this platform. Each time I listen to him, you will see somebody who have a clear conscience, who is not biased, who is not against anybody, who has no intention to suppress any person. That is Olumide. He should be the ambassador of Damages platform, honestly. God bless you, sir. I love you with my heart. John Abba, you are a pastor, and I learned also that electricity, maybe you correct me, I learned you're a Sunday school teacher in your church, or you may not, but you're a sound Christian, because most times I hear you quote the Bible. The scripture says, can two walk together? That is Amos 3:3. Can two walk together except they agree? Now, the Nigerian state do not want to do anything that will favor the economic development of the Southeast. On individual basis, there is no tribe in Nigeria that is richer than the Igbos. On individual basis. I mean, when you say wealth is spread, Igbo wealth is spread. There's no family, hardly you go to any family in Igbo land where you will not get 2 or 3 multimillionaires. But when it comes to national development, when it comes to economic policies to develop a region, the Southeast is the only region without federal presence. Imo State have been crying for petrochemical industry, which is the duty of the federal government to develop or to build. That has not been granted. Ibeto was higher in manufacturing of cement than Dangote. They shut Ibeto down and closed that business. Savannah Bank was owned by an Igbo man. They closed it till date. After the war, Igbos were given it, I think it's 10 pounds or thereabout, or 20 pounds. Even if you own 2 billion pounds in the bank, you forfeit it just because there was a civil war. As if civil wars have never been fought in any country of the world before. And that policy was to make sure that Igbos never rise economically. So when you are asking if a state cannot build, or the 5 eastern states cannot build seaport, my brother, the answer is no, because it is on exclusive, what do they call it? Exclusive rights of the federal government. No state government can build a seaport. Let me give you an example. In Imo State, we contributed money. Every adult from Imo State then, that you know you like good things, we contributed money to build Sami Mbakwe International Airport. What happened to it? The federal government denied the international status by not allowing foreign airports to land or to take off from Sami Mbakwe International Airport. They made sure they killed that airport, and lastly, it was reduced to cargo airport. That is a policy to make sure that the Southeast do not see the light of the day. Now, Anambra State had built an airport. Enugu Airport had been built, not by the federal government, by the state. Lagos Airport was not built by the state, it was built by the federal government. Aminu Kano International Airport was not built by Kano, it was built by federal government. Abuja International Airport was not built by Abuja residents or citizens, it was built by federal government. Port Harcourt International Airport was not built by Rivers State, it was built by federal government. Tell me one airport that the federal government built in the southeast. And the one the southeasterners contributed money to build, they refused to grant it international status. The one they approved, that Jonathan reluctantly approved, which happens to be Enugu International Airport, he only allowed, he was pressed that he could only allow Ethiopian Airlines to land and take off from there. And you know, these are the people, the Igbos are the people that travel often more than any tribe in Nigeria because they are business oriented. So when you are asking, can't the states construct or build a seaport? The answer is capital no. Even if they do that, the federal government will not give it that requirement or that approval that is required. And again, can they sue? If they sue federal government, nothing will come out of it. Absolutely nothing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For us to have a very strong institution, we have to challenge each other, federal, state, local government, and everything. However, if we continue with this, in fact, I am moderating, so I shouldn't give my opinion. I'm going to highlight two comments now. One is already there, but I'm going to put a question mark at the end of this comment. Imagine a question mark that most governors are stooge to the federal government. Put it a question mark there. Then I will now highlight the second one, which says here, is Dangote refinery not private? Why is petrochemical industry up to the government? Now, during what's his name, Dangote's launching, opening, he thanked everybody, but particularly two people. Emefiele, who is an Igbo man, and what? Mbuari. According to Dangote, quote and unquote, Emefiele was the one man that visited that refinery more than any other person. He's an Igbo man, okay? So he knows what is good. He helped Dangote to push that refinery, meaning that it is possible. So, John Abba, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Electricity, and fellow panelists once again. On the issue of, I'm not the one that come up with the who is holding who down, so I will not go into that details. All I understand is that there is a port in Cross Rivers, and there is a port in River State, and it's close to south or to the east, or they're all in the east zone. Also, you call it southeast, and it's closer than Lagos seaport. And I also understand that when Amechi was the governor, the federal government gave him the money to expand it and make it work. So as of that is the politics of the zone and Nigerian versus their people.
Joraba, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I think the question was about the southeast, though.
I understand the question. And Electricity are trying to say something. You're mute.
Go. I had to mute Olumide. I had to mute. We have to apply decorum.
I understand the question. I think I'm answering the question. May not be the way you want to hear it, but I'm answering it to Olumide. So there is there is a seaport in River State, and there is a seaport in Cross River, which is closer to that area than Lagos. And if there is a political way around it to come to the east where it's close to their home, I'm not going to answer to that. I don't work with the federal government. But all I know, those things are very close, and there is no seaport in the north. And I can understand the northern end. Don't travel that. Don't do such business in a large way like Dangote. But
and the other one has seaport.
Go ahead, Jonah, but I think you're breaking.
Okay. So that is all I can say about that. You can go to the next person.
Right. Thank you. I think Nijaman was here before Chim, if I'm correct. Nijaman, were you here before Chim?
Yes, I was here before, even before Jonah.
Okay, the floor is
That's
yours.
not true.
I was there before you. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Electricity.
Stop looking at your TV. Just talk. You're trying to hear yourself. That's why.
Okay. I think what we have to do, even the moderator, before you bring question like this, first and foremost, you will try and make some research and have your facts first. We cannot just expect people will just come when you give you throw up a question. People doesn't understand. I think it's better for them just say no comment. I don't know anything about it. Than just talk, come out and try and bring up propaganda and lie to repeat of hell, just to show their narrative. And when the more you bring that propaganda, the more you provoke some people have to bring something that is more worse than what you are doing to you. By the day they will turn into tribal something. Because people cannot just be giving opinion on what they don't understand, which is meaningless. There is imports even before the 1966 coup, before the Biafra War. Where there is seaport before? There is any seaport in Southeast? Is it not South? When it was that become when it was Eastern region, is it not the South part, the South side that there was seaport? Yeah, they not seaport in Calabar, they not seaport in River. Why are they not say this thing? People man is doing business in Kano, in Plateau, in Kaduna. If we take container from Lagos to there to shop, to warehouse in Kaduna, to Plateau, but you cannot take container from Lagos to East here that is closer to it. He said that is the problem. So if you stop all this life, you want to build, I never see any state that is building something. So where you build the seaport the other day? It's states. If you want to build, I think the Abia governor is flag up a seaport in Abia state the other day. Even if you make research, don't just come here because you just want everybody to preach it. You want to preach it to everyone. And when somebody now counter it, in fact, you now say because the person is on tribe or doesn't like your face. We cannot be doing something like this. We cannot be doing. If we are fighting for a cause, let everybody do it one way. Let it be straight, and let everybody know we are going this way. Now you hide another something, and you want to push a narrative to other people like this. There is two secrets in Sasa. Why is it now? Why you come from there to take it to Sasa? Is it the problem? Why are you not raising your governor? Why are legislator? All this way we are saying we are just causing things. Like I said, you don't have any power. You don't have power. You don't have power. I said there will be no support. It's my opinion. I can't do anything. You cannot do anything. It's only the legislator, the governor. Now we have to channel our problem to. That is why what electricity is trying to prove to us, to know that this is the people. That we do it, that we're supposed to cry to. It's not good. We are not going to do anything. We are not going to be preaching it to ourselves. Without nothing. Without achieving anything. We have to focus on our state. We have states. We have government that Tinubu is not the one that will come and give me water. He's not the one that will come and give me health care. He's not the one that will come and give me primary school or secondary school. It's my government, my local government chairman. It's not Buhari from Abuja that will come. It will not face the reality and just talk to the big propaganda, or somebody must preach what he wants, or must preach it. Everybody cannot be preaching it. And you have to balance the equation. You have to balance it. You are talking there's nothing. So if you talk about this, you are talking from the civil war. The civil war, what the people do to my own region, that reach their own West Bank, I think it become period back. And you are not saying that anyway. Are you crying over that? Because you don't be letting somebody to be to be remember the past. You should focus on the right thing and let it be realistic. Realistic, that is where they have to, every time they will drag innocent to be to every cycle and the after something. Eh? Because even they just leave people to be just doing anything, everybody will just like to talk whatever they like and make sure everywhere is divided, everyone is behaved. Everybody cannot be like that, please. If you look your fact, you don't have your fact, your opinion is not, it doesn't matter. And then let it be flying here. That is my own. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Niger man. Now, let me clarify myself. One thing I don't like doing is to tell somebody they're lying. But rather, I would rather put it in a form of a question. Giving the person the opportunity. Remember, is the flaw. And we check each other. It's our job to check each other. That was why I put the question to Okija Nakija when he said they are holding them down, and everyone has been weighing onto it on it to say, okay, no, that is not true, and that is true. So, Chim, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Electricity. I wasn't going to come on air. I wanted to be an observer and just watch, which is why I resisted the temptation of coming on when Mr. or is it Dr. Ogundamisi was talking. Now, on the issue of the question, does the federal government stop any region from developing? I'm not going to focus squarely on the Southeast. For anybody who wants to be fair, has been listening to me here, I have said it severally, not because of the Southeast, but for the fact that it will help engender development. Lagos is congested. But before I go any further, Okija is not here. Okija said Anambra State has oil and is not part of Niger oil producing states. Well, he's wrong to an extent. Wrong in the sense that, remember the concept of the oil producing states came up around 1999-98 under Obasanjo's government, and that's when they formed this is it NDDC that they're called. As at that time, there was no oil found in Anambra State. Anambra State oil was found in 2012. So what they need to do is to have started asking to be included. I don't know to what extent they've done that. That's just for clarity's sake. You can Google this. Is on just Google it. You see it. Now, on the issue of whether the federal government is holding Nigeria's, I think the federal government of Nigeria is the biggest institution that is creating lack of development. Now, Olumide, another correction. The federal government is not the father of the nation. That's a wrong concept. You don't use those kinds of concepts in the federal system. The federal government is part and parcel of a federating system, while all the other states are co-federating units. Don't worry. I don't want us to waste time. Co-federating unit. The problem with us as a nation is because when we bring this whole father of the nation, I mean, someone said Nigerians carried over their traditional religion into Christianity, and that's why the way we go about our Christianity, I think sometimes we always carry over some of our own ways of nuances into modern things and model it up.
I was referring to the pulpit bully.
Okay. Don't worry, it's okay. So to that extent, that's why Nigeria is not developing very well. Why? Because the federal government wants to control everything. In every federating system, whether it is in Canada or in the US or in Australia, call them province, call them states, call them region, whatever nomenclature you use, they are all co-equals. What they do is what the constitution does is to say, this is the job of federal, this is the job of the regions. It's like saying in the house, husband will say, okay, you know what, all the big projects, madam, leave it for me. What I want you to do is deal with daily food, deal with toiletries, but allow me, I will buy the cars, I will service the cars, I will buy house or whatever. And everybody, as long as everybody keeps to that line of duty, there's a best progress. Now, to the extent of bringing it down to the South, there is some measure of truth when you say the federal government is holding back. There is a truth in it. Perhaps there's been some measure of liberal thinking in the going forward, like I have seen Somebody talk about Abia State being licensed or whatever, giving approval. That's fine. But these things were not there before. We're talking about what is happening today. They were not there before. And yes, the major seaports in the southern part of the country and in the southeast are predominantly in what we today call south. No doubt about that. Yes. But you see, those seaports also were limited to their operational capacity to an extent by the same federal government for a long time. Maybe those things have changed now, but to a large extent, everybody had to go and do major importation through Lagos and Tinkan Island. It is a fact that anybody who's been following Nigerian politics knows. The government closed certain things and said you couldn't do certain things in certain seaports, which forced businessmen to have to import through Lagos. While we're having this conversation, I was Googling things. And checking. The Lagos seaport is overly congested because the federal government has not developed Onne, developed Warri, developed Calabar to the capacity. Like I keep saying, let people have choices. If me, Mr. Oguru, and I feel like, oh, I want to do my business through Lagos, perhaps my major beneficiaries of my importation or business activity are within the southwest axis and is of more proximity for me, I will do that. Canada has two major seaports. There is one in Vancouver. There is one in Nova Scotia. You will find that most businessmen in Alberta and Saskatchewan will prefer to use the seaport in Vancouver. It's in the western part of the country. It benefits them. But you find that people who are in Quebec, Nova Scotia, Toronto, and co. will go through the other one. Let it be a choice. We hamstring ourselves as a nation when we make some policies, whether it is intentionally to, deliberately hoodwink some people. I don't want to say it. I'm just saying I'm being hypothetical here, or otherwise, we're not allowing ourselves as a nation to reach our potential. So, to an extent, yes, there used to be some deliberate federal government policies to stop certain things from happening in certain places. Anybody can say what they want to say. It is a fact that things that have happened. For instance, I remember when Okija was talking about the Civil War. See, people have fought wars everywhere. But you know what? Even when you come out of those wars, you take what works, you take learnings and say, wow, these people developed, bombs and equipments to fight. Can we bring that wealth of experience to the national benefit? And that's how you heal. But our nation rather saw it from a negative light and said, these people that were fighting and were producing this weapon. No, let's not. I mean, who is being deprived? The Nigerian army is being deprived of intelligence that could have been used to develop our army, our air force, our navy. So I'm saying, while I agree, I want to go away from this pointing of fingers. But the truth remains, if you sweep things under the carpet in the name of, I'm not one person that believes in this whole equity for equity's sake or less balance. No. But that's like saying you want to create a balance even when there needs to be no balance. Let's be honest and truthful to ourselves. When Tinubu formed local governments in Lagos, even though it was the right thing to do, but the constitution as constituted at that time did not give him the powers to do those things, which is why Obasanjo went and blocked it. We might argue everything that Obasanjo may have had his own vendetta and co. Yes, but he went and blocked it. So I think in my summation, what will help us as a people is that the document we're using to federate ourselves, we've said it is faulty. When I say Nigerian constitution is faulty, I don't say it from the perspective of people saying, oh, it's the army that created it. That's not my own view. My view is that it is faulty to the extent that there are things inside it that are hoodwinking us as a people and not allowing us to make progress. Let those things be removed. There is nowhere that you have a federating system where the federal government collects all the wealth and now starts distributing to all the other federating units. They are not his babies. What happens is that the wealth in every place belongs to those people. Then there is an agreement to say for the running of this central government that we all control and have, this is the percentage you will bring. So what you're doing is you're bringing your contribution to the national table to run the federal government and not the other way around. So because we don't want the other way around, that is why our society is not moving the way we should go. I'll come back later when you allow others to speak, to speak about what
electricity. Can I quickly correct something?
About,
Well, no. Anyway,
no, I need to make
it's not
correction.
your turn.
No.
Anyway.
Just to quickly,
Go
sorry.
ahead, Jim.
I would like to say something, but I'll come back later, not now. I'll let other
All right,
people talk.
no problem.
Kulata raised a very valid point about petrochemical and Dangote. I want to say something about that, but I'll come back later for that.
Okay. But before you go, Jim, just stay there for 2 minutes. The guest speaker, highlighted the National Assembly working on the Constitution. Now, Chim also have weighed into that there are indeed some certain things in our Constitution that need refixing. So this issue has been going on for long. And I enjoy this issue of Constitution amendment. So, gentlemen, Tone is your next step. You are the next online, then AY. AY, whatever you want to ask, just write it down. Let's apply a bit of decorum, please, so that we're enjoying this discussion. So, how do we amend that Constitution? Remember, the state governors are there. The legislators are there. We want a strong institution. And to achieve these strong institutions, there's bound to be conflict. There's bound to be challenges. We're bound to go against each other in a peaceful manner in the court of law. So, gentlemen, without ladies on the board, how do we fix this Constitution? Tone, the floor is yours, then AY, then we'll go around again. Thank you. Jim, that's the question I want you to have before you leave, so that when you come back, you weigh in.
What was it? Can you repeat the question again, please?
In respect to the issues in that Constitution that needs fixing, how do we fix it?
Okay, so I'll be honest, I'm not going to say I have a superior answer.
Jim, it's not your floor. It's not your turn.
Okay. I thought you were asking me to respond. Okay, my apologies.
No, Tone has the floor. Then AY. Then we'll go around again. Thank you.
Hi, greetings everybody. Hope you guys are having a great weekend. Electricity, first of all, commiserations. Okay, you know what I'm talking about. I saw your updates on your phone. Can you hear me? Okay, and I'd like you to.
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'd like you to look at the private message I sent you as well on here. On the live, please. We need to deal with this thing because it's just getting annoying. Okay, right. I've been listening partly in the background earlier today, and I didn't want to get in and start losing my cool with people like unfortunately we have people guests that we have today and all that still think like that, and how with people that still think like this and then say is their constitutional right to support illegality, how do we then form a very strong institution? It's not possible, because when you have people with the dodgy character, their character is tainted. They don't see what they are supporting as evil. We can't move on. And where I will touch again with issue of Kulata was saying that Lagos State built the port and all that. My brother Chim had already said, and I just want to reinforce what he said. The Chinese, I don't like them. I don't like them personally. That's my own thing. I think they are opportunists. I don't know how somebody reasonable will give Chinese 75%, ownership of that port. I don't like it at all. 75%, however, belongs to the Chinese, and Singapore to the Chinese. Then Singapore, Lagos State government, and NPA shares the 25%, the third and the third. So if you look at it, you just find out it's not nothing to write home about. But however, in going forward, how do we build a strong institution? You cannot have rogues. You cannot have rogues running around in our National Assembly, in our Senate, in the presidency, in the military, and we say we want to build a strong institution. let's not just deceive ourselves. It ain't happening. Olumide speaks with so much courage and all that. Being a Yoruba man, he doesn't care whatever you think and all that. This is the kind of boldness we're looking for. If everybody we should start saying things as it is and all that. And please, righteous man, this is for you, my brother. I'm not attacking you, but just watch so that you not drift into propaganda. Propaganda is for the bad for the Agbado people. Just leave them, let them continue with their propaganda. We don't need propaganda. When we want to come, let's come with, even if it's just 1% fact, we know that it's 100% and all that. Let's not drift into that. The airports, the Igbo people don't even need the federal government, like somebody said, to build a port. The Igbo people, if we really want to do something and now we go out and do it. I'm from Onitsha. The Onitsha project, Onitsha should have been a major port, but because of all politics and all that over the years, even from the 60s and all that, it was never done for one reason or the other. I mean, I'm not just too worried about it, but I where I stand is, how do we get rid of these dodgy characters and all that, and I start imbibing a new way of thinking with people that are coming up, because that's a problem we have in Nigeria. Mindsets. If we can clear our mindset, and people like my brother John Abba can see Peter Obi that he's not that evil for some reason and all that, and I can come to I can come to Lagos, I can come to Nigeria and all that. I will say, yeah, I've got a brother in Benue. I'm going up there for a week and all that. I'll stay without batting my eye. That is the way it should be. That is how Nigeria. See, and one problem I do see is that this state of origin thing is one of our biggest problems. In the military, you don't see yourself as from Anambra or Imo. This thing, you all see yourself as brothers. That is how it goes in the military. But when it comes to promotion and key posts and all that, then tribalism will come into place. That is what is tearing us apart. It's just as simple as that. And then you have criminals and very sly people like Tinubu and all that, taking advantage of it and all that, and suffering on it. That's the problem we have. If we can deal with these elements I've just mentioned and all that, we'll be going forward as a nation. Thank you.
I muted myself again. The question is this: Tinubu will come and go, just the same way Buhari came and left, Obasanjo and everything. We say we've not answered the question. How do we fix that book in which it's used to govern a nation? Because according to Chim and according to the guest speaker, they weigh in on that book, the Constitution, to which we use to challenge each other, to run the nation, state level, local government, etc. and etc. How do we fix it? AY, the floor is yours. Solutions, please. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I I want to quickly correct something before. I don't have much to say, but I want to quickly correct something. First of all, Anambra State is an oil producing state. It's recognized by the government. So when an oil is discovered in a
sorry for interrupting. Your baby is crying. Do you mind attending to the child? The child comes first before your opinion.
Okay. I'll come back.
All right. Thank you very much. Attend to the child first. Thank you.
Put me in background.
Thank
Put
you.
me in the
Come on.
background.
I'll give you the floor. Don't worry. All right. Sorry about that. My apologies. So I will go to you, Steph. Then we'll go to a righteous man. No, Steph, give me 1 second. Chim, can you weigh in on that question I put on the floor?
Okay.
3 minutes.
Yes. So earlier on, I was saying that I'm not going to claim to have a perfect answer. What happens is that first and foremost, the changing of the constitution lies with the people we have elected. Painfully so in the sense that although someone like me, and I know a lot of people have their misgivings about our current legislators, they don't seem to understand what their constitutional responsibility and work is about. It is their job to constantly see how to refine elements of our constitution to make the federal system less cumbersome and make our federal system work better. But we see that they go there and spend more time talking about other non-entity issues. Personally, what I think they should do, and we've come across these changes several times, but on every time, especially in 1999, 98, going into 2007, they bunched the whole of that thing with Obasanjo's supposed third term agenda. And as a result of that misadventure of that third term, everything was thrown away. They didn't sign anything. So what I think we need to do is, let's be honest with ourselves. Let the legislators begin to come up with, look at areas of the Constitution that are not in tandem with current, exigencies. Let me put it that way. For instance, the federal government is overly encumbered with too many things. There are lots of things that need to be removed, supposedly from what we refer to as the federal government's exclusive federal list. Take away those things and hand them over to the federating units, the states and co, and then sign that thing and let it become law. I mean, we have a centralized electricity process that does not allow states to be able to generate their own electric power. They should remove. It's not enough to liberalize NEPA and liberalize whatever you call NEPA. You should allow the states to have the capacity to begin to say, I want to go and talk to whatever company to come and help me in my power generation that we will use within our state. And if this state now so has, yes.
Kim.
Yeah.
Before Buhari left, he signed that into law. Do you remember that? States now have the power to generate their own electricity.
Okay, I just use that as an example. What I'm just saying is
there are more. Thank you.
I just use that as an example. There are other things that that are encumbering the federal government. The federal government, I repeat again, is not the father of the federation. The federal government is part and parcel of the federal system. The states are co-partners. They are co-equal. The only thing is there are certain responsibilities that, serious people come down and say, these kind of things are not things we're going to leave for each of the federating units. These are things we're going to hold common. For instance, national defense, the army, foreign policy, and certain other things that you need to. Those are the things you give to the federal government to go and talk on your behalf when they go international. Every state cannot be allowed to go international and talk for itself. That will turn to a bazaar. But you give the federal government those sorts of powers to do those things. But there are other things that touch the lives of the everyday man. You don't hang those things at the federal system. You keep those things closer to the people. Electricity, for instance, like we mentioned, though I know you have said that one has been signed, is now at the state level, and many other kinds of things. You give those things to the state government. So those are some of the things that I think our legislature need to begin to talk about. And then lastly, one of the other things, let's be honest, that is holding us from changing this constitution is oftentimes this North versus South divide. So there are certain things that you will want to change. The logic will be there to change it. But the Northern senators will say it doesn't favor them. And because they have more states, plus 3 times the number of states they have, they will use their numerical strength when it comes to voting on those issues, and they will kill it. So until people start looking at things from the prism of what is going to help us, not just, listen, the sky is wide enough. Do you know how many airlines we have in the world? Do you know how many aircrafts are flying in the sky and no one is hitting each other? Why do we always believe that if we allow Benue State to vote a law that will support Benue State's agricultural industry, therefore, my own will not? Why do we always have this mindset? I think that's the mindset that is not allowing our senators to be able to say, you know what, I come from Zamfara, but I can see that if I can push a bill that will help River State enhance whatever, I don't know, I'm just being hypothetical now, whatever it is in River State, is going to be in the interest of this nation in the long term. We need to start having such politicians that look at things not from the prism of myopism, but from the prism of, look, in the long run, it's going to benefit the nation. That's what we want. Most of our states are not viable today because many of them want us to have this go to the federal government concept, because some people believe that the only way they stay relevant in this nation called Nigeria is if we have an overly strong federal government. They believe they benefit more through that process, rather than having a more liberal process where the states have more powers and are enabled to do more, as against having the federal government do those things. So when we start looking at things from this perspective, that even if I support what is going to favor Zamfara today, tomorrow, who knows, it may come down to favor me. I end by saying this. We say that oil belongs to Nigeria. Beautiful, that's fine. But the gold in Zamfara does not belong to Nigeria. The gold in Nigeria, in Zamfara, is being mined by private persons. The state is getting its own, and nothing is coming to the coffers of the federal government. Is that the constitution? Why don't we have a constitution that recognizes that gold? Why is it that the constitution recognizes our oil but does not recognize that gold? So I leave that as another question for us. That's why I say the constitution needs to be changed. I don't have all the answers, but we can start from somewhere if our legislators are genuinely willing to make those changes.
Thank you very much.
I want to answer that question by buttressing Chim's point too. I just want to buttress his point based on the question you've asked. I agree with everything Chim.
Steph, apologies, please. Let me just. Okay. You have 2 minutes, please. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
You say you want to buttress Chim's point.
Yeah, I want to buttress Chim's point. With everything is said, I agree with him. But the only thing is that the reason why, the only point that it would have been, it would have been ideal if our legislators can take a look at the constitution and say, okay, these are the major areas right now based on current situation that is hindering our development and our progress. If they can look at those areas like policing, you understand? If some police, like Rivers State, Lagos State, can afford to employ their own police to take care of, complement the federal government effort. Some states might, so that federal government can devote resources to states that are not viable enough to employ their own. The electricity, they've done that. Maybe they'll start to take advantage of that. The shipping, the federal trunk roads, federal government should leave majority of these roads for states to take care of, because these governors are using excuses to say, oh, it's the federal, we're not touching, and the people are left, to live to endure this hardship or transportation. And then 3, you understand? But the basic issue is that if they could look at all this, and devolve, and then more importantly, resource control. The reason why most of these states are not viable is because allow them control their resources and let them pay taxes to the government. Government can hands off and focus on the listen. Wait, don't be rude, please. On the exclusive legislative list, there are so many things there. They can deal with security of the country. They can deal with immigration. There are so many things that they can leave. And when people are asking for maybe a particular thing that will make their life easier, listen to them. Don't say, oh, you are from this section. You are from this section doesn't mean we must all cry for the same thing. Don't be offended by that, because look at it holistically. Do that thing impact on the rest of the people?
Steph, I asked the guest speaker, when he weighed in on the National Assembly, I asked him the question. In this regard, with the current legislators we have, when I mean legislators, Labour Party legislators, inclusive, with the current legislators we have accepting tokens, SUVs, signing off ridiculous amount of money, how can the people, the citizens that are supposed to perform checks and balances on this list, how do we fix this problem? Steph, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you for having me again. I think that anybody that is expecting much from this crop of legislators that we have now, or even from the federal government that's presently being led by Tinubu,
is not really doing himself much good. I will not be surprised, but it's going to be a pleasant surprise to me if
Steph,
they...
sorry for interjecting you. Look at what is highlighted on the screen there. This is what is used to describe the current we're dealing with the current government. We are in the current government, both past and current. When a person sells himself to destroy the best good of others, it becomes necessary to take him or her from the society it seeks to destroy. So how do we take these people out? The floor is back to you. Thank you.
I think we must understand that the foundation of good governance is usually from, in a democracy, is founded on free and fair elections. And in as much as we continue to have questionable electoral process that brings in people into power, it's going to be hard for them to do good by the people. So there is personal interest which must be satisfied first, and those personal interests doesn't really align with the overall interest of the masses, and that is the problem. Then, assuming that you now move it way forward, that you want to, okay, you have surmounted that one. The way Nigeria, the diversity of Nigeria is not being exploited positively by the political class. There is always, somebody said something about it, this mutual suspicion, in the sense that if there is any good thing that a particular region of the country wants to happen to in their own region, the other region, even though that good thing happening in the other region will not even affect them negatively, always see it with an eye of suspicion. Do you understand? And it's not meant to be so. But that is the true reality that we cannot shy away from. And that is the reason why it's been difficult to have any constitutional amendment, any reasonable form of constitutional amendment since 1999 to date. So, but there is much that the president can do without necessarily constitutional amendment. Maybe we can...
Steph. All right, thank you, Steph. I need someone to confirm this, what I just highlighted, please. I need someone to confirm it if it's correct, please. I need someone to confirm if what I just highlighted is correct. John Abba, can you confirm the team? Ton, Olumide, Righteous Man, Steph, I need someone to confirm this now. Posted by Blackstone.
What did he post?
Look at it here. Look at it on the screen there. The last House of Assembly made 44 amendments to the Constitution, including state police. What happened to those amendments? Most states turned it down. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Absolutely correct. Where is Steph?
Correct.
I mean, where is
I don't know. I don't know if
Okija?
state police I don't know if state police is among it, but I know that since 1999 there have been so many efforts to amend the constitution, and it usually ends up in the state assemblies, and it never garners the vast majority to come back and make it.
So my own contribution, is my own answer to Blackstone is that, see, this democracy is screwed from the very foundation and from the very beginning. The people who refuse this, the reason why I say so is because the people who refuse this amendment are people who were never elected in the first place. There are people who rigged the election to get themselves there.
Let's stop the blame game. We are here to find solution, please.
That's fine. That's fine.
You've been voted the best man.
But at least what we want, first of all, free and fair election.
Electricity, it should be my tool.
Keep the amendment. Keep everything. Don't amend. Leave it. We want free and fair election. Give it to us.
Electricity.
No, I think he's right. The best amendment that we can do is a free and fair election. That's the best amendment of the Constitution. Let's have free and fair election.
All right. Okay. Righteous Man. Let's go by this argument that the best amendment is free and fair election. Okay. The president has the sole power to appoint INEC chairman. Okay? And it cannot be questioned. So, if we are going to have a free and fair election, like Chim and most of you have said, and the guest speaker said, too much power is in the hands of the president. So, how can you have a free and fair election without fixing that aspect of that constitution where the president has the sole power to appoint? Remember, we're back again to the same constitution. We may run away from it as much as we all bury our head in the sand, thinking that, oh, it's from those who wrote it down, this, and that. We will still come back to it. So,
Electricity, just to interject on that thing you posted, it is correct, but
okay,
only 25 states have accented to it, and about 11 or so have not.
Okay, so the president, according to the constitution, has the power to appoint INEC chairman. I mean, and with the sort of people there, Akpabio and co. So we want a free and fair election. So how do we achieve that? Righteous man, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Yeah, Chim makes excellent submissions, but I see Chim. I see from the way I look at Chim, I see him as a diplomat. He doesn't want to get into trouble with anybody. You know, he doesn't call a spade, but he makes excellent submissions. You know, but I think the way out of our political jam lock is for us to be open, confront whatever that is confronting us, and say it the way it is. Chim is a good guy, but he's a diplomat, and we don't need diplomat to repair Nigeria. Thank you. So back to the issue. Solution to Nigerian problem constitutionally, we have to define, number one, who is a Nigerian? Because as it stands today, there are many people who do not consider themselves as Nigerians. That's number one. Number two, let me make reference to what Bishop Coker said today, that Nigeria is irredeemable. And Bishop Coker happens to be the proponent of one Nigeria. But coming into this final submission today, that Nigeria is irredeemable, therefore, any youth that have a way for him to escape Nigeria should please do. Then, my question is this. If Nigeria has become an irredeemable country, and we are faulting our constitution, wouldn't it be a wise thing for us to call ourselves and say, come, let's not deceive ourselves. This thing is not working. Let us come together and decide how Nigeria should run. Who is a Nigerian? What are the rights of Nigerians? That is the only way we will have a new constitution that will bring about the birth of new Nigeria. Because with what we have today, with the crop of politicians we have today, tribalism and religious division we have today, it is not possible. I say it is impossible to have a change that will make this constitution workable in this present time we are in. Because Nigerians are so divided. You know, when you are abroad, you won't know what is going on here. I'm telling you, it is when you go to the market, when you associate with friends, when you have contracts or contacts with people, and you discuss, you will discover that Nigeria is so divided. So moving forward, we need a new constitution. And this is the only gloss I'm having against President Jonathan. This man brought us to this calamity and we are in now. He had an ample opportunity when they had constitutional conference. Why didn't he sign it into law? Even why didn't he bring a change in the issue of INEC. He had every power to do that. He had the support of the people. For 6 years plus, Jonathan wasted the future of Nigerians. Somebody may challenge me and say it's not correct, but if you're looking at what, if Jonathan had done what he's supposed to do, there wouldn't have been Muhammad Buhari as president. There wouldn't have been what is he called, Tinubu, governing Nigeria today as president. He failed, and his failure produced
That's unfair.
Buhari and Tinubu.
That's unfair, righteous man. It's not correct that Jonathan had the opportunity to sign constitutional conference into law. He doesn't have such power.
He conducted it.
But he has
He
no power to sign
conducted
it to become law. That's what I'm saying.
You say you can rebut later on at your because
But he submitted it to the House. He never pushed forward to sign it into law, and people accused him. He had the opportunity, sir. He was the president.
Righteous man, you said he submitted it to the House.
Yes.
And did the House approve? I mean, voted on it? Righteous man, I think we lost him.
No, when righteous man don't want to answer something, then the things will freeze. They will come back.
Righteous man, we're asking you, you're not answering.
No, it's frozen. It's frozen. It's using Chim network. That's why Chim kind of blocked him up. All right, gentlemen. You see, let me say this. I'm going to say, let me say this. No matter how we dance this dance, we will still come back to the same point, which is fixing that paper or that book that we use to govern ourselves.
I have something to say. I have more to say on that, if you permit me.
Yeah, we cannot continue to bury our heads in the sand, and I keep arguing that a lot depends on the people. And you know my slogan or my second name after electricity, Section 68 and Section 110 of the Constitution. So we'll still come back to the same thing. So it's whether we say the fraudsters wrote the Constitution for us, or Chim, the diplomat person, wrote the Constitution for us, or John Abba, the pastor, inserted his own this thing into it, or Steph or whatever, we will still come back to the same point. And the power belongs to the people. So, before you speak, can somebody confirm the claim that Righteous Man made in respect to the bishop that said Nigeria is beyond redemption or cannot be redeemed? Is that true or false, please? I need confirmation before we.
What bishop was it? Did he mention the bishop's name?
Bishop Kuka, right?
Oh, Kuka.
Yeah,
Okay.
I need.
I need that. Yeah, I think I saw.
We need to confirm it. Wait, Tone.
No, I saw something
like
that. Yeah, I saw something
so
like that.
So that we can say either the record should reflect it or not, because
I saw something like that. But when I checked it out, is one of these dodgy tabloids that you can't really depend. So I took it in with a pinch of salt. So
we can always go back and check before the end of the
comment. I cannot really confirm the irredeemable, but I heard Bishop Kuka say at the convocation of Zacarias University, he was telling the convocation students that any of them that want to travel is free, that he's encouraging them to travel. And those that will stay behind, that he also wished that by the time the other people will settle down, people that have traveled,
they can be able to also compete favorably with them that have traveled. So the
So
word
is it
that
Bishop
Nigeria is
Kuka or Bishop Coker?
yeah, Kuka. But the word that Nigeria is irredeemable, I didn't hear it, and it seems like it's the same occasion that Righteous Man is citing.
Okay, so the man did not put it in that way. So people phrase
Somebody,
it in
That
that
was why.
way.
That was why I said it's one
the,
of these
somebody on the blog
tabloids
is saying it's
that
correct. A
bends
couple of people are
facts.
saying
You
it's
know.
correct.
For the record, given to the integrity of the channel, that claim will be disregarded. I wanted us to weigh in on it, but just for the record, until such time that it is proven that that is the way the man said it, then it will be we can talk about. However, Reno Omokri years back made this claim, which I read. John Abba, are you agreeing to that? Or you are praying?
No,
Which one are you doing?
I'm just listening to you guys.
The way you are shaking your head, whether you are in the spirit, I don't know yet, but
Sometimes you have to stay here with manage your stress. So if you are not
so,
chewing something, then you shaking your head. And if you are
so
not, you don't
anyway,
have medication around you,
our father
like
was supposed to have come in. So I'm going to yield the floor 5 minutes to every one of us for your closing argument. So I will start with Olumide. You have 5 minutes. Hopefully, forefathers will come in between that time. So Olumide, the floor is yours. Then we'll go to Chim, Steph, Tone, and John Abba. And
no,
forefather
you
will
have
take
to be from Lamide Chimi because you've been bypassing me.
Okay. Olumide, Chim, John Abba, the pastor, Tone, and Steph. Go ahead.
So I will round up in saying that I was trying to say that I agree with most of Chim's submission the last time, but fundamentally the reason why some of us are clamoring for a new constitution is the fact that some of these changes are difficult to achieve because, like you rightly said, some part of the country have a superior number that the rest of us were not aware of when that constitution was drafted. You understand? Did we agree for them to have a superior number, and on what premise, on what basis, which is hindering the kind of support we need to garner progressiveness all across the country? You understand? Now, Nigerian man before he left is saying, oh, the focus should be on election. The focus should be on state government, local government. That is true. The focus should be on state, local. We are also saying that fundamentally our laws that govern us as a country is also affecting us. And then when you tell the people that this is affected by not to cry out and speak their mind, just because we are one, it doesn't stop us from being one country, one Nigeria. We're only saying recognize our diversity, recognize our different landscape. Naturally, somebody in the north will not come and call for seaports. You understand? Because it's dry land, so it doesn't make sense. But there may be something they call for later on in future that would help their development. So naturally, we should listen to them. We know what advances may occur. Now, that is why America was able to amend their constitution as time went by to reflect the current happenings or the current realities. So we should learn to listen to each other. Don't just come and say, "Oh, we are one Nigeria." Don't blah, 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 blah. 1966. This you did. You looking at ourselves with suspicion. Yes, you are one Nigeria doesn't mean you should force your own opinion on the rest of us. The people from this part are saying they want this. Listen to them. The people from this part are saying, and then we need to look at the issue of resource control. If you want this, if you want our people to truly develop, the idea of this, the powerful center gathering everything and then redistributing is wrong. Let states develop. So, like some of these things they are devolving now. How do you want the states to develop them? Now the excuses they will give is, oh, at least we have hands of electricity. What are it is capital intensive. Some of the resources you are collecting from some of these states and redistributing to others, they can use it to develop that electricity that you have devolved. You understand? Or some of the oil money that you are collecting in large sum from these people, they are not able to provide other amenities to their communities or touch the lives of their community. And yes, we need to focus on state government too, like I said. I agree with him. We need to focus on local governments, chairmen, councillors, the kind of caliber of people who get elected to that place. That's why we want elections to be free and fair, so that we can appoint people who, with progressive ideas and ideology, to come and implement them, not people that they forced on us because they want to share money among themselves. And then more importantly,
no, you still have the floor. Gentlemen, can you indulge me, because I want to put Olumide on the stand. Olumide, hypothetically, the constitution has been dissolved. How do you rewrite it back?
So we can come together on the table of brotherhood. Would we rather carry arms and fight each other? If we agree, if a true statesman, you understand, in the mode of anybody, comes today and say, you know what, I listen to all your divergent views, let us truly come together and write this constitution. We can pick a representative from each ethnic group, each professional group, each, all diversity.
Listen to my question again. Hypothetically, at this very moment, the constitution has been dissolved. We've scattered it, we've shredded it. How do we write it, and what do we use to govern each other?
We call a conference, the conference of all the ethnic groups, of all the indigenous.
What do we use in the meantime to govern each other? What do we use?
If you want to keep that constitution running in the interim before that conference runs its time, you understand? That's fine. If you want to keep, we've run it for how many years now? 35 years. It doesn't change our lives for the better. So if you can wait another 3 to 6 months for the conference to come out with something fashionable, solid, that everybody will agree to, that we know we voted for.
And how do we achieve to start that conference? How do we start the conference?
If a true statesman, leader of Nigeria that is in charge, like Tinubu, for instance, let me just for the sake of, if he wants to be honest and truly fix this country, he can call a conference. He can call the people who have called for it. He can work with several groups that are at the forefront of this. Ninas is one of them. You understand? Afenifere wants restructuring is one of them. Or Aneze Indigbo, he can call for one of them. He can call. Say there are different indigenous people. There are different organizations representing indigenous people. You understand? Who feel cheated in that country. If we want to be honest with ourselves, you understand? We can reach out to the diaspora too for resources. We can reach out to countries that have true democracies. US, Sweden, Norway. We can borrow resources, look at everything, look at what will work for us. Canada, you understand? Look at what will work for us as a country. Let's be honest with ourselves. Not the paper that was forced on us by the military decree that we don't even, that is kept us in this log jam now. And then, like I said, see, institutions are what keeps societies going. You understand? Britain has a regional kind of system, but their police is an independent institution. The police can investigate the office of the Prime Minister today, and he can indict him, nothing will happen to him. He will keep his job. The President of the United States appoints the FBI, director of FBI. The fact that he appointed him, or the fact that this guy even has a leaning towards the Republican Party, you understand, doesn't mean that if the president breaks the Constitution, he can investigate him and indict him if he has to indict him. If they're not able to prosecute him because of the law that protects him if he's in office, he will face prosecution when he leaves.
And
today it's a Democrat. Today it's a Democrat there. Today it's a Democrat there in power, and he has still kept that Republican appointed FBI director. We have to build strong institutions. When these people who head our institutions in Nigeria are afraid of taking decisions because they believe the president would sack them or will do this or do, they themselves have something to hide if they cannot be independent minded.
Okay, so at least we agree on one. We can agree on one thing. I remember during the FBI, the lawmakers called him for questioning. Do you remember that? Those of you in the US. Momodu was appointed by President Buhari. As the lawmakers called him to question in respect to what went wrong to the election, with the election. Chief, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. So I was going to start from somewhere else, but let's quickly address this. You said the president. There's nothing wrong in the president appointing heads of parastatals, agencies of state. Nothing wrong with that. What is wrong? The problem we have is that, like I rightly said the other time, Trump appointed his attorney generals. At least he appointed 2 attorney generals in his first term. He appointed the guy from, I'm forgotten that man's name, the one who recused himself when they started, investigating Trump. He recused himself and set up this thing. And because of that, Trump made his life difficult and he resigned. And then Trump appointed, what's the other guy's name who finished his tenure with him? But that one also set up the special counsel that investigated Trump and came up with a report. So the point I'm trying to make is this. Nigerian system, there's really nothing wrong with some of our laws per se. What is wrong is in the application of those laws. So the president can appoint the INEC chairman, but when there's a strong National Assembly and that INEC chairman knows that the National Assembly and the judiciary will hold him accountable if he tries to show favoritism towards the president that appointed him, he will be careful and do his job very well. To that extent, he will run an election that will be free and fair. He will come and tell people that there was going to be a BVAS, and he will stick to using the BVAS. He will not come and say BVAS is going to be his major instrument, and then turn around and say, you know what, I'm at liberty to use paper and sheet of paper and co if it doesn't work for me. And and that working himself backwards. What we have right now is that the National Assembly, the judiciary, and the executive are working in cohort to deprive Nigerians of what democracy is. That is why people keep saying that there is a state capture, and it's a clique of people who are helping themselves. When somebody does not qualify for an election, they will help him through the judiciary, the same set of judges, and rig him in. And then the person will go to the National Assembly and do their own bidding for them for the judiciary. That is what is going on. So there is no clear-cut independence. But when we have that independence, we will not be worried that if the president appoints INEC chairman, that there will be any issue. We will be sure that if the INEC chairman starts breaking the law and some citizens take him to court, judiciary will pass the appropriate judgment that will sanction that INEC chairman. So I want to say that. Then the other thing I want to bring about this constitution is I Googled right now. It's a 2022 report, and it shows that 11 states out of the 36 have responded to those 444 amendments, and they've voted on it. But 25 have not. And those 25 that didn't vote, what reason did they give? Those 25 said certain issues were not in that 44, and that's why they are holding their own accent. Top 3 or top 2 of the items they're mentioning is state police is not in that 444. So they're asking the National Assembly to include state police. And the other one is they're saying the National Assembly should also include state judicial council. What we have right now is a federal judicial council. So the federal judicial council has responsibilities over the state. Those of us who are here who know what federalism means know that in other states in America and Canada, they all have their state judicial councils. They all have judicial systems that they fall back to that address issues within their jurisdictions, not necessarily waiting for this Chief Justice of the Federation in some instances. So that is why they are holding it back. And they're saying that until the National Assembly includes those other items, I only picked 2. There are many of them. I picked the 2 ones I felt that were required to talk about here, that they will hold their accent. So they are not holding their accent because they don't want to. And I can mention the states. So someone who said some northern states do not want to vote. No, Kaduna State has accented, Kogi has accented, Katsina has accented, and the majority of the other ones are from the south, east, south, and southwest. So to that extent, you can see that, I'm not here I want to follow facts. So those who are accusing me of being diplomatic, I'm not being diplomatic. I'm not going to accuse somebody for no reason. And I will try as much as possible to be honest. But I will disagree where I need to disagree. Lastly, I think that Nigeria can work. Nigeria can work the moment as Nigerians, anybody who goes to power goes there to do good by the people. The problem we're having today is that we have a Bola Tinubu who once said that he does not believe in federal Nigeria, but today suddenly woke up and wanted to be the president of the country he did not believe in. It's on record. He said so. He wanted to be a regional, but all of a sudden he began to desire to be president. And now he has gone to become president. He now wants to run the same Nigeria the way the people he disagreed with before. He has suddenly forgotten that he was once asking for fiscal federalism and all those kinds of things. So, but when we have people who are consistent, you want Nigeria to work. You get there, you begin to ask yourself, within my powers as president, what are the things, like you rightly said, electricity? There are certain things that the president does not need the National Assembly for him to do right by the people. Do those ones. And then the ones that you need the National Assembly, you respect that National Assembly, accord them the respect they have, and lobby them the way politics demand that you lobby them to be able to see reason with you, get majority votes to pass or accent to your programs or your changes. That is the only way Nigeria will work. But to the extent that we don't want to do this, I am from Abia State. I know that it was wrong for Buhari to appoint all the heads of the security services from the north and give all the juicy positions to people from the north. I know it's wrong because we run a federal system. We talk about federal character. And then he leaves. I get into office and I begin to replicate the same thing. I am not better than a hypocrite. So that is my own view. I think what Nigeria is facing right now is that we have people who are hypocritical elements who get into office and begin to further their own personal interests. They suddenly do not begin to see Nigeria from a bigger picture. Like I rightly said, and I'm serious about it. If there is a project in Katsina State that I know is good, there's nothing wrong. They say, you know what, this thing is nice. Look at what is the long time. Ask questions. Ask if it means interrogate those who are pushing that policy. Find out from them how this thing will benefit the country at large in the long run. Now, rather than begin to look at it from a narrow, myopic mindset, that to say, you know what, if I go and build a seaport, yes, a lot of Southeast is landlocked. I agree. I'm not going to contest that. But there are portions that have access to sea. Develop the sea, the port there. Let it help decongest Lagos. I will continue to say it. It will decongest Lagos. There's so much concentration on Lagos State that is not even healthy for the state in itself. Everybody who finishes and graduates from anywhere runs to Lagos. Every businessman that wants to go into importation runs to Lagos. It doesn't help for the aesthetics of that place in the long run. Liberalize all the other places. Let people have choices. If there's a seaport that is running into Boku or Makodi, I don't know which of them is closer to the River Benue, go and put a light seaport there so that it will make life easy for the guy who is investing and doing business in that place. I have no problem with it. Those who are in agriculture, who want to bring in agricultural equipment, make their life easy. Let's help build this nation. Every state in this country has a comparative advantage. Let us milk it. I will end by saying this. Here in Canada, where I live, people accuse me that I'm always talking about America. Yes, I always use America because America runs the same federal system as Nigeria. Canadians don't have states. What they have is provinces. But you know what? Healthcare is not a federal item in Canada. Healthcare, it belongs to the states. But you know what the federal government does? The federal government now says, you know what, states, if you do certain kind of healthcare, we will top your money for you. And that is why all these provinces now do those things so that they can get the federal dollar coming to them to help them enhance their healthcare. And if you don't do that, the federal government will hold that money because it's their money, it's their right. It's their own revenue to say, we're using that to support you. But guess what? All the provinces fall in line because they want to get that extra dollar from them. It's an incentive for the federal government to say, liberalize healthcare. Don't make it too expensive for everybody. Let it be a universal healthcare system. We don't want to have private things that will make people not be able to access healthcare. And the provinces are falling for it. They are falling for it. In some instances where some provinces wanted to do something differently, the federal government will tell them, if you do that, this extra 3 billion that we give you, we're going to hold it back. You can go and do your healthcare the way you want, but we won't give you this money. That is the way a federal system is supposed to work.
Thank you. Jonaba, the floor is yours.
Thank you once again. I think on the issue of the changes of the constitution, the legislature that are singing on your mandate to stand, including the LP and PDP. I don't think they will do anything to change, to vote on anything, but it's the duty of the citizen and the opposition party, which we are lacking right now. And that is why I told you guys that the opposition party are weak and they have disappointed Nigeria. That is the whole thing. The only people that could have rallied to challenge, to push them, is to have a figure of a leader of whether of PDP, of LP, for any of these, or they form a coalition and push back. But we don't. We are lacking that right now. Those are the people who rally the base and have something to counter the current government. But we lack it right now. And so it's going to be a long walk to freedom as far as that is concerned. Another issue.
Jonaba, let me throw a spanner into the wheel based on this opposition, weak opposition, being. I mean, I've spoken about it in my past broadcasts, whatever, in respect to Peter Obi and Labour Party and the Obedient Movement being an opposition party. I stand to be corrected.
I say PDP too.
Can you be an opposition person? Hold on. No, you are speaking, Jonaba. You are still speaking. I just want to. I'm taking the discussion into this opposition and also.
You want him to leave APC? You can't even.
Can I mean opposition party? Opposition. Yeah, only me honestly, I don't like it. I'll put him back.
Jonaba went to night VG.
What the guy's talking about?
Peter Obi said going forward, the Labour Party and the Obedient Movement are the opposition, and now the opposition party. We must give him credit that he was able to galvanize the people prior to the election. However, appears unable to galvanize the people after the election or the Supreme Court upholding the lower court judgment. Is that viable, the opposition party? Go ahead, Jonaba. Is it viable?
No, sir.
Right. Okay. If you want to say something further on it, go ahead. I'll go to Paul.
Yeah, and one of the things when we make all those references and speak into the issue, I think sometimes we don't put things, and I think many of us here are not aware of so many places in Nigeria. Maybe you cut off with your east, south, and west, and Jim mentioned and concord with people say, for instance, if they put up something, the North will say no. I want to ask Chim, what is that legislation push forward? Mention one that the North, that there was the Northern senator or lawmaker say no. Do you know any of such things? I'm not asking you, righteous man. Wait for Benway Yam first. It's Chim that
do you want me to? Are you asking me to go ahead?
I asked you a question, right? Because you mentioned in your submission that the Northerners use their number to oppose some legislation that will move. So, do you know any of, or you just throw it out there like that?
No, I'm not trained up. There are cases. If you give me small time now, I can come up with some of them. It's just not off. I don't have them off. But there have been issues that have been come up for voting in the National Assembly, and you will see more of the northern senators saying no matter how logically reasonable to say yes is. Why? Not because they don't want it. Sometimes they see those things and they feel we will lose out from this thing. Even when those things make logical sense, they say no. They just vote against it. And because, democracy is a game of number. There are a few cases. In fact, there is one that I recall vividly, and I was shocked. In fact, I was shocked because I could understand the core northern senators saying no. I couldn't understand how the middle belt senators were also joining them, even when that thing looked like it would benefit them too.
But as you remember vividly, and you cannot mention it, and you remember vividly.
Honestly, I do. Because I follow, but it's just that right now there are a lot of things in my brain.
Okay, all right. Yeah. I give you
the derivation formula. 20% derivation. The North rejected it.
Righteous man, the floor is not yours.
It will go to your turn. It's just for clarification, because we all know politics is sometimes game of interest, and in life in general, but it's just sometimes as a human being, we use fairness in our judgment, but law and God does not use fairness. We all agree that most of the thing we present, we don't have the complete fact of it, and sometimes it escape our mind because we have so many things we are talking, and we stay here for 6 hours sometimes. But I don't have so much to talk into this. I already said that the lawmakers, they're not going to do so much. In their mandate, they stand, and it's sung across the board by all the parties, whether it's PDP, APC, LP, that are elected there. So that is why I told you guys, don't invest so much into this politics or your emotions. They are all of the same. And the only way is that the opposition party, once again, have to lead and lead strongly. That is the voice of the opposition, and that is the check and balance, but we don't have it right now. On that issue, on that note, I stop right now, and if you guys are still here, I'll bring Benway and to my brother in Lagos.
All right. Thank you, John Aber. But before you go, John Aber, checks and balances. It appears that we are exonerating the people, which is you and I, from their responsibility, the duties of the citizens.
The citizens have to fall in line with right now. If you as a citizen, you want to go against whatever they are doing, you have to form. Only you is not enough on the street or your voice. We all have to come together, and it's the party that you fall in that you guys push that agenda, and that is also the work of the citizen, because we cannot operate based on our solid soul self without a leader.
Yeah, okay. Let's John. Okay, you want to leave? I said this yesterday for the purpose of this discussion. Okay, we may agree or disagree. Peter Obi is, quote unquote, the leader of the opposition party. Okay, it's Obi movement.
Hello.
Why is he not? Am I asking the right question? I'm not sure if why is he not steering the minds of the people?
That is what you need. That is way you have to be and his followers and those who know him better. I don't know him. I can't answer for him, but it's expected to be like that.
In fact, John Abba has just confirmed to me that Nigerians are in one chance. He's saying
that is what I mean. And I really thought about that word one chance. I have made it before. Thank you for helping me allow me there for the first time.
Okay. You know what? I'll give the floor to Steph Blackstone.
All right. I see you guys
give
a
us
little bit.
So the floor is
Hi.
yours.
Everybody has spoken very well so far, but I feel that all we're speaking, it's not going to happen based on the bunch of politicians we have now. And now I'm not referring to the north or the south or the east and all that. Every geographical location, I've got criminals. It is how to start getting rid of them that is the biggest issue. All that we have proposed is we can only get in a near utopic state of Nigeria. We're not even anywhere near utopic states. See, the way the arrangements we have right now suits them perfectly so that they can execute their scam and bleeding the country, scamming the country every election period. I mean, just like a thief that's that's got the DPO in within his payroll. Do you think he will want he serves his best purpose for that DPO to be deployed? No, he'll be happy for that DPO and the bunch, the management of that police station or that police area to be in place so that his scam, his thief-free will be supported. So all these things we are promoting cannot just work. These people needs to be kicked out. APC needs to be kicked out. Tinubu needs to be kicked out force with force. It's not nice, but I'm sorry, that's what it is. He needs to be kicked out by force. So all these things that we come here, we are speaking big grammar and pontificating and all that kind of thing. It's not going to work. It's just going to be by force. It's going to be by force. They will continue. They will continue their all their criminality. Continue all their criminality without being questioned. Now Tinubu thinks now that he's in charge. Nobody can question him. You know, nobody can question him. He goes about. He's doing whatever suits him. I mean, how can somebody be telling multinationals that have been there? Even I've been hearing of them since I was a kid in Nigeria, are leaving Nigeria. It's not that pathetic. Or the best thing he can find to say is that please stay. We need each other. You need who and who? Do you think these people are stupid? They read the papers. They know Nigeria. They know what is going on. Why won't they leave? Are you telling them to stay? Every day you're hopping the jets and all that. Look, say that you're looking for what kind of investors that want to come to Nigeria? So the thing is that this guy and his bunch of thieves are just there to steal. And again, another thing that came to mind whilst everybody was talking is our census data. Our census data is criminal because they've bent it to favor the northerners during the election. I think a credible census needs to be done. How do we do it? Again, the North will not. Most of the powers that be in the North will not allow this. The census data is a scam for the Northerners. It's a scam. We have vast land and all that, but not populated as it is as represented on the census data. So these are critical things that we need to start dealing with in order to get the country back on its recovery and all that. Without these things, we're just wasting our time. It's just not going to work. It's not going to work. They already plan. I tell you, they're already planning for the next election to how they're going to rig it. They're already planning, and we're here every day. Peter Obi, I'm believing God that he will come one day here and all that because I want to tell them. I want to tell the man some certain things, and maybe somebody else must have told him. I want to put him on it. See, Labour Party it's even in a mess. There are a lot of saboteurs, there are a lot of idiots in the Labour Party that needs to be kicked out. Personally, if I was Peter Obi, I will right now that it's hot and all that, I will carve out another party. could call it the Reformed Labour Party and all that. So people, characters, and the Robambi, Papa, and all that would automatically you guys are claiming the Labour Party. Okay, hold the original Labour Party. Do you have to wait in the next 4 years before you do that? There's Labour Party is in a mess. No, let's not pretend about that.
Thank you, Tom. Steph, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Electricity, and my brother too. Now, some of these things we are just is something that we all know. The Labour Party you talked about is the same as what they call is a zero-sum game or whatever. It's the same thing when PDP was in power. It will sponsor crisis in other parties and stuff like that. It's the game. It goes on and on and on and on and on and on. I think that we all understand the problem. And
Steph, sorry for interjecting. I'm going to throw a question to, I used to continue. What is stopping Nigerians in diaspora coming together, forming a new political party or a force? How do you call it? How do you call those names again? Opposition? No. Chim, help me with the grammar, please. Borrow me the English.
Group? Is it pressure group?
Pressure group. Yeah. Thank you for borrowing me the English word. I'll give it back to you maybe next year. Why those in diaspora not come together? Because really we talk and we've spoken. If they quantify the amount of time, hours, speech, words, sentences we all have spoken, I believe I don't think any book in the world will be able to contain it. So the floor is yours, Steph.
Yeah, you're right. And when I joined this forum, that was actually one of the things that I had in mind, but that have not happened. But I believe it will eventually come to that. I will not be open to forming a political party, if that's what you alluded to. Then what I will be open to is for those in diaspora that have, it's not going to be everybody, because all of us have our own divergent views. But I think that what is eventually going to happen is that we should be able to begin to, coordinate ourselves and bring our opinions together, those things that we agree on. The basic things, to be able to educate Nigerians, influence how they begin to reason. Take, for instance, during the last election that happened, when you talk about or preach about the need for free and fair election and stuff like that, some political parties feel offended. Do you understand? But these are areas that almost everybody in diaspora have a consensus that that's what we need. You understand what I'm saying? So the issue of trying to mobilize Nigerians for us to begin to understand that our tribes, where we come from, is not actually the problem we have in that country. It's actually, for instance, the ruling class are the most united Nigerians and the most unpatriotic. Do you understand? And they unite across tribes. If you doubt what I'm saying, this new National Assembly that have been convocated, if you look at it, different people, even freshers that come from different tribes, and they've all fall in place. And they are now one clique, the ruling class. Do you understand? And that's why when I made an opinion when my brother said something at the beginning of this conversation, it's talking about region. And I answered the way I answered, because you have senators and lawmakers from all the different regions. I've not seen maybe the people that came from Southeast or South come together, prepare a common bill that all of them are going to sign up to and present that this is what we want. This is how it's going to benefit our region. This is how it's going to benefit other regions. You understand? And present it as a common, those things. Why is it usually the common man like me and you that, kill ourselves over some of those issues when the people that, whether they elected themselves or selected themselves, are always there, and those things doesn't bother them because they have a new common purpose that serves their own interest, the ruling class. So it would be just for us to begin to galvanize opinion, unite ourselves to see how all of us from different tribes can know that our destiny is in our own hands. Start from the basic ones. How do we demand our rights as citizens? Because what we have in Nigeria today are many residents. If people in a country that cannot be guaranteed their rights, basic rights as citizens, to vote in an election, for that vote to count, you understand? It doesn't really, when we now say, okay, we can demand some other rights as citizens to do constitutional, our lawmakers to do constitutional amendment, it's not going to work. You're just preaching to the choir. That's never going to happen. It's only what affects them. That's the only thing they're going to champion. You know? So how do we begin to educate ourselves, build coalition of the common men among all the diverse ethnic groups? Not the kind of coalition that the guest that came in the program today was talking of, how maybe P2B will build an alliance with some criminals in some other parts of the country, and again, they will install him as the president, and maybe another time, another person from the South build coalition along Nigerian, among the elites to put him in power. That's not the kind of president that I'm looking forward to. That's going to bring change. I'm looking forward to coalition of the masses when we begin to trust each other, knowing that the elites from my own ethnic group, they don't really love me. They're seeking after their own interest, and their interest is the same with the elites from another ethnic group.
Steph, it's even the point in forming a political party when your vote won't count.
No, I'm not forming a political party. That's why I say we have to start from the basic mobilization, which is going to take time. But the problem we have in Nigeria is that sometimes we see it as a short-term project. There's no change that's going to happen in Nigeria that's going to be short-term. It's
But
not
Steph,
possible.
how do you deal with the
The only
criminal
short-term
elements in
change
the
that
Labour
can
Party now?
happen, I'm coming. The only short-term change that can happen is revolution. You understand? And when you talk about revolution, you may not even know the outcome, what the outcome is going to be, whether it's going to take you back to square one.
Guys, I have an idea.
Can we do election?
Can we
if
do
you
this?
are watching the political system presently, the next election is already being rigged. It's being rigged already.
Guys, I have an idea. Can we do this? Can we make a demo? Can we all demos of submissions to appeal to people working in our government institutions, INEC, police, army, not to support, to begin to campaign, kind of a campaign to orientate them that don't support these politicians. We are hurting ourselves. You know, some paper demo, cassette demos,
in my own mind, I think that the first thing is to make an average Nigerian, no matter the tribe you come from, to begin to see that the political class are actually your real enemies. Those people are your enemies, that they don't love you, and they are united. And during the election time, they will come and tell you, these are our local, Emi local, or whatever. Okay, all the people that they told Emi local and our local, are they part of the governing class in Aso Rock now? He still came in, he brought his friends from different tribes, different nationalities to rule with him. They just use us as bargaining power, bargaining chips.
Steph, based on what Olumide just said now, is that not what P2B should be doing?
I understand what you asked about P2B, and the reason why I don't want to delve into
based on what Olumide just said,
I still want to give him the benefits of the doubt. He have not been doing it, but at least let's even clock 1 year into the whole thing. Let's see. I don't want to run into conclusion on what he can do and what he cannot do.
Righteous man, please don't fault the guy. If I was Peter Obi, I would just retire and resign from Nigerian Wahala. Leave the guy.
Yeah, we'll never know. He's not. He's just one Nigerian like any other Nigerian. So
no, you see, this is where I'm going to insert myself into this discussion, and this is where I disagree that it's just one. Yes, it's the citizens' responsibility, our responsibility. But we can't deny the fact that we equally also need someone that will lead, that
We
will
need it like
galvanize.
yesterday. We need it like yesterday. But I'm
So-
not disappointed only on P2B. I'm disappointed on so many other people. That's what the point I'm trying to make.
See, let's like I said, I want to insert myself into this discussion. I'm looking at the present now, and nobody's going to weigh to the side of Atiku. Yes, Showore is there, but it's shaky. The person gaining attention now is Peter Gregory Obi. He is the center of attention. He is the one that people lean towards. Should it not be the one on the fact that he's an opposition, or I say he's an activist, because you can't be an opposition from outside. You have even the ones that are inside. Your members or your senators are all collecting SUV and tokens and singing on your mandate we stand. So that is, they can't be opposition. But he still has his reputation intact outside. Should it not be the one galvanizing the citizens now?
I am not faulting you. You're right. 100%. I will give it to APC. I don't think there's any other party that can play the kind of opposition they played before they came into power. They know their job. And any other political party that say you want to be an opposition should go and study APC before they came to power. They did a good job. What they did with the power is a different ballgame altogether when they got it. But as an opposition party, they did excellent job. We have to give it to them. But what I'm saying about P2B is that, yeah, he should be doing it. And I'm also calling on any other Nigerian who have intention of wresting power from this ruling party to also stand up now, not to begin to come around in 3 years' time. Stand up now. They are doing everything and they are appointing resident electoral commissioners. It's as if it's being whispered. There's no strong voice that is actually speaking against it. Both P2B and any other person that will come tomorrow. Elections are usually rigged before the election day. That is the sad reality in Nigeria. But we are letting so many things go now. They are not mobilizing. They are not leading the campaign against some of the things we believe that doesn't supposed to be happening. It's wrong.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Forefather is supposed to be here. It's not here.
It's my turn. It's my turn.
Okay. Najama, you got angry, you left, and you came back again. I know you are frustrated. I understand that. All right, I will give. I think it's Blackstone. Then I would go to Blackstone. Was here before you, Najama, and Blackstone. No. You know what? Blackstone is part of the family, so I can catch up with him. He can take my account and push him aside, so he can't do nothing. We always will catch up somehow. So
now know about the key man.
It's part of the house.
No
so
problem.
Najama, who was it? I think Najama was here before Righteous Man. So Najama, go ahead.
He was not here before me. No, I was making a submission before I was interrupted.
You're a righteous man, so let's behave like a righteous man. Give the unrighteous man the opportunity for. So Najama, go ahead.
Thank you. Maybe I will go first here before the righteous.
Why are you calling somebody a righteous man?
It is comedy. We must allow comedy on this floor.
What we are saying about electoral constitutional amendment, like the way people are putting it, I don't understand. Mostly limited. Are you suggesting that we can even the electricity? Are we going to tear the constitution?
Your volume is not that clear. You're kind of echoing.
Hello, are you hearing me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
I said if we are talking about the constitutional amendment, what parts? Because we have to pick out the part that we want to amend. We cannot just say we have to rewrite the constitution. I don't think that will be possible. That people just say tear away the constitution. Like, how are we going to do that? We have to pick the parts that we know that is not favorable to the citizen, so we will know where to start from there. That is only the solution that will come out from there. And number two, for the opposition that we are talking about, there is no opposition. I think 3 days ago, I think it's 3 days ago now, 4 days ago, 8 political parties have merged together to form a viable opposition against electoral reform, constitutional reform, and judiciary reform. The only party that is not a part of them is Labour Party. NPP is there, PDP is there, SDP is there, ADC is there, Z party something, like ZPL is there, about 8 parties. They have merged together, they have the press conference together, I think on Thursday, Wednesday. They have come together to challenge this APC. But only what I'm surprised, I don't know why Labour Party is not part of it, because if Labour Party is not going to have a formidable opposition, then they are going to come out in 2027 and start to put all of us and do Angolo again or Angolo again, and then they go and bring the boss and these people court without no evidence. So they have to plan it from now, like what Steph said, because this election is one now, not at 1 year to 8 months to. They will now start to be telling people to come and vote and be changing the situation again. Then they will go back to zero.
Yeah, man, Mr. Labour Party. Unfortunately, we can't help you on this platform.
You let it talk, man. You think you're wahala. So that is it. And other thing, we in the diaspora, when we are saying we should come, we in the diaspora, if we want to become an opposition, because like as today now, there is no opposition in Nigeria. And those 8 political parties, they will be with the diaspora, we have the power to become an opposition. Because we are here, they can't do us anything. We are able to bring out all this, scrutinize them, bring them accountable. If that is what we are doing for you, we stay here 10 hours, whatever we is that we fight ourselves, talk ourselves, about there's nothing, and the country is going. They have to be ready in our voice. Let's be more, we not get people. But only one thing I will not allow, no matter any opposition we are going to bring in abroad, there will be no fundraising, because that will be corruption. Anybody that will bring come and be donating money, I will carry that person, I will be the first to sue that person, to sue that platform. That is my own. Because nobody will bring any fundraising in it. If we need money to do everything, we can leverage ourselves on the platform there. When the money is complete there, we stop it there. Even though it's 10 people that bring the money, it's over there. Even though it's 20 people that donate. Come and say, come and put accounts, be donating money. That corruption. In fact, I will drag that person in this abroad to any court. There will be no way. That is only one thing. Because most of the old platform have been watching this all this time. They will say donate, pay super chat. I'll be asking them, is that money that they are giving to them in all this platform? What are they using it for? Are they going to value Nigeria for us? Are they going to contest for election? So they cannot be blaming the government of fraud, of siphoning the citizen money, and they too will be open platform here, Monday to Sunday, beyond platform without going to work. When people are going to work, we tell people to donate. People will donate $50, $100, 50 pounds to them. Where is all those money? No accountability. So they are not different from that politician. We should hold people accountable. They should not come here. They should go to their work like Dr. Damage. He put this thing here for all of us to come together and have a voice. He doesn't tell donate. If you have a gig, he doesn't say by force you must donate. Put it accounts, Nigeria accounts, Europe accounts. What are they doing with those money? That is what I've been asking them. All the people that is not donate, that people are donating to them. You are telling people are suffering in Nigeria. You are telling that the government is corrupt. You too are corrupt. You are practicing exactly what you are preaching. Those money people are speaking to them. Those people, what are they doing with it? Are they going to buy us in Nigeria with that money? Or are they going to bring China to Nigeria for us? Are they going to contest for election that will give us a good governor? So these are the same people. So if we want to do that, I'm very happy. I'll be advocating for it. We can come together We can meet, have a meeting. We have to start it. If it doesn't leave with 10 people, 15 people, we start when people see that we are focused and we are consistent. Like this weekend, we bring everything that happened. What are the Senate have been going for the budget, calling every ministry to be giving the appropriation, defending their budget. All is there. We will bring whatever we want. We start scrutinizing it. We scrutinize what they give to the what they give
You
for.
never believe say Nigeria don't deserve Tete.
What is your problem? That is your own thing.
Let me say this. Let me weigh in on what you just said now, Nigerian, and I'm speaking generally. I think Ovie also have waded into it, and he made a good point about those who rode on the back of Peter Obi, Nigerian content creator, raising money, or people donating money to them. This is not time for them to put that money back into the system, into helping the system to really fight that fight. But unfortunately, that is not the case. But I often say this, that there's what we call karma. Most of us are familiar with it. And if those who did it and did it for selfish reasons, and they will get their reward. It's unfortunate that we're not going to see them when they get their punishment or the judgment. But
please, just that pastor or something. People are taking money. You are saying they are getting their reward. Money have leave my account. You are saying they are getting their reward.
What can you do? You can't go and collect the money back from them. Can you go and collect the money back from them?
That one can never happen again. Nobody can bring that one. If you want to be a patriotic citizen to your citizen, you can serve with free and voluntary. You don't need to collect money for it. That is how a patriotic citizen is. So everybody all want to come together, you will be donating money, we should open an account. That is fraud, and I will sue that group, and I will sue.
What's your name? Nigerian man. Listen.
What did they collect money for? With self. For votes when they come.
In life, okay? In life, whatever we want to do, we need money. Though YouTube is free. No, let me finish. Allow me to finish. Allow me to finish. I am not advocating for people to collect money, but what I'm just trying to tell you is that in life, if you want to do anything, even you just said that if it's 15 people that came together and we put money together, we can do something. Those are your words. So
I say we raise money, we levy ourselves, but not to becoming a monthly donation to one person hand. That can never.
You can't stop that. You must have a basis, a legal basis to stop it. You say you go to court.
One person hand. At the end of the day, want to go and be that, want to go to Nigeria. By the day that we now be driving roads that I beg, let's forget all those things. Nigeria, the same thing we preach, the same thing parties. That criminal activity.
Blackstone, the floor is yours. Blackstone, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening or good day, wherever your location is, right? So before I go to the point, let me correct Righteous Man. Reverend Coker did not say Nigeria is irredeemable. Said Nigeria is not irredeemable. So that's what he said. That was his own topic for a lecture he gave in Abuja, in one of the universities. So said Nigeria is not irredeemable. So that was the actual topic. Let me correct that. So second thing is that Mr. Chin, I come to you when you talk about the amendment to the Constitution. I believe that amendment to the Constitution are done gradually, step by step, right? So if the amendment that were proposed in the last assembly, which was 44, right, and they all agreed, and it was sent to the states, right? At that time, everybody was clamoring for state police, and state police was one of the major ones. And according to the Nigerian Constitution, 24 states must approve that amendment before it can become law, right? So they all, most of them declined. So we cannot just amend the constitution once. At least those things that are present at the moment should be things that should be amended, and the state should understand that all these are pressing factors, right? And they can amend it. Then the others are coming later from maybe the next House of Assembly or 11 or 10 Assembly or 11 or things like that. So I don't understand why Nigerians, when they are clamoring for things, when the things is not amended the constitution, they now also turn it down. So that's what I don't understand. Right.
Sorry, Blackstone. Sorry, I'm trying to understand. Did anybody say the whole constitution should be amended at once?
I didn't say, oh, no, I didn't use that word. I said constitutions are amended.
I heard you. I'm just asking, did anybody say the constitution should be amended at once? Is what I'm asking.
I didn't say nobody said so. I didn't say that.
Said the constitution. Olumide said the constitution should be scrapped in its
entirety. In entirety. That's what
I said.
And let's also remember that even the American Constitution was written by very few people.
Was written by who?
Written by the very few people. I think about 4 or 5 people.
For a monolithic society, they wrote it for themselves.
At the time they wrote
before
it,
they started now accommodating other people.
Olumide,
what are you talking about?
Olumide, I'm talking.
We are made up of over 300.
Olumide, I'm talking. It's your time. Okay. So the time they wrote American Constitution, was it a monolithic society? So let's understand that. Okay. So I'm not after that, right? I just want to say that at least there are some amendments that can be accepted depending on the situation at hand or what the people are galvanizing for. If those things are approved to be amended the constitution, the state should also accept it. Right, so that is also one thing I want to point out also, because I think it should be done step by step. So I come to talking about Nigerians in diaspora. I don't know if any of us know NIDO. NIDO was a Nigerian organization, what a Nigerian diaspora organization, something like that. During the time of Jonathan, they were very active. Now it was it was an organization for all Nigerians in diaspora. They have state chapters from country to country, and they were very active during the time of Jonathan, and these were Nigerians who are in diaspora, but after Jonathan, I don't know what happened to it, and now it's not more active. So what I'm trying to say is that when Nigeria comes together, we have to know, first of all, the interest. Is it for a personal interest or for the interest of the country or the success of the people? Right? In Nigeria today, we have so many NGOs. What are their interests? What is their basic interest? Why they are establishing themselves as NGOs? That's another thing. So we have to understand that also, that most of the time, when Nigeria comes together as an organization, the first thing they have in mind is, what is my profit? What am I going to gain? You understand me? That's why all of them fight to be the head, the chairman, or the president, or the leader of that group. That's why they all fight themselves to come in there. Like Najama said, at the end of the day, they're not asking for donation. People should donate and everything, and at the end of the day, nobody knows how that money is being utilized. So these are some of the things I see with Nigerians coming together, right? It's not bad to come together, but we have to come together with a single purpose. And that purpose for which we are coming together should be spread out, should be cleared. And we know that is the purpose. And once we are not going in that line, we should stand up and fight against it, right? Because I know most of the time when Nigeria set up an organization, after a while, they begin to deviate from the original purpose and begin to bring in their own selfish interest into it, right? For me, having a pressure group, the diaspora pressure group, is very good. It will help to fight against the criminality, the useless politicians, the self-centered politicians in Nigeria. It will help a lot. It will help to that extent. Even sometimes it also help even to create programs and help Nigerians to be a part of that organization. That's okay. These are the people who have interest, who have our interest in heart. So to be a very formidable something, which I mean, I will prefer, I will like, and I be a part of it. So who is going to start that? And how are we going to organize ourselves all around the world to say that, okay, this is a one body, no matter where you are resident in abroad, but you belong to this body, belong to this organization.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
So what is the purpose? I want to ask, what is the purpose of this?
Olumide does not want to apply decorum, and so I think if you're ready to be silent and wait for your turn, I will bring you back in. So I'm going to bring you back in, but you have to respect others, please. Thank you. Let me say this in general.
But I was just going to ask a question. Can I ask?
No, you cannot. You can wait. You can wait. You can ask a question, but you can ask a question, but it has to wait. Let's be realistic. One of the major problem we have is accountability, being able to hold each other accountable. But you see, the Democrats, the Republicans, even you see recently in the US, Judge Santos raised money. Unfortunately, he misused the money he raised. Are we saying that we can't trust each other, even those of us in diaspora? I mean, in the context. Wait, Najama.
Nobody trusts.
Hold on 1 second, please. I have to tell Olumide to hold on. Do you mind just you get it?
No trust at all.
Just hold on, okay? See,
okay.
We can't stop it. That's just the truth. We may not like it, but however, to achieve anything, it requires funding. But we have to be able to hold each other accountable. That is just it. Because if we say we cannot trust each other, we may differ on methods of raising money. We can differ on that. Yes, we can. Yes, you can say, oh, no, don't set up this and that. But we all agree. You agree with me that even the suggestion you made, Niger man, is still about raising money, but in a different format. That format you even suggested, do you think that somebody cannot still take the money? It's all down to accountability. So if you give me 1 naira and I can't be able to account for it, how about if you pay it into my account? I still will not be able to account for it. So that is the problem we are fighting in Nigeria, to be able to hold each other accountable. Chin, before I come to you, Olumide, you said you have a question. Ask your question. Ask your question.
Okay, yeah, I was going to ask Blackstone. This pressure group organization, fine, it's a good idea, but what is it? What is the pressure group? What do they want to do? What is the goal, and how do they want to achieve it?
Okay, Mr. Blackstone, before you answer that question, hold that question. Najama, you wanted to say something?
What I'm saying, there's no Nigerian man. Nobody should come and tell me that you should trust me. Why can't you trust me? Trust who? This is human. We are talking about money. We don't want the state of money. We cannot trust anybody and be donating every month or weekly levy. If there is something we want to do, maybe we need a lawyer. This lawyer says, okay, for you to do this document for us, it's 1,000 pounds, it's 2,000 pounds. We call ourselves, like the way they do it in church. You levy. If we are 50, 100 in the group, we need 2,000. If it's 1 pound, 100 pounds, if it's 30 people that pay that money starting, we call everybody. We don't need more. The money is already 2,000 pounds or 1,000 pounds or $1,000 we need. It's over. We can't say somebody will not say, Let it be
So
levy every month. Let it
if
be
I understand you
no.
very well, what you're saying is there should be a proper administration in that regard. Is that what you call that? If I understand you very well.
I said when you are running any organization, maybe where we will need money. Maybe when sometimes we may need money, we want to run some program, we want to run something. We will say this thing, or maybe how much is this thing? This is the amount, this is the cost, this is everything. The total amount is $1,000 or $500. Then we'll give a notice to every member. We need $1,000, whatever you have. Maybe 10 people or 5 people may just bring that money. It doesn't mean everybody need to donate. We say, okay, we give another announcement. We have that $500. Please, nobody should bring in more any donation.
But me, I'm not clear with this. Your member, is it Labour Party member? Is it
But
ABC member? Is it?
are we talking about Labour Party here? What are you doing like this? You don't even listen to anything.
I think I will leave Olumide behind there because he doesn't want to grow up.
But
Nobody interjecting when he was speaking, and I don't know why he continues to do that. So
money have a spirit of his own. When the thing started, it will start good. But when you are patriotic, that you are not benefiting anything, you want the country to be good. You want to hold government accountable. When you are talking, you talk from your heart. But when you not believe that come and be donating money, I cannot tell you that as we are here, it's money. Donate money to do what? To watch you here or to watch what we are saying here? No, we don't need to donate money. This is internet. You can have internet to your house. You can host everybody. We connect on you. This doesn't need money. It's only internet. Everybody in your abroad have internet at home. Even those who don't have internet, you can pay £20 internet remotely. You have internet to your house to host people. You don't only with your laptop. It's finished. So why are we going to be donating money? We come with idea. If we need money to go to do something, maybe we need a lawyer or we need to finance some pressure group to go to for protest in Abuja. We have a meeting on it. We calculate the expenses. Then we know how much is it. We raise that money. Then we do. But what I don't want that we say we'll be donating money every month. One person will be keeping it, will become a treasurer. One will become a chairman. One will become a head of this thing. No. That is fraud and will be fraud. There will be no accountability. The beginning 1-2 months, there will be first. From there, when you now start ask of money, look at all the organization that they are hard. Look at all this fight. When the money began to be greedy, began to come inside, the vision began to come inside, the lesson they will turn it to tribal. You that ask question, you become the enemy. So no, we cannot bring that one unless we don't want this thing to work. We want it to make it a fraud. Anybody that will say let's make it a fraud, I mean, it's just open up. I want to fraud.
Your submission is acknowledged, and I understand where you're talking from. It's still all down to trust, regardless of which format we would take. So, Jim, 1 minute if you can.
Okay, I'll try. So I really don't understand where this whole issue of money and association. I mean, I think this was just a suggestion. It's not like anybody's forming any.
No, nobody's forming exactly. Just a suggestion.
Okay, all right.
That's part of the discussion.
Two things I wanted to bring up. One is something that the Blackstone mentioned. First of all, we always run into, maybe that's also why we've made some mistakes as a nation when it comes to our constitutional issue. We saw America or wherever it is we borrowed our political system from, and we just went and lifted what they were doing. We didn't think about localizing what we had seen in such a way that it will work for us. So when someone tells me that a few people wrote America's Constitution, yes, a few people wrote America's Constitution, but they didn't just wake up and dominate and say they are writing that Constitution. They were the people who were also at the forefront of fighting to push the British out. And then they sat down and said, okay, let's write a constitution that will serve our society, which is why they wrote a constitution totally devoid of what was in Europe, which was monarchy. They didn't want a one man dominating them. They wrote that constitution to suit that time. I was having a conversation last week on a WhatsApp group when somebody posted one Nigerian what is it called, motivational speaker that was talking about that it is individuals that build nations and not government. And I said, what's this guy talking about? Singapore was built by an individual, a politician, and we can mention many other nations. Let us always look at the time and season when certain nations evolved. What worked in 1778 or 76 when the Americans were evolving might not work in 2023. It's a fact. Things have changed. They didn't have technology that time. They didn't have a robust, educated group of people now in their Congress that they have now. So I'm sure they will not even allow a few people to come. They may be proud of, in quote, founding fathers, that they were proud of them then. But I can bet you today, many of them might not even want to see Abraham Lincoln. I'm telling you, forget about it. They may revere him. If that same person appears today to tell them things, they may tell him to shove at the side. So we must always be conscious of the fact that there is what they call times and seasons. Nigeria is not America of 1776. At the time Nigeria was being formed, it was not a monolithic nation like Olumide has mentioned. We had different, what we now term nation, state, nation, whatever we use, nation.
Over 300 ethnic groups,
and all those
cultures and language.
So those are the things. And in doing those things, you must take into cognizance those peculiarities. I just want to put that aside on one side. Then the other thing I wanted to say is this. It would be good. We come here to do intellectual conversations. People should come, listen very well, ask questions. When we're talking about this constitution and the amendments, I have Googled it. And one of the things that the 25 states, they wrote to the National Assembly. They didn't just say no. They actually wrote to the National Assembly to say, we are not giving our...
Sorry, let me interject you there, Jim. Let me interject you.
Go ahead.
You made reference, you said times have changed, which we all agree times have changed.
I want also to reply also, because I wanted to clear myself what I mean.
Go ahead. You will agree with me that even the laws or the constitutions that are written, they still refer to some of the things they wrote in the 60s that do not require amendment, some of their laws.
Yes, of course. Of course, no. Okay, go ahead. Go on. You go ahead.
Times may have changed, but certain things don't change. One thing that I know that don't change is accountability, regardless of how times change. And any law that favors accountability does not change, except to the people who wants to be corrupt. Okay?
Yes, I 100% agree.
With time, they added to it. With time, they amended the ones that are not fit for purpose again. And they improve on it. That is why it's called Constitution. Now, I'm going to...
but I haven't finished Blackstone. I haven't finished.
Blackstone, hold on one second.
Okay.
Hold on one second. We need to come to an end now because I've gone past the time I'm supposed to stay. Your forefather was supposed to take over by 9 o'clock. I have things to attend to. It's now 10 o'clock. I've taken over for almost 3 hours now. 8 o'clock, 9, 10, 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock my time. So I will be bringing the broadcast to an end. And hopefully during the week, we'll come back again. Or next weekend when Dr. Damages is here. So I would like to thank every one of you. And also in the comments. Have a good evening. God bless you.